में आप सभी का स्वागत है. Hello and welcome to the second national conference on lesser known species of MP organized by Society of Nature Healers, Conservators and Local Tourism Bhopal in collaboration with MP State Biodiversity Board. Friends, we are very glad to have you here, and we apologize for the delay in the event. Before we proceed, we would like to share that this event, this entire conference, has been made possible by the support of MP Forest Department, Bhopal Birds and WTI. We are very thankful to our institutional partners, EPCO Bhopal, in the conference hall of which we are sitting right now. We are thankful to our travel partner, mptourandravels.com. We are also thankful to our print partner, SNHC Journal. The knowledge partners for this conference have been Central Zoo Authority, VNS, One Vihar National Park and Zoo, NMNH and WWF. On the second day of the conference, today we are going to have some really wonderful sessions. The first technical session of the day and the third technical session of the conference will be kick-started by Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan, who will be speaking to us about the role of translocation in conservation of endangered and lesser-known faunal species. Then we'll have with us Dr. Sujit Narwade, who will be speaking to us about the conservation of grassland birds, present status, conservation challenges and how to revive. Then we'll have a short tea break of 20 minutes. Then we'll have our fourth technical session of the conference, where we'll have Mr. Jalabdeen, who will be speaking to us about the conservation of gharials. Then we'll have Dr. Joy Day, who will be speaking to us about conservation, breeding, rewilding and augmentation of red pandas. Then we'll have with us Miss Aishwarya Laghate, who will be speaking to us about raptor conservation. Then we'll have our lunch, 40 minutes lunch at 1:25, after which we'll have Dr. Pratyush speaking to us about fascinating reptiles of central India. Then we'll have Miss Bhavna Menon, followed by Mr. Kaushik Mondal, and finally we'll have Dr. Alok Shode. With that, the conference will be concluded with a valedictory session, and the first day of the conference has been a super hit, some highlights of which will be presented before you now. Thank you very much.
The capital city of Central India and city of Lakes Bhopal witnessed the first national conference on lesser-known species of Madhya Pradesh. Topic was first of its kind to be organized in India. The main purpose of this conference was to highlight the conservation efforts and management challenges of lesser-known faunal diversity. Lesser known as in the species with low distribution or declining numbers, less researched or endangered as per IUCN. We are mostly data deficient in those species, not even baseline in the majority of them. In nature, every species has their role to play in the ecosystem. The impact of declining numbers cannot be figured out without proper study or research. Madhya Pradesh harbors more than 45 species of mammalian fauna, which is about 10% of Indian wild mammals. It broadly lies in the Deccan Plateau, the largest biogeographic zone of India. Madhya Pradesh is the second largest state in India, with an area of 3,08,245 square kilometers, covering almost 9.38% of geographical area of the country, of which 25.13% is forested. It has the largest forest cover among all the Indian states. The conference was inaugurated by Mr. J.N. Kansotia, IAS, ACS Forest as the chief guest, along with Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan, IFS, PCCF and Chief Wildlife Warden, MP, as guest of honor, Mr. Asim Srivastav, IFS, PCCF MP, and Dr. Atul Srivastav, IFS, PCCF and Member Secretary, MP State Biodiversity Board, as special guests.
और ये जो एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण एक वर्कशॉप है उसमें आप पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं, निश्चित ही बहुत ही एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय है जिसमें लेसर नॉन स्पीसीज हैं उसके ऊपर हम लोग चर्चाएं करेंगे और इनका महत्व क्या है उसके ऊपर चर्चाएं होगी। इसके प्रति जितनी एक चेतना होनी चाहिए वो लोगों में मुझे लगता है कि धीरे धीरे कम हो रही है।
तो टाइगर के बारे में बहुत सारी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होंगी, जहाँ टाइगर नहीं है वहाँ पे भी होंगी, लेकिन जो लेसर नोन होना है और जो इक्वली इम्पोर्टेंट है उनके बारे में मंथन कम होता है, विचार कम होता है, उसकी केयर कम होती है। तो मैं आज ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को बहुत बहुत बधाई और साधुवाद देना चाहता हूँ आपके इस प्रयास के लिए।
इस कार्यक्रम के, इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के आयोजकों को बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि उन्होंने आज की परिवेश में जो बहुत ही एक ज्वलंत मुद्दा है उसके ऊपर ये कॉन्फ्रेंस करने की पहल की है, और मुझे लगता है कि भविष्य में इसकी एक सीरीज तैयार होगी। हम बार बार कुछ निश्चित अंतराल में मिलेंगे और अपने अनुभव को शेयर करके कंजर्वेशन एफर्ट में अपना योगदान भी देंगे और अधिक से अधिक लोगों को इस एफर्ट में जोड़ेंगे।
ये मौका है आज खास करके जो हमारे देश के विभिन्न संस्थानों में जो रिसर्चर्स और साइंटिस्ट लोग काम कर रहे हैं वो लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, और पूरे 2 दिन में यहाँ पे हमने 14 सेशन रखे हैं, टेक्निकल सेशन रखे हैं। फॉनल स्पीशीज पे इनकी विशेषज्ञता है और क्या काम कर रहे हैं, क्या इनके अचीवमेंट्स हैं, और कॉन्फ्रेंस के जो परिणाम होंगे वो निश्चित रूप से जो हमें आगे वे फॉरवर्ड होंगे, जो कि हम आगे क्या हमें और हमारी रणनीति होनी चाहिए उसमें सहायक होंगी।
In 2 days of the conference, 15 technical sessions were held in which speakers shared their rich experience and hard work in the field and threw light on different aspects of biology to ecology, from conservation challenges to conservation strategies. The first session was on lesser florican by Dr. Sujit Narwade from BNHS Mumbai, in which he highlighted the major threat in conservation of lesser florican being declining grasslands, predation by free-ranging dogs, electric power lines and wind turbines, and he recommended revision of conservation policy of grassland birds and more intensive studies and surveys to figure out threats and issues.
This is critically endangered. There is difference between male and female, and this species shows strong site fidelity. That means these birds visit the same places. There are changes on ground so that birds can visit other areas.
He also emphasized on florican-friendly agriculture practices by involving communities. The session was chaired by Mr. Ajay Gadikar, known ornithologist from Indore. The second session was presented on Indian skimmer by Ms. Parveen Sheikh from BNHS Mumbai. She took us on an amazing journey of life cycle of skimmers. The major threats she highlighted were high predation from free-ranging dogs, nest damages due to livestock pressure, and illegal sand mining. She suggested a nest guardian program and community engagement to mitigate threats.
Something very particular about this bird, which is very iconic, is the bill. If you see that the lower bill is quite longer than the upper bill, and it's like a blade. So that's the reason that particular thing gives the name to the species. It's called a skimmer because it uses its lower bill to skim on the surface of water and catch fishes. So they are purely piscivorous. Throughout their life cycle, only during the young age they feed on some insects or anything, or throughout their life they feed on fishes.
The session was chaired by Dr. Rishikesh Sharma, former Research Range Officer, Chambal Wildlife Sanctuary MP. The third session was presented by Dr. Shomita Mukherjee from Sakong, Coimbatore, on the status of small cats in Madhya Pradesh, who are equally important in maintaining the healthy ecosystem. She recommended more intensive surveys in MP and suggested revival of wasteland policy for strengthening the conservation of small cats.
Because we have the largest number of cats anywhere in the world. We have 15 of the 41 species. Another interesting thing about cats is if you look at their tail length, you can perhaps gauge where it is that they may be occurring, the kind of habitats that they occur in.
The session was chaired by Dr. Suhas Kumar, retired IFS, former PCCF MP. The fourth session was presented by Mr. K. Narasimha Rajan, conservation biologist from Coimbatore, on freshwater otters. He is doing research on 2 Indian otters, smooth-coated otter and Asian small-clawed otter, and has vast experience in studying aquatic ecosystem. He recommended surveys and research on otters in MP.
Otter can speak a language. Natural destructions as well as man-made destructions are making a huge impact on otter distributions.
The session was chaired by Mr. Subranjan Sen, IFS, APCCF, Wildlife MP. The fifth session was on Indian wolf, jointly presented by Mr. Sevaram Malik, SDO Forest, and Mr. Praful Chaudhary, from WWF India on status and work done by Forest Department for conservation of Indian wolves in Noradehi Wildlife Sanctuary. Primary recommendation was to build mosaic of habitats for their conservation.
Finding a wolf in wild is how difficult, and now here we have Noradehi where we have people who have very frequent sighting. That itself shows how good population of wolves we have in Noradehi. And from the ground stuff what we figured out is we have around 15 to 18 packs of wolf there.
The session was chaired by Mr. R. Srinivas Murthy, retired IFS, ex-member secretary, MP State Biodiversity Board. The sixth session was on stories from the life of mysterious reptiles of MP by Mr. David Raju, senior naturalist from Kerala. He presented various reptiles, including newly discovered species of geckos, endangered turtles and snakes from the land of central India.
Red-crowned roof turtle and three-striped roof turtle, these are again endangered species, very rare to see it, only found in Chambal region.
The session was chaired by Mr. Asim Srivastav, IFS, PCCF MP. The seventh and the final session of the day was a pictorial presentation on wildlife of Madhya Pradesh with stunning pictures and demonstrations of some rare moments captured by Dr. Nirmalya Chakraborty from Jungle Rhythms, Pune.
Indian wild dog or dhol is one of the key species that are found in Madhya Pradesh, slowly declining in their population due to various threats.
The participants were mesmerized with such detailed information with amazing videos, demonstrations and presentations on some of the rare faunal species of MP. Second day of the conference started with an early morning field visit of Van Vihar National Park, which was guided by Mr. Mohammad Khalik, renowned birder and founder of Bhopal Birds Conservation Society. The visitors enjoyed bird watching and nature trail in the morning, the best way to start a day. The first session was on river dolphin, presented jointly by Mr. Sanjeev Yadav and Dr. Amit Dubey from WWF India. They explained the status and conservation challenges and highlighted the importance of seasonal monitoring and community mobilization like Dolphin Mitras to have better conservation awareness among people.
We've got some sporadic population, around 85% of the total population we have globally is in India, and that is why the major responsibility of conservation of this species lies with our country.
The session was chaired by Professor R.J. Rao, former Vice Chancellor, Barkatullah University, Bhopal. The second session was on raptor conservation with special mention on vultures by Mr. Sunny Joshi from WWF India. The major challenges highlighted in raptor conservation, mainly vultures, were the uses of NSAIDs in cattle, use of pesticides and collision with transmission lines.
Long-billed vulture, red-headed vulture and white-horned vulture are critically endangered according to the IUCN Red List. And Madhya Pradesh actually is among the last few fortresses that are holding the vulture population. We have a very good nesting colonies of white-horned vulture and Indian vulture in Madhya Pradesh.
The session was chaired by Mr. Dilsher Khan, vulture conservationist. The third session was on diversity of scorpions in Madhya Pradesh by Mr. Sudhir Kumar Jaina, research fellow from Zoological Survey of India, who showed instances of life cycle and breeding behavior of scorpions from Madhya Pradesh.
They are the fifth largest invertebrate group in the world, yet there are being more than 100 new scorpions being discovered every year.
The session was chaired by Mr. David Raju, senior naturalist from Kerala. The fourth session was titled as Further Insight into the Ecology and Conservation of Endangered Forest Owlet in Madhya Pradesh by Mr. Dheeraj Das, research biologist from Wildlife Research and Conservation Society, Pune. He presented on forest owlets, a rediscovered species which was thought as extinct around 1884 and was found again around 1997.
They mostly feed on rodents and other species of invertebrates such as grasshoppers and other insects, and these are mostly found as pests in our agricultural farms, and these cause a lot of harm to in the agricultural field. So these apex predators help in controlling the population of pests.
The session was chaired by Dr. Sangeeta Rajgir from Bhopal Birds Conservation Society. The fifth session was on caracal, our conference mascot, titled Some Aspect of Ecology of Caracal by Dr. Randeep Singh from Amity University, Delhi. He showed his long research data of 20 years in lands of Ranthambore and its outskirts, where he documented and has captured the photos of Caracal in camera traps and has given instances of possibility at many places, including Kono and Chambal area of MP.
I got the Caracal outside the Ranthambore. The areas are the agricultural land, riverine habitat, disturbed habitat.
The session was chaired by Mr. R. Srinivas Murthy, retired IFS, ex-member secretary, MP State Biodiversity Board. The sixth session was titled The Amazing Insect World, The Joy at Fingertips, a photo and video presentation of the insect world by Professor Alok Shyode from Junior College, Buldhana, Maharashtra. He showed various activities of insects.
कॉमन मैन के लिए रोमांटिसिज्म जब तक नहीं करोगे, जब तक कोई दूसरी भाषा में, उनके एक्सपीरियंस से जोड़ के जब तक नहीं बताओगे, वो इंटरेस्ट नहीं लेंगे.
The session was chaired by Mr. Sudhir Kumar Jaina, Research Fellow from Zoological Survey of India. The seventh session was on wildlife crime and was presented by Mr. Kaushik Mandal from WCCB, Jabalpur.
See, those species basically been found in MP, lesser known obviously, and in wildlife trade. Very rarely we used to catch those carrier, the middleman, even very rare कि हम लोग एंड बायर तक पहुंच पाए. तो बेसिकली कोई भी डिपार्टमेंट के लिए हम लोग कोशिश करते हैं कि एंड बायर को पहुंच पाए, क्योंकि एंड बायर को पकड़ेंगे, नीचे हंटर को पकड़ना बहुत इजी है.
He showed and explained the current trends of wildlife trade and how citizen science can be helpful in prevention of wildlife trade by capturing in suppliers rather than only the deployed hunters and poachers. The eighth and final session of the conference was on the status of small carnivore conservation in Madhya Pradesh, threats and survival strategies by Mr. Manpreet Singh, research scholar from IIFM Bhopal. He highlighted the role of small carnivores in ecosystem, seed dispersal, etc. and the way forward for their conservation.
Meeting this weight threshold of 16 kg, we have 229 species of small carnivores globally, and in Madhya Pradesh we have 17 species, which could be more because of recent sighting of some small cat species like Asiatic wild cat and fishing cat from Panna Tiger Reserve, and then also a Eurasian otter in Kanha Panch corridor.
The session was chaired by Dr. Shomita Mukherjee from SACON, Coimbatore. With the discussions and presentations in 2 consecutive days, First National Conference on Lesser Known Species of Madhya Pradesh concluded, where all major stakeholders were sensitized and many researchers and NGOs, along with Forest Department, agreed to do research projects and work on conservation measures for these species.
जब तक पब्लिक से नेचर की सपोर्ट पे लोग नहीं आएंगे आगे, तो इसको कोई, इसके नाम से कोई आपको वोट नहीं देने वाला. कार्यक्रम से मेरे को इतना अच्छा लगता है कि यहाँ पे सर्विंग गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर की ऑफिसर्स हैं, मैनेजर्स हैं, एंड देन स्टूडेंट्स हैं, एकेडमिक्स हैं, एकेडमिक से संबंधित लोग हैं, नेचुरलिस्ट हैं, रिसर्चर्स हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, रिटायर्ड लोग, हम लोग हैं, सब एक रूफ के नीचे बैठ के 2 दिन लगातार एक पर्टिकुलर इश्यू के बारे में मंथन करना. और देयर वाज नॉट ए सिंगल मोमेंट जहाँ पे लोगों को बोलना पड़ा कि भाई मतलब सोना नहीं अभी. तो आई विश दिस सच कॉन्फ्रेंसेस शुड हैपन ऑन एनुअल बेसिस.
आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक मिस्टर विकास, बिकॉज जब वो मेरे पास आए फर्स्ट टाइम कि हम उसमें कुछ कॉन्फ्रेंस करना चाहते हैं, एंड दैट टू ऑन लेसन नोन स्पीशीज, सो आई रियली गेट दिस थिंग. ओह, दैट्स रियली नाइस थिंग. हमने सुनी भी नहीं थी कि इस पे भी हो सकती है. And believe me, in last these 2 days, I think each and every session was very exciting.
MP State Biodiversity Board invited the projects to support financially in study and research of these species. People active in field of nature conservation came together under one roof to plan and act for the way forward in conservation of these lesser known species of Madhya Pradesh.
इतने लेसर नॉन स्पीसीज के साथ में इतने ज़्यादा लोग जुड़े हुए हैं और इतने इंटरेस्टिंग विषय पर यहाँ चर्चा हुई है, तो निश्चित रूप से मेरे ख्याल से सभी का ज्ञानवर्धन भी यहाँ हुआ है. तो मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा विकास बघेल जी को कि जिन्होंने एक अच्छा प्रयास किया कि इस बोर्ड के सपोर्ट से, बोर्ड की सहायता से इन्होंने एक नया प्रोग्राम लॉन्च किया है।
In 2 days of the conference, we had 15 interesting sessions back to back with experts sharing their rich experience and hard work in the field. There was not a single dull moment in the 2 days. The energy level of the participants were always high and participatory.
SNHC India has filled the conservation gap and strengthened the conservation community of Central India by highlighting very important and much needed topic of lesser known species that are equally important as flagship species of Madhya Pradesh.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much for clapping. This was the energy of the first conference last year, and with that same energy, we would like to officially kickstart our second day of the second conference. For this first session, we have Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan with us, retired IFS officer, former PCCF, Wildlife Madhya Pradesh, who will be speaking to us about role of translocation in conservation of endangered and lesser known faunal species. So with huge admiration, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan, and I would like to ask Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to please welcome him on our behalf. And let's have a round of applause for Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan. Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan joined the Indian Forest Services in 1987. Let's have a round of applause. After training, he was posted in Madhya Pradesh. In 1995, he took over as Deputy Director of the Kanha Tiger Reserve. During his 3-year tenure, his contribution to the consolidation of the reserve's management was significant. The initiative he took in the relocation of 8 permanent cattle camps from Fen Wildlife Sanctuary in 1996 paved the way for the restoration of the sanctuary's habitat. His contribution to wildlife protection in Madhya Pradesh includes enforcing strict protection measures, regulating tourism activity, and streamlining the tourist guide system. In the year 1998, he was posted as DFO, Kuno Wildlife Sanctuary, and he took over Asiatic Lion Reintroduction Project in Kuno Wildlife Sanctuary. A very vital aspect of this project includes the voluntary relocation of the 24 villages from inside the sanctuary. Working with the district administration and NGOs, he has supervised the rehousing of over 1,400 families from 23 villages. The remarkable response to such efforts has been a virtual explosion of natural regeneration in Kuno, where the prey base has risen and water regimes already show marked signs of improvement. He attributes such success to departmental support, teamwork among Kumo's frontline staff, and the cooperation of NGOs. The 345 square kilometers Kuno sanctuary has been liberated from the pressure of over 10,000 migratory cattle that used to be brought in from Rajasthan and nearby villages annually. Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan, as PCCF Wildlife and CWLW Madhya Pradesh, has executed the Cheetah Reintroduction Project in a very precise way following the Cheetah Action Plan. With dedicated and non-stop hard work from frontline staff, he says this program is a historic event in wildlife conservation, and so we are so thankful to him that he chose to speak at this conference. Thank you so much for being here, sir. This session will be chaired by Dr. M.K. Ranjit Singh, retired IS officer and ex-Forest Secretary, Madhya Pradesh government. And again, with huge respect, I would like to call upon stage Dr. M.K. Ranjit Singh to please join the session as the chair. And I would like to ask Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to please welcome and felicitate him on our behalf. Let's have a round of applause, everyone. We are very proud and thankful to have such a living legend with us. Let's give it a round of applause. Living legend of wildlife conservation, Mr. M.K. Ranjit Singh is an author, bureaucrat, conservationist, and encyclopedia in wildlife, and he's very fondly known as Tiger Prince, who piloted passage of Wildlife Protection Act. As the secretary, India Tiger Project, he ensured generations of striped babies roamed free in wildlife sanctuaries. Mr. Ranjit Singh, born in princely family of Wakaner, chose not to decline on his lineage and joined IAS in 1961 and was director wildfire and influential contributor to ecology, and to his distinction are birth of 8 national parks and 14 sanctuaries. That is really wonderful. That is why I said that we are very thankful to have him here. He's the only living person to have Barasingha named after him in recognition of his contribution to save Barasingha. He has also been the chairman of Wildlife Trust, WWF Tiger Conservation, Forest Sec and Tourism, and has authored books on wildlife, Indian black buck, Indian wildlife, Beyond Tiger, Portraits of Asian Wildlife, Cheetah Reintroduction in India. Cheetah Reintroduction in India was implemented upon advice by Mr. M.K. Ranjit Singh. And again, we are so thankful to him that he could chair this session. Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to request you to please open the session with your chairing comments.
Thank you very much. It's been such a pleasure and a privilege to be here amongst you. My Janma Bhumi is Gujarat, my Karma Bhumi is Madhya Pradesh. But unlike many Gujaratis, I regard Gujarat as a part of India and not as a separate province. Okay. Indeed, I'm very sorry I couldn't make it yesterday, and the loss was mine. It was a long time since I've been to Bhopal, and it's always wonderful to come here and to join with you and to share some of the happiest moments, probably the most useful moments of my life. But apart from that, to meet with you and to share your ideas. I would like to compliment and thank the organizers of this seminar for not just inviting me, but for choosing a subject so close to my heart, and which is something which is so important. I have a slightly more evocative name for lesser known species. I call them godfatherless species. Because you see, and the first title, the first book I published was Beyond the Tiger. Nobody can doubt the aura of the tiger. But the problem with the tiger is the tiger blinds people. And after the tiger, they think that's the be-all and end-all of Indian wildlife. And I'm sorry to take this time up because it's relevant to the topic that has been chosen. The problem is that if they have seen the tiger, they've seen everything. If they have not seen the tiger, they've seen nothing. I remember taking the Chief Secretary of Madhya Pradesh. I was in collector of Mandla, and we went round Kana, 1970, I think. Oh, yeah. And must have seen 5,000 plus head of animals, 8 species including a sloth bear. And he comes back and says, Ranjit, thank you very much, but sher nahi dikha. So, it's been one of my failures. It's been a failure of the conservation community. I'm sorry if I have to be. There was a canard, if I may say so. That if you save the tiger, you saved everything. Of course, if you save the tiger, you have saved a very large portion of the habitat of the tiger, which is so important. And to me, the habitat is more important than the animal itself, because if you have the habitat, you can have the animal. If you don't have the habitat, you can only have them in the zoos. And there is a saying in Gujarati, "Lakh marjo, pan lakh na taranhar na marjo." Let a lakh die, let not the savior of the lakh die. The habitat is more important than the animal. But we lose sight of that. And unfortunately now the trend is to have safari parks and zoos and something which was banned. That's all well. But to us, when we started, this is very important, when we started off, we used the tiger to say something much more important, the magnificent habitat of the tiger. The 9, I was then responsible before Kailash Sankla took over. The 9 first tiger reserves, and we were only allowed 1 per state, was not only on the basis of the population of tiger. In the case of Kaziranga, it was a conscious decision we selected Manas, not Kaziranga. Though Kaziranga always had more tiger. Because the Kaziranga Park was already very well protected because of the rhino. The rhino, there is a Kaziranga culture where they should shoot the poachers. God bless them. So, and that was why it was protected. But Manas then had 28 species under Schedule 1. It was the most diverse park. You always select if you level the park, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, you select grade 2 to uplift it to grade 1 and grade 3 to uplift it to grade 1. What is the use of already paying? When I was in charge of Project Tiger in the thing, the only thing that the grade 1 wanted was computers and elephants. They didn't want, because they had enough money. So that was the thing. They used the tiger to save the habitat of the tiger. But the tiger doesn't live everywhere. So what about other species as vanguards to save their habitats? The great Indian bustard for the grasslands and the cheetah, hopefully. That's another story. The river dolphin and the gharial to save the riverine ecosystems. The coastal areas through the whale shark. Because we need an icon. We need a murti to pujo. We cannot worship God. We cannot worship directly. That's why our preceptors thought of icons. And you use an icon to save its habitat. The snow leopard to save the thing. And this is a tragedy, that we forget our our tremendous biodiversity and the mountains. Look, I have a special thing for the mountains because mountain gives you living space. Cast your eyes around and you see nothing but space. And some of the most, I've just completed my last magnum opus, the mountain mammals of the world. 62 species, 40 plus in Asia. In undivided India, 30. Undivided India, which covered Pakistan. 30. That is half of the world. And what do we know? What do we care for the ibex, for the chiru, for the Tibetan gazelle? Are they not citizens of India? The philosophy of it. A very intrepid chief minister of Rajasthan evolved a system called Antoday, that you look at the most deprived member of a community and you target him. Antoday, the ant wale ka uday karna. The founding father of the nation, Gandhi ji, said, and this is something I've always tried to, as a bureaucrat, kept in mind, whenever you take a decision, think of how will affect the poorest of the poor, the voiceless. Aren't the citizens of India also your animals and birds? And should not therefore the lesser known or the godfatherless species deserve something? Should that not be an Antoday? They are citizens of India, and India is one of the very few constitutions of the world which has guaranteed the fundamental rights of a citizen. And there is no such thing as fundamental rights without your carrying out fundamental duties. And the fundamental duty of the Indian citizen is to protect forest and wildlife. The directive principles of the state policy directs all governments to save forest and wildlife. And to break the constitution is worse than breaking the law. It's more sacrosanct. It is enjoined upon us, and I've written this to some length. It is one of the easiest countries in the world to protect nature because we have the people on our side. We have an empathy for life. We worship some animals. We should use those. But coming to the most endangered species of all, these are the ones which we need to protect, and we need to, and therefore I'm very grateful. I'm taking so much of your time, and I should be pardoned for that, that we are focusing on animals like the caracal. The caracal today is the most threatened large mammal of the world, of India, and the bustard, of course. India has a wonderful, record, despite humongous pressure of land, population, illiteracy, poverty, of protecting our thing. We haven't lost a single species in historic times except the two rhinos which were peripheral, the Javan and the Sumatran. We lost only the cheetah after independence, and therefore, like the prodigal son, we want to bring it back. I hope the cheetah will not have a second extinction. There is no record of an animal going extinct twice. And if that goes extinct, I promise you I'll write my fifth and last book, the second extinction. I hope and pray it doesn't happen. But there you coming to this, I'm very grateful that they have chosen this various subjects of the thing, and I won't go into detail, I've taken too long. I would like to introduce, of course, it's been done, Mr. Singh is one of the finest officers that Madhya Pradesh has been lucky to have. He was very, very devoted, JS, and I have worked with him in my previous capacity, but of course, since his involvement in the cheetah and his contribution has been exemplary. And coming to his subject again, and I'll just leave at this moment, the translocation of animals as a part of saving, I think, is an extremely important subject. It is something which we learned. We did not know how to tranquilize an animal. I have watched a tigress die, Luti, who had two wonderful cubs, and she was mauled by another tiger. And we had no thing. She developed septicemia and died in my own presence, and we couldn't do a thing about it. We didn't know how. I'm talking about 1969, 70. We didn't know how to tranquilize. Now we become the experts of the world. We know how to tranquilize. This is what, and there should be no compunction in admitting that we don't know. We are very good learners, and we are very good adapters. We are a very good lot of people, but we have the arrogance of the bureaucracy. We think we know everything when we don't. and that arrogance can be fatal. We must learn, and we can then be the leaders of the world if we have the gumption to learn. Thank you very much, and I would like Mr. Chauhan to continue. And I do apologize, I get carried away and I talk too much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. At the outset, let me say this. I mean, whatever I am presenting is not from the scientific perspective, because all of you, I've seen presentations yesterday, beautiful presentations. I have been a manager throughout my career, so this presentation is from the perspective of a manager, how we look at things. So the slides also may be slightly, I mean, the arrangement of slides, you may find it strange, but that's the way we think. The role of translocation, because he told me to present on the role of translocation, and this is what I've been doing for the past, till my retirement, for the past, say, how many, 10 years now? हाँ, ठीक है, हो रहा है. So the translocation is extremely important for the species conservation and of course the population management. So in the succeeding slides, I'll be able to elaborate it more. Why we talk about the species recovery? Because I mean, we need to save the species from extinction. There are many species on the brink of extinction. One such species we had in out of many, one we had in Kana, called the hard ground Barasinga, which was just 66 or 70 in number in early 70s, and now fortunately we have some 1,200 odd animals in the state now. So this is something which is a success story from Madhya Pradesh. Of course, we have seen a revival of gharials in National Chambal Sanctuary. We are comfortably placed now, and we also have another good population in not exactly a good population, but yes, it's improving now in Son Gharial Sanctuary, and little bit in the Cane Gharial Sanctuary. But Cane, the landscape doesn't allow to proliferate it the way we would have loved to. So it's like I mean, why species recovery? Because we want to avoid a situation like having all your eggs in one basket, as the Gujarat, the state of Gujarat have, the Asiatic lion, I mean, just in one single place. If the epidemic of that proportion, which actually happened in Tanzania, maybe 2 or 3 decades back, if that kind of epidemic is to happen in Gir, everything will be wiped out. So we need to have the insurance, we need to have the alternate population, and geographically, I mean, separated in ecosystem. So I mean, that is one real good thing which cannot happen without translocation. So recolonizing the lost ground, say for example in Bandhavgarh and Sanjay Tiger Reserve, we lost all our gaur population, wiped out. I don't know for what reason, and I mean there would be many reasons, but we have tried to reintroduced them back in the Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve and now in the Sanjay Tiger Reserve. I mean, the Bandhavgarh population is doing good. So that is where this point we have taken. I mean, it's always good to recolonize the areas of the past distribution range, and ensuring uniform distribution of species and optimum utilization or optimum habitat utilization. There are habitats, number of habitats in a state like Madhya Pradesh where which actually has a potential of supporting a variety of life forms, variety of species, but then they do not have that. So I mean, if we want to make use of that habitat and for a particular species, this translocation comes handy. What are the threats for the species survival? It's the habitat degradation and fragmentation, which you'll find almost in all species. This is the common thing. So, I mean, degradation, the habitat that we had in the past, I mean, it is almost gone. But we are struggling to basically keep the habitat viable for whatever wildlife populations we have. And fragmentation is due to the linear infrastructures, the hydroelectric dams and all. So that is also. Sir, ये सामने नहीं दिखाई. It will be difficult for you to look back, sir. So loss of habitat outside PAs. Yesterday, someone, one of the speakers actually mentioned this, that almost 30–40% of the wildlife, I mean, they are outside the protected area system. So we have equally good forest areas in Madhya Pradesh, like say in Bandhavgarh, in Umaria, in Katni, in Satna, which actually support a very good population of different wild animals. So that area is also impacted. So obviously the population also gets affected. Illegal wildlife trade is again is a big problem, and the moment the forest department or the enforcement agencies they lack attention, I mean they'll do their job. So we have to be, our system, our enforcement agencies need to be on the toes all the time, so that at least the illegal trade is kept in control. The disease is another big issue, which is relatively less explored in India. Even in the veterinary colleges, we hardly teach the wildlife diseases and all. So we always, I mean, so far we are just treating or studying about the domestic cattle or livestock, and wildlife species they find a backseat in that context. But now some of the veterinary colleges or the universities they have come forward to have the wildlife disease wildlife section as their subject now, and there are many good veterinarians coming in now. Climate change is another issue which impacts the species survival. Alien invasive species is something which basically is a cause of concern, and it's like say lantana, it covers the entire area, doesn't allow grasses to come up, and there are so many problems. There would be a section of our society which actually will advocate for lantana. That I mean, I have heard that about even the Page Tiger Reserve, the Kolarwali gave birth to 5 tiger cubs and raised it. So people attribute that to the lantana cover, which to my mind is not true. And she had no other idea. She had no other option but to use that those bushes. But grasses in place of the lantana bushes would have been much productive, much useful for them. Then unwise land use practices is another issue which are unfortunately our system, the democratic system, we at times we push it very hard. I mean the example is like in Sariska, in National Chambal Sanctuary, in Panna, and Madhav, many more places where the mining, illegal mining also going on. So this is also something, and under the patronage of very higher ups. So that is also a very serious threat. Tools for the species recovery. It's a, I mean, what to say here? Just to identify the problem and remove it. So that is exactly what we have done in the case of Barasingha, and now it is doing well. So, and similarly, all other species also will have some peculiar problem associated with their survival risk. Then habitat improvement and management is another tool where we can actually reduce the pace of extinction. Providing inviolate space. I'm happy to share that not less than 200 odd villages, 210 or so villages have been relocated from the protected area, the core areas in Madhya Pradesh. So that much area is now inviolate. Out of the 6 or 7 tiger reserves that we have in Madhya Pradesh, at least 4 tiger reserves have their core areas inviolate. So no villages, no disturbance there. So now, I mean, the Bandhavgarh and the Sanjay Tiger Reserve will and of course the newly constituted Nauradehi Tiger Reserve, they are in a process of evacuating villages from their areas. And village relocation, I mean, many people think that, I mean, it's inhuman. We should not be doing this. I mean, it's rubbish. Village relocation should be like that. I mean, our responsibility is much more larger than anyone else's. But then, yes, I mean, it should be a win-win situation. The communities, they get a good package, and in lieu of that, we recover the habitat there. So that is the kind of way. I mean, hand-holding is important. So we need to be associated with the communities till they are settled properly. Effective protection mechanism, which is the backbone. The first day when the national park or the sanctuary is constituted, this is something which is, I mean, anybody would look for, whether it is protected or not, whether you have the proper mechanism in place or not, whether you have a proper communication network or not. So this is extremely important. Thoughtful biodiversity governance is also very, very important. I'll cite one example here. The Great Indian Bustard was here in Madhya Pradesh, and we had 2 sanctuaries dedicated for Great Indian Bustard. The one sanctuary, Ghati Gaon, was almost 60% forest area and 40% revenue area, private land. The other one was 100% private land. And we lost Great Indian Bustard at both the places. So we could not actually anticipate what is going on there. So that is, I'll say this, that was the failure of our own system, and I mean, we could not actually. So what basically happened in Gandhi, the Ghatigaon sanctuary, because it's a sanctuary and our mindset is protected. So protect the sanctuary. So remove grazing. So what will happen? The bushes will come, the grasses will grow taller, and this poor bird, they require the moderately grazed areas, cleaner areas to fly. They need a runway kind of a clearing there. And with our management, we lost everything. And so the bird also, flew away. So lopsided management is also, it is counterproductive at times. So active wildlife management is something which basically I'll be talking today. in a little while. The training and skill upgradation is a regular process. It's a continuous process which basically, with the time, we need to basically keep on upgrading these skills. What should be the approach like? Say, one is the restoration of habitat, the another is utilization, and the third one is the active wildlife management. This is the broad three categories that I think we can take these approaches. Restoration of habitat is basically managing and manipulating the habitat so that it can actually accommodate more animals there, the populations, bigger population size there, providing inviolate space to increase the wildlife population is another aspect. And utilization is basically a Western concept, and which is not practiced in India. So, I mean, it is basically the population management through exchange, hunting, utilization of wildlife for commercial purposes, though not practiced in the subcontinent. So, this is out of question. Our laws do not allow this. Then the active wildlife management is translocation of wild animals for population management to address population density issues, the balancing the skewed sex ratios, and of course genetic issues, then stocking and restocking of potential habitats where the animals either have gone extinct, local extinct, or they do not exist there. The other regions for the translocation of animals, stressed habitat conditions lead to poor health conditions of the animals. Then they avoid habitat degradation due to overutilization of habitat. Then disease risk is always there. Then opportunity to colonize potential habitat in its past distribution range, and avoid risk for extinction in the species. So what should be the choice of technique then? The chemical immobilization is one option, but this is limited to certain conditions. Say largely mega herbivores, the carnivores, stressed and problem and strayed animals, and you normally use them. I mean, there's no second thought about this. The physical capture is largely for the strayed herbivores, reptiles, primates, that you employ this technique. Then the mass capture technique is largely for herding animals like, say, spotted deer, and then blue bull, black bucks, and the swamp deer. Why mass capture technique? It's basically relatively economic. I mean, you don't need much resources for this. Once you have, invested in the bomas or like that. So I mean, it can be used and reused. So almost risk-free. There hardly any. So far, we have translocated some 118 odd swamp deer, and not even a single casualty during capture and transportation. So this is relatively very risk-free, maximum output with relatively less efforts. You don't need months together, but then you can and simultaneously you can actually fill up 3 or 4 trucks together if the opportunity permits. Relatively easy to execute. It's staff friendly. We cannot expect a technique good for this purpose if our field staff are not comfortable in executing the thing. And the lack of modern drugs and dose standardization also is an issue, because modern drugs, I mean, we have done this gore translocation very recently, but we had to wait for almost a year for drugs to be imported because of the laws are like that, you know. So, and then of course we also do not, our veterinarians do not have the standardization of doses of these drugs for the herbivores, the smaller, the medium sized herbivores like the swamp deer or the sambar or the cheetal. So that is also another issue. And we have tried this, we have tried everything in Kana, and that's how we narrowed down to the mass capture technique. So some of the examples that we have taken up in Madhya Pradesh is the Ghadial, extremely successful, I would say. Then the Gaur translocation is also another success. Tigers we have done, and everybody knows about Panna, everybody knows about the Madhav, and the, of course, the Nauradehi, and many animals we have translocated to Satpura Tiger Reserve also. Swamp deer, we have now 3 or 4 populations now. One Vihar has a very small population, but then we also have a population in Bandhavgarh. We have a population, healthy population in Satpura Tiger Reserve, almost 200 plus, and we have some 1,000 plus animals in Kana. Then of course black buck. Black buck that we did so far is, I mean, it's a mixed feeling, you know. I'm a little bit happy that we could do it, but I am extremely sad that, I mean, that cannot be considered as a complete success, because 25 out of the 50 animals, they died in the first week, and that was actually not our fault. We believed, and in the officers of the Andhra Pradesh, the undivided Andhra Pradesh Forest Department, and they sent a team. They said that we have done 7,000, 8,000 animals in Andhra, and no mortality, hardly 1% mortality. We believed them, and we brought that team here, and they did the same thing here. Then the second fault was of our own veterinarians. They did not use the drugs, excellent drugs. Today we have excellent drugs in the market, the best in the business, and we had those drugs. Say for example, haloperidol. That drug could have saved many animals, but then they didn't use, because the people from Andhra Pradesh, they said, no sir, nothing will happen, and they believed them. So 25 out of 50 animals we lost in the first week itself. So that is a mixed feeling. Now we have a bigger plan for black buck capture. Now the South African, the best in the business companies in South Africa, we have invited them to help us out in some or the other way, that, and the crop breeding animals, the black bucks, that we can capture them and translocate to some good areas like say Gandhi Sagar or Kuno or Madhav or wherever. Then cheetah is another one. It's very recent. Everybody is aware about cheetah because it appears every day, almost on regular basis in the newspapers, for good reasons and for all the bad reasons also. So, and blue bull is also, we have tried this, and we have succeeded in capturing them, and now our team should be equipped enough to capture wherever required. The passive capture technique. I'll just run through the case study of Barasingha translocation, how we actually did. We didn't have a very good history of Barasingha translocation in our country, because in the past we had tried once, probably 1982. So, and we lost all the animals that we had captured.
No, not all.
Two survived.
And 14 died that night. Pawar and I didn't sleep.
So Dr. Ranjit Singh Saab was also part of that the operation.
I was not responsible.
No, not responsible. You're part of that operation. So we didn't have the have the good experience of the translocation of swamp deer, and more so when the gentlemen who actually are one of our senior, very reputed officer. He worked as a field director in Kana for 11 years, and he has done his PhD in Barasingha. He was sitting in Delhi, and he was not willing to give any permission to the state. He believed that this cannot be done, the animals will die. So, and when the pressure mounted, he gave permission for 5 animals. You translocate 5 animals to one vihar, then we'll see, we'll think it over, and then we can consider your permission. We did, very immediately we did that exercise, and we translocated 7 animals here in one vihar. Then we again approached, but we could not get the permission till he retired. So the gentleman who came next, he gave us permission, and now the Barasingha translocation is also history now. Otherwise, the first translocation that we did in one vihar, had we lost was just single animal, the entire Barasingha translocation would have locked forever. Oh, these are the general descriptions of the swamp deer, so not directly related to the subject here. So swamp deer, we just had one population in Kana Tiger Reserve. And this was a big responsibility on the department, and we actually thought of translocating it to the Sanjay Tiger Reserve. We did the PHBA, and the area was found very suitable. And there was this area is also in the historical distribution range of swamp deer. The James Forsyth also mentions about the red deer in the Denuva Valley. So that was the background that we actually had gone ahead with. And then we prepared the site in Bori, predator-proof the enclosure, and brought some animals here, bred them here, and then released them. Now the Satpura has more than 200 animals. So one of the, out of the 3 subspecies that we have here in India, one of these subspecies found in the northeast is named after Dr. Ranjit Singh ji, Sarvas Duosili Ranjit Singh ai. So let us have a big applaud for him. Biological attribute also nothing to do here in this presentation. You can see the velvets and the mature. It looks beautiful. So
the Chief Minister wanted the tiger to be the state animal.
Yeah.
I insisted that this one should be.
And this is the animal. This is the state animal at present. And rightly so, sir. I mean, ये कहाँ अटक जाता है ये?
They were 64. They were 64 in 1967.
67, okay.
64, I counted them. 7 fawns. Okay.
Yeah, great.
16 killed by tiger because of the waiting.
Yeah, today, I mean, I think we have 150 plus increment every year now.
Yes.
But then there is a predation also. So these are the beds, like say the females they make for the fawning. Food preferences also. It's a graminivore. It's essentially grazes grasses, and that too not every grass is eaten by swamp deer. Okay. Reintroduction. Yeah, this is. I have already told you about this. So, Satpura Tiger Reserve today has 206 odd animals, Bandhavgarh has 37, and one Vihar has 11 animals. This is it's like, say, the Boma capture technique. It's nothing new, and it is used frequently and everywhere in Africa. But we have actually designed them according to our requirement. So the triangle that you see in the middle, what we observed in the first 2-3 attempts, this was not there. So they were actually moving. The animals were moving either on this wall or on this wall. So, but then they, whenever they sensed any disturbance, they would actually turn back and use the entire area and then go back. So we denied access to those animals in the middle, and we created this triangle, and they had no choice but to get into the funnel. So this is also something which basically, and now as I told you right now, you can actually fill up all the 3 trucks together. You just arrange the trucks like this, and this truck, I mean, okay, sir. So you can actually fill up this truck first and उसको रवाना कीजिए, फिर इसको भरो, इसको रवाना कीजिए, फिर इसको भरो. एंड ये जो यूनिट है, ये वाली ये यूनिट सेग्रीगेशन यूनिट कहलाती है, जिसमें अगर आपको प्रॉपर सेक्स रेशियो, इफ यू डू नॉट हैव द प्रॉपर सेक्स रेशियो, you can actually remove animals from here. You can remove them out, you can remove from here out, and the animals that you want to be transported is in the middle section, and you can fill the truck, and then this is the transportation truck, and then this transportation truck has a CCTV camera inside the cabin, and the veterinarian is supposed to sit with the driver and have observations, continuous observation of the animals inside, and regularly, after say maybe 1.5 hours or at max 2 hours, they need to stop somewhere and then see the animals, whether the animals are doing well, and then keep driving slowly, not more than 40 kilometers an hour. So this is briefing and then debriefing. We had several teams. Animal drive team was different, gate, curtains, closure teams were different, wireless team, vehicle team, veterinarian team, and then a little bit, I mean, you need to be very careful. While the gentleman who has cough, he need not employed for the curtain closing or the gate closing team, because the moment the animals are moving and if something happens there, some noise will spoil the entire this thing. Then there is a documentation team also. Yeah, thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you so much, Jasbir sir, for this wonderful presentation. Are there any questions or queries? Volunteers, please rush with your mics. In the first row as well. I think, sir, we are taking that question. We will come to you. Can you set up that mic, please? Yes, I think it's working now. Is it working? Yeah.
Hello, sir. Sir, my question is there any kind of inbreeding depression in case of Asiatic lion, as you just told? That the population is present only in the Gir National Park in the whole of Asia. So is there any case of inbreeding depression in the current population of Asiatic lion?
I am not an authority on the Asiatic lion, so I do not have a right to comment on that. But then, yes, I have the observations that the signs of inbreeding is visible in the population. He'll be able to tell you.
If you don't mind.
No, please.
Inbreeding is, of course, a very, very important aspect, and one has to keep in mind because it does lead to genetic simplification and therefore less resistance to pathogens. But I think it's been overplayed in reality. When we started off Project Tiger, we were told that unless you have a basic population, because all our tiger population then and now were isolated, they are islands of population because of the habitat segregation, that you need to have 200. That was Paul Lehausen, the chairman of the cat group, special group, who with me and Holloway did that survey of the tiger project interim. Anyway, so I said we don't have 200 tigers. We never had 200 tigers anywhere. So we don't start. But on the other hand, let's say this. Look at the way they have survived. 64 Barasinga, now over 1,000. 16 Manipur brown-antlered deer, Sangai. I counted them from the air, and they were then the rarest animal in the whole world, rarest taxa, because the northern white rhinoceros had been in Africa had been extinct. 16, now they're up with it. The entire population of the Asiatic, of the alpine ibex, 6 animals, 6 to 8, surviving in Gran Paradiso National Park. Today they are 45,000 plus. So, as long as there is life, there is hope, and as I say, 2 can make a multitude. Never give up. Never give up. 2 can make a multitude. Yes, genetically it may not be so good. But there is another thing here that I would like to, with you, I hope you, that we should not mix species. There is a tendency कि ये कम हो गए. Even in we had a wildlife board meeting when they were Barasinga were on the way out in '64. I was collector there in Kana, and Christian, late N. Krishnan, suggested we bring the Barasinga from Dudwa and introduce them here because this is going to go. I said no, till the last one. We do not play God. We do not mix species. And in that context, please be careful. Don't bring the black buck from the wrong. One of the worst things that has happened is that we wiped out, and I won't go why the black buck got extinct in, there were 6 down, and I told the person, please move the thing into Bamni Dadar, they'll survive there. But no, it was not done, and the black buck were extinct, and we got them out. There are 2 subspecies of the Cervicapra ratputana. We have both in Madhya Pradesh. The northern one, it comes up to the thing, but the eastern side, we have an admixture. And there is probably a third population which was in between, because I could see the difference between the nominate race, the Cervicapra, which is there now in Chhattisgarh. But okay, Siddhi and that side. We still have a population on that side, Badra. That's the eastern race, and it goes all the way south. This one is the Rajputana, but in between was this wonderful population in Kana which we've lost. And therefore, let's not get ke yahan khatam ho gaya to kahin aur se laye. Let's not play God. Let's breed them as they are, and genetic swamping or not, it's better to stick to that species because they are already adapted to that particular kind of a habitat.
And then more so, I mean, the inbreeding doesn't set in 100 years, 200 years. It takes very long time to set in.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. There's just one more time for one more question. I'm so sorry, sir. I think he would like to have a question. Okay.
सर मैं ये पूछ रहा था, जैसे कुछ पर्टिकुलर एरियाज ऐसे हैं जहाँ पर टाइगर या लेपर्ड कैटल्स को ज़्यादा किल करते हैं, जिस वजह से मतलब जो ग्रामीण है वो भी उनके अगेंस्ट में चले जाते हैं या पॉइजन भी दे देते हैं। और अभी रिसेंटली न्यूज़ है 2 दिन पहले की कि धार में जो नील गाय हैं उनको मारने के लिए आदेश जारी किए जा रहे हैं। तो इज इट बेटर कि हम उनको वहां से ट्रांसलोकेशन करके ऐसे पर्टिकुलर एरिया में शिफ्ट करें जहां पर टाइगर्स ज्यादा कैटल को किल कर रहे हैं?
बैठिए ना, बैठिए। ये जो आप बता रहे हैं जहाँ पे लेपर्ड एंड टाइगर लाइव स्टॉक को वो कर रहे हैं, तो बेसिकली वो एक इशू है, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट इशू है, मैन एनिमल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट वाला इशू है जो मैनेजमेंट को एड्रेस करना चाहिए। उसके एड्रेस करने के कई तरीके होते हैं, है ना। मतलब आप उन कार्निवोर्स जो प्रॉब्लम एनिमल्स को आइडेंटिफाई करो, उनको आप रिमूव करो वहाँ से, या आप वहाँ से कुछ मतलब दूसरी फिजिकल बैरियर आप क्रिएट कर सकते हो। आप वहाँ पे जो लोकल जो वो है प्रे है, वाइल्ड प्रे, उसको आप एनहांस कर सकते हो। बहुत 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 सारी चीज़ें इसमें कही जा सकती हैं, बट ये मैन एनिमल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है। और इसी में जो ये अभी एक्टिव वाइल्ड लाइफ मैनेजमेंट की हम बात कर रहे थे, तो ये ऐसी जगह ये काम आता है कि आपको जब पेंच में, बांधवगढ़ में ये हम रेगुलरली कर रहे हैं कि कोई एनिमल बाहर निकल जाता है, उसने किसी इवन आदमी को मार दिया तो उसको वहाँ से उठा लेते हैं। तो वो अभी हम कर रहे हैं जब इंसिडेंट होने के बाद, ये जिस दिन हम करना शुरू कर देंगे पहले एंटीसिपेट करके कि भाई जो एनिमल्स बाहर जा रहे हैं, बाहर कॉन्फ्लिक्ट होगा, तो अगर हम पहले से ये सब करना शुरू कर देंगे तो वो एक्चुअल सही स्थिति वो होगी। बट हिंदुस्तान में एक पॉलिसी, एज ए मैटर ऑफ पॉलिसी, हम लोग ये भी देखते हैं कि आप अपने प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज को फेंस नहीं कर सकते। आप साउथ अफ्रीका में जाइए, सारे के सारे जितने भी रिजर्व्स हैं उनके सब फेंस्ड हैं, तो बाहर जाने का सवाल ही नहीं उठता। तो वैसे ही अगर यहाँ पे भी करोगे तो कोई मतलब कॉन्फ्लिक्ट नहीं होगी। बट एज ए मैटर ऑफ पॉलिसी यहाँ पे हिंदुस्तान में हम वी डू नॉट फेंस देम। अब दैट्स वाई, अब अगर हम फेंस नहीं करेंगे, प्रोटेक्शन मिलेगा, ब्रीडिंग होगी, तो ये प्रॉब्लम ये आती रहेंगी। ह्यूमन वाइल्ड लाइफ इंटरफेस ये बना रहेगा।
मैं बहुत खुश हूँ और पूरा सदन बहुत खुश है डॉक्टर रणजीत सिंह जी को हमारे साथ देख करके। मेरा एक रिक्वेस्ट भी होगी कि डॉक्टर साहब के साथ हम सबकी फोटोग्राफ भी हो तो एक बहुत बड़ी मेमोरी होगी। मेरी क्वेश्चन रणजीत सिंह से ही है कि उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया टाइगर और मैग्निफिसेंट हैबिटेट पे। थोड़ा सा मैं बात बढ़ाना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि आपकी रिचेस्ट नॉलेज है, आई रिस्पेक्ट यू ए लॉट। और क्योंकि सेविंग 1980s में बिट्टू सहगल ने एक शानदार 13 एपिसोड बनाए थे, सेविंग द टाइगर, सेविंग द ह्यूमन लाइफ। तो उसी विषय को मैं थोड़ा सा, क्योंकि सदन पूरा सुनना चाहेगा आपको, आपकी रिचेस्ट नॉलेज है। सेविंग द टाइगर इज सेविंग द magnificent habitat or saving the best biodiversity and saving the human race. थोड़ा सा कोरिलेशन है। सेविंग द टाइगर इज सेविंग द बायोडाइवर्सिटी इज सेविंग द ह्यूमन रेस। आप बोलेंगे, सदन बहुत खुश होगा आपके उत्तर से।
तो आप काइंडली कैन यू आइडेंटिफाई योरसेल्फ? आप इतना
मुझे डॉक्टर तेज प्रकाश व्यास कहते हैं और शायद 5 दशक से मैं वाइल्ड लाइफ से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ। इंडियन स्नेक्स पे काम किया हुआ है मैंने, और मैंने कुछ पीएचडीज भी प्रोड्यूस की है, ब्रीडिंग, बिहेवियर एंड बायोलॉजी ऑफ इंडियन स्नेक्स पर। मैं धार पीजी कॉलेज का प्रिंसिपल रहा हूँ और गए 8 वर्षों से एंटी एजिंग पर काम कर रहा हूँ। मैंने हार्वर्ड मेडिकल स्कूल और अमेरिकन हार्ट एसोसिएशन से हार्ट केयर पर काम किया है, और वो हार्ट केयर विदाउट एनी डिसीज, उसमें 40 नए पैसे की डिस्प्रिन या एस्प्रिन भी नहीं है।
वेरी काइंड एंड ग्रेशियस, बट मेरे पास इतना टाइम है कि नहीं, आई डू नॉट नो। अब मैं ही बकवास करता रहूं तो बोर हो जाएगा। नहीं, बट एक चीज़ें मैं, फर्स्टली आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक JS for a very incisive and a very, very important topic, and I think we should all join him in a very, but I'd like to, before I forget, say 2 or 3 suggestions, if I may, and add to it, because this is very important. And then, if you will permit, जो आपने कहा मैं करूँ, but I don't want to take over the whole. अच्छा, एक तो जो चीज़ जो मैं कहना चाहूँगा एक आपने जो कहा, and I like to supplement your talk because not as a to bifurcate, but to add on to what you said. एक सजेशन इनको ये दूंगा कि आपने कहा एलियन इन्वेजिव स्पीशीज, आप थोड़ा सा उसको बदल करके इन्वेजिव एलियन स्पीशीज कहिएगा, देन इट बिकम्स IAS. तो ये ठीक है. दूसरा, ये जो two things which, if you will,
of course, please go ahead.
आपने, you pointed out the various issues which were affecting conservation of endangered species. एक चीज omit हो गई, and I don't, it's no matter of criticism, it is always forgotten, and it is one of the most insidious and in a way very, very harmful, and in the long run it loses the entire significance, and that is genetic swamping. Inbreeding with domestics, inbreeding with other collateral subspecies, जो black buck की मैंने जो अभी जिक्र किया, and that goes across the table. The wild boar today is a totally affected species. They are breeding with those bandurias, awful things which are served as dangerous pork. The crossbreeding thing. The red jungle fowl and the grey jungle fowl are interbreeding. I have a picture, a lithograph of a red jungle fowl with black legs. When I bought it, I said, "Ye aisa kaise leg ho sakta hai? I've never seen them black." And then I read a paper that the original had black, but with interbreeding, they become grey and yellow. Interbreeding. So we have lost the genetic purity of the original race. You may call me a purist, but you see, you use a subspecies. You use a subspecies to, and the endangerment to save the habitat. If we say कि बारासिंगा ये यहाँ ख़त्म हो गया तो वहाँ से ले लेंगे, इंटरब्रीड कर देंगे, ईस्टर्न रेस है, वेस्टर्न रेस है. इंसिडेंटली हार्ड ग्राउंड मत कहिए, सेंट्रल नॉर्दर्न एंड दैट वुड बी बेटर, बिकॉज द हार्ड ग्राउंड बारासिंगा का ये कृष्णन का शब्द है, and it's quite a common word. It becomes you know, as if it was a sambar or something. So yes, hard ground के बजाय central Indian बारासिंगा, ईस्टर्न एंड नॉर्दर्न टू बी बेटर, बट एनीवे. तो ये इंटरब्रीडिंग का जो है वो नहीं होना चाहिए. द वर्स्ट केस थिंग इज द वाइल्ड बफेलो. अपन जो बातें करते हैं, एंड अनफॉर्चुनेटली स्पीशीज शुड नॉट बी गिवन ए प्राइस टैग. गवर्नमेंट वंस embarked कि let us rate species on the monetary value. I missed a heartbeat. Tiger will of course be the most important because it's a money spinner. So that means the others don't matter. You cannot put a price tag on the thing. But if you want to put a price tag, you know what is the most valuable animal in the whole world? The wild buffalo. The true wild buffalo is the most important quantitatively, monetary-wise, animal in the whole world, because it is the wild counterpart of the most common domestic animal in the whole world. The most domestic animal in the whole world is the domestic buffalo. There are more domestic buffalo in the world than even sheep and goats. And you know the value of the wild counterpart, genetically. That wild buffalo is the most important, if you put a price tag on it. And how many are left? 5. 5 in Chhattisgarh, and 1 female. 5 Pandav and a female. उसका नाम आशा, मैंने कहा आशा मर जाएगी, उसके बाद निराशा. So, and there is a very funny thing which happens. You see, and this was what I noticed with the Barasinga. After, when they come to that particular, and this is the danger, when they come down to a very small population, as if they give up. Those 64 Barasinga were not interested in breeding. In the main thing, I was so worried, but they recovered. Okay. These, and then a particular thing kind of happens as if nature is giving up. The progeny becomes either male or female entirely. The Barasinga, all the progeny of Asha were males, bulls, till they had to do artificial insemination. The busters are all breeding females. And the males are the ones who die, because the males go out and get hit, because stupidly they go and look for females. The females are more, they stay put, and these bastards go and get the wire, but that's another story. So this is the problem, that if we have and today if you want to see, there are a few ones in, of course, in Indravati, which are in a terrible state of affairs because of the Naxalite problems. But the true wild buffalo is simply gone. They all interbred with domestics. The hundreds in Kaziranga which are swamped, genetic swamping. There is only one little population left in Bhutan, Manas. But they are the thing. So we have to have that genetic importance. The second thing I would like to, and therefore we should not do this genetic swamping thing, and we have to take that as a cognizance. The other thing that he pointed out, and that's very important, about the translocation of certain animals. Now, and he won't mind, the forest department won't mind saying so, we have learned how to translocate cheetal and other animals. We haven't yet got down to black buck, and we haven't done enough for nilgai, because these are the animals which are not really found in areas controlled by the forest department. They are in revenue areas. But it is extremely important that we learn this technique, because we are killing, as it were, it's not a good word, two birds with one stone. Why should we prescribe and halal karo and describe and have them slaughter nilgai when they can be translocated and used somewhere else? They are surplus and a pest vermin in some place where they can be utilized somewhere else, in tiger reserves. Look, if there are 1,000 of them hammering away at the crops, you can't take 1,000, but 200. At least the people will feel that something is being done, and those 200 will be utilized in a place where they could provide food for the tiger, so that they don't go and do cattle killing outside. It will, to that extent, it will help out in providing food for the tiger. And I had even suggested at that point of time, just after my retirement, that each wildlife wing create a special unit, that the Wildlife Institute of India evolve techniques of mass capture, group capture of nilgai and blackbuck, so that we translocate them from one place where they are problematic to places where they are required. And as I said, served a dual purpose, but it was not done. And it will still be done, and I'll keep on hammering away at it, because I think it's very important to reduce man-animal conflict and to provide something which is required somewhere else and save them to that extent. It's certainly better than getting somebody to come in and do halal to them, like a Nawab of So I think that's about it. Or should I have?
I think that's about it. We will have plenty of time to discuss that, sir.
वो सब चेंज हो जाएगा वो इतना कहाँ तक बोल
Thank you. Thank you so much, and let's have a.
Just one
sorry,
one
of
small.
Course, of course.
Sir, just for your information, Nilgai, we have been able to do some in the very recent past. But Black Buck, as I just now told you, we have hired the best in the business company that is in South Africa. They'll be coming. Unfortunately, our limitation is the very narrow window between the crops. If the crop is there on the field, then you cannot do it. So या तो हमको अप्रैल के बाद जाना पड़ेगा या फिर ये जो रबी एंड खरीफ के बीच का जो थोड़ा सा बहुत स्मॉल विंडो होती है उसमें करना पड़ता है. तो नाउ this is in the process and hopefully it will be done.
Let's have a huge round of applause for this wonderful session. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel, head of the SNHC India, to present a souvenir to the Tiger Prince who has been gracing this session so wonderfully. Let's have a huge round of applause for the Tiger Prince, Dr. M.K. Ranjit Singh. I would like to call Dr. Sangeeta Rajgir, founder, Bhopal Birds, to present Mr. Jasbir Singh Chauhan with a souvenir for the event. So your presentation has been lovely. Thank you so much for being a part of this conference. Just a quick announcement. We are going to proceed for a quick tea break right now, and with that we'll continue the rest of other sessions. Those who are interested in poster presentation, the poster presentation will take place in the garden area right after the tea break. The tea break will be for 20 minutes. See you in 20 minutes. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to the second day of the second National Conference on Lesser Known Species of India, of Madhya Pradesh, organized by Society of Nature Healers, Conservators and Local Tourism Development, Bhopal, supported by MP State Biodiversity Board. I would like to let you know this entire conference is being supported by MP Forest Department, Bhopal Birds and WTI. Our institutional partner is EPCO Bhopal, the conference hall of which we are sitting in right now. We are thankful to our travel partner, mptourandtravels.com, our print partner, SNHC Journal. We are thankful to our knowledge partners, Central Zoo Authority, VNS, One Vihar National Park and Zoo, NMNH, and WWF. Friends, will be officially proceeding with the second day now. Before we begin, before we resume, I would like to request that please turn off your phones. And since we're running a bit short on time, please keep your presentation well in track with time. And if you have any questions, any queries, please keep them concise, short, and to the point. The next session that we have is going to be a presentation by Dr. Sujit Narwade. He is going to speak to us about the conservation of grassland birds, present status, conservation challenges, and how to revive them. Is Vikas sir here? Yes, of course. So we can officially, formally begin with this. I would like to call on the stage Dr. Sujit Narwade, who is going to present his thoughts now. And I would like to request Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel, head of SNHC India, to please felicitate and welcome him on our behalf. Let's have a round of applause for Dr. Sujit Narwade. He has received a PhD degree in zoology at Mumbai University through BNHS on the topic Status, Distribution, Habitat, Use and Conservation of Birds of the Deccan region of Maharashtra in India, with special reference to Great Indian Bustard. He is working in BNHS since the year 2004, and at present he is coordinating projects on conservation of critically endangered bird Lesser florican, conservation of the critically endangered bird Great Indian Bustard with community engagement in the Thar Desert, developing strategies for the conservation of critically endangered Lesser florican and its habitat through assessment of its population, distribution and threats in the Bidar district in Karnataka, supported by the Karnataka Forest Department, and also Envis Resource Partner in Avian Ecology, BNHS India, supported by the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, Government of India. Sir, I would like you to please take your seat, and we thank you for being here with us. This session is going to be chaired by Dr. Yogesh Dubey. I would also like to call him on the stage. Dr. Yogesh Dubey is a professor at IIFM Bhopal, and I would again ask Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to please felicitate and welcome Dr. Yogesh Dubey on the stage. Let's have a round of applause. Dr. Yogesh Dubey is a wildlife biologist. He hasn't changed since yesterday. That is the most notable remark about him. But sir, today we have, the audience has changed. You haven't, certainly, but the audience has a bit of it. We of course have the Tiger Prince with us right now, and he would like to know. Dr. Yogesh Dubey is a wildlife biologist. He holds a master's in wildlife science from Aligarh Muslim University and a PhD in wildlife from Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. He has been working as a professor at Indian Institute of Forest Management since 2001. His area of interest is human-wildfire conflict management, wildlife conservation, biodiversity inclusive impact assessment, and sustainable tourism. We are very thankful that Dr. Yogesh Dubey is going to chair this session. Before we begin, once again I would like to request, please turn off your mobile phones. We should be very mindful of this. And I will request Dr. Yogesh Dubey to please open the session with your chairing comments.
The session 2, and this is going to be yet another very, very interesting session talking about the habitats that are so susceptible to the land use if they're not managed, if they're not conserved, they're not protected properly. And as these habitats change over a period of time, the dependent wildlife species, the whole conglomerate of the biological diversity that inhabits these systems also becomes susceptible, and their populations, they suffer. And we have seen how the degradation of grasslands have taken place in our country. And with that, a lot of grassland species have been pushed either to the brink of extinction, or they are undergoing this population crisis. So from this perspective, this session is extremely important. And I'm fortunate enough to chair this session for the very reason that my first rendezvous as a wildlife researcher or a wildlife practitioner, it actually started with traversing the GIB and lesser florican habitats all across Gujarat, Rajasthan, and Madhya Pradesh. I mean, of course, I did not go to Andhra Pradesh, but these three states, almost for 3.5 months, I traveled with my teacher, Professor Asad Rahmani, who was with us at that time at Aligarh Muslim University, and he has been a source of inspiration for most of us, at least me and Rajat. And so I have been to this landscape way back in '93. And I've seen this landscape very, very extensively, all the GIB and lesser florican habitats. So I am actually now looking forward, very excited to hear this presentation. So with that, I would now invite Dr. Sujit to initiate his presentation.
Good afternoon, all. I'll be talking about the topic mentioned here, and already I think I'm carrying forward the message given by Chauhan Saab. Already he discussed what are the threats our wildlife is facing, and Dr. M.K. Ranjit Singh, who is legendary conservationist, and he talked about the tiger as well as bustards and floricans. So what are the issues these species are facing? So those I would be presenting here, and what we are doing to address those threats, and what are the ways to revive them. That is based on our experience on working in those two on those two species. So I would like to start with this slide where you can see on left side there is Great Indian Bustard lying below a power line. It is dead bird. So it got hit with the power line over there and it died. Why this happened, we will see later on. And on right side there is a dead body of lesser florican from eastern part of Rajasthan, Ajmer. So this bird is basically a female, and those birds are now surviving in crop fields because all the grasslands, either grasslands have been vanished or those which are there, those are in degraded phase. So the birds are surviving in agriculture fields, and this particular female died while saving her chicks because there are, during harvesting time, huge harvesters comes and they cut the crops. So she actually died because of, while saving those two chicks. Okay, before going to talk about those two species, I would like to show some footages about this wildlife, specifically these two birds. So on left side, on upper side, that is Great Indian Bustard in display. You can see the majestic bird, and it inhales the air while displaying, and there is a gular pouch. This air get filled with that air. That particular gular pouch get filled with air, and while exhaling that air, there is sound which is hum. So the sound get produced by exhaling the air. So below, this is the footage. So they are dependent on so many things. Like you can see these bustards, they are feeding on pods. There is a desert tree, not tree actually, desert bush. This is called keep, and they are eating those pods. So they are dependent on so many natural things which are now vanishing. You can see there is lesser florican. So this is kind of jump you saw, that is lesser florican display. It vertically jumps around 4 to 5 feet to attract the female as well as to show the territory for the other males. So this is actually a sketch showing their minimum habitat requirements. So I'll just give brief about that, because bustards and florican, they are landscape species. They are they will never be found in small enclosures or some fenced area. These are flying bird, so they need area for display. Then they need area for laying eggs, rearing chicks. So there are so many requirements. Previously, these grasslands were abundant across the India, from Punjab to Tamil Nadu. These birds were abundant when there were habitat left. So all this, minimum required habitat got degraded, fragmented, or lost over the time period. So there is, this footage I had taken in Chandrapur district of Maharashtra. So you can see bird is there. So people used to tell us that, this is kind of distribution of the bird. So this bird is distributed over there in Maharashtra. Right now only one female left, that is in other part of the Maharashtra, Solapur. So the only presence of the bird is not a good indicator. We need to assess the habitat. We need to understand viability of that population to recover on itself. So, when I saw this is, people used to take good photograph from good angle. Like, they wanted to avoid those kind of structures, but I deliberately took it. So this is power plant, and you could have imagined how this power plant got expanded. There was a lot of power lines that came into existence, and that population got wiped out from there. So what we did, we collated all the information, distribution of the birds, great Indian bustard, and we produced this, animation. You can see so this particularly map showing viable population, distribution of viable population of bustards. Which one? Huh? Okay. Go behind, please. Okay. Can you play that map? There is one, So this is basically animated map. There is one button here. You can click on that. Okay. That's fine. So over the period, what happened? Bustards and floricans, they don't have hind toe. That means they don't have finger behind finger, so that they can't perch on any structure like trees or wires. So they have to, they are totally dependent on the land. So that's a major constraint for them. They are totally dependent on the land, and the land is going. Land in the sense undisturbed areas, those are not over there. And what is happening on land, there are so many threats emerging up, though there were natural predators like these foxes. But nowadays, what happened, these free-ranging dogs population has been increased tremendously across the landscape. Because like, for example, in Thar Desert, the population, human population was very sparse, and that was one of the, though it is one of the high density population in Thar Desert, there are settlements which are called to be, dhanis, like one or two huts in particular area. But those dhanis become now settlements or smaller villages. So the population of free-ranging dogs has been increased, and they are preying on the herbivores like chinkara, and they are also trying to predate on all ground nesting birds, their chicks, their eggs. So you can see how they are competing with the vultures as well, because that is, Thar Desert is also area with high density of livestock. So you can just watch, I think, how they are not only competing for food resource, they are taking down flying birds as well. So this is happening. You can see there is, so that dog, that is deliberately, searching something. You saw that florican slightly escaped. Same thing happened, and there are so many, institutions and district administration. They are trying to do animal birth control for the dogs, but effectiveness of that particular ABC program is really doubtful, unless and until we get this 100% population, neutralization program. This was one of the, these particular photos of hunting of great Indian bustard. These are way back. These are not recent one, but in 2006 from unknown source in Facebook on Facebook. So this was one of the reasons that in remote areas like deserts, people used to come and hunt the wildlife over there. So that was the major reason behind. So that was the major reason behind decline in the birds in that particular time period. And still there are areas which are on international boundary of India and Pakistan. Some hunting takes place, but the bird itself has become so rare, so it's very difficult to hunt down the bustards. But what to do that? Then we approached the border security force. We did some sensitization programs with them, and they had installed some posters, and we actually gave those posters to the all and across the chowkis over there. So now at least BSF people, they are sensitized enough that they will try to avoid any poaching in that area. Then we did under some ground surveys in bustard and florican areas across India. So this is essentially, these are the areas which I have shown here are from Deccan. Deccan essentially includes from some part of Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. So we tried to find out what is the ground situation, where are the grasslands left, whether there are grasslands or not. And what happened, you can see on right side, this looks like a grassland, but already there are some wind turbines. Already some of the areas there is plantation has come up. And downside you can see, this is drones, photos taken by the drones. So there are so many things happening on ground, which are, which will not get captured on any kind of mapping or remote sensing technologies. So what happened in 2017, there was a case in NGT that Rajasthan government filed an affidavit that there are bustards and florican in Ajmer area. But the mining lobby over there, they declined. They rejected that there are birds because they usually do assessment in summer. Summer we will not be able to see any birds, and floricans mainly visit those areas in monsoon. So they approached BNHS and we did some kind of assessment, and we could come up with the locations of the floricans in that area. This was first time we did proper documentation in 2017, and we gave it to the government that there are some areas which are grasslands, but all of them are not in non-protected area. There was no protected area in that particular landscape. So we suggested to come up with the new ideas for declaring some of the areas as community reserve or conservation reserve. So using that report, government banned some of the mining activities in selected areas. So that is one of the biggest achievement through a small effort by BNHS. But there are not many birds. We found that there are around 30 to 40 males visiting that area every year. Then we started exploring the landscape, Thar Desert. So on left side you can see there is a photograph. I took it in 2020, and the below the photograph is in 2022. How the landscape is changing. So that is also, that particular area is part of Oran, which is sacred grove in Rajasthan. So Oran is huge. That Oran area of that Oran is around 10 square kilometer area. So those there are some guidelines by this Oran committee because that is run by Temple Trust. So they will not allow the land use change. But what happened? These all infrastructure developers, they came up with the plan that they will need smaller area. So they calculated all the bases of pylons, and they asked the permission to install the power lines. So this area of this all bases of pylons could be a small area, few hundred acre area, but their impact across the landscape is so high. So that got realized when there was a fatality of a bustard specifically. There are so many birds dying over there continuously because of new power lines came up there. So what we did, recently we tried to dig out all the, lesser florican and bustard mortalities. Those are related to power lines in last 10, 20 years. So we found that there are some, 17 records, and we mapped them. And basically, in Great Indian Bustard, we have seen that population of Great Indian Bustard male goes, then there are very less chances that population will revive on its own. So in Deccan, in Gujarat, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, there are only few females of Great Indian Bustard left. There is no male at all. So each and every individual, and we are talking about around 100 individuals of this bird, which is like one bird is 1% population. So we mapped this. We are trying to, because every time, any decision authority, they want some kind of data. So we are trying to come up with such kind of incidences and some data which can be provided. But why do these bustards collide with the power line? So you can see, all the eyes, those across the different taxas, there is some blind spot. आप देख सकते हैं कि there is a blind spot जो होता है in Great Indian Bustard, there is blind spot in frontal region. तो उसके सर के यहाँ पे वो blind spot बड़ा होता है and quite huge. So that's how while maneuvering, whenever they try to fly, when they are watching something front, they are not able to see down. If they want to see down, they are not able to see in front. So that is the issue. There are high chances these birds are getting collided with the power lines. So you can see this is Great Indian Bustard, which narrowly escaped from that area. So smaller birds like shrike, they can easily maneuver, but bustards not able to do so. So what are the solutions? So there are some European countries, they started realizing this issue very old time, and they started putting up some bird diverters. So bird diverters will help birds to see there is something, so they can divert their path. So you can see there are some diverters installed over there. At this particularly sketch, we just depicted how these low flying birds have high chances of getting hit with the multiple wires, because there are earth wire, there are other wires, so there will be a layer of wires. So mesh of network of power lines get created. So there are kind of diverters, they are available, innovations are going on, but essentially there are diverters which can work during the day. There are some diverters, those are those needs to be designed in such a way that bird can see them during dark as well. So there are blinkers, there are discs, there are flappers. Even people have started ultraviolet rays. There are people who are also trying to include radar technology so that they can have sensors and radar technology, so they can find out the pathway, and they can put some sensor so that bird can sense that sensors. So again, we know there are these birds are there across the landscape. They were there in India, across the India. So what we tried to identify some of the areas which can be free from the infrastructure, or area which can have minimum infrastructure. So that is technically it is called sensitivity mapping. So before going to apply this sensitivity mapping tool, we tried to figure out suitable habitat modeling. We did that suitable habitat modeling, and you can see a result on right side. So technically, all the grasslands from Northeast India to South India, those are suitable. So this suitable habitat suitability mapping was not useful at all. So then we did something else. I will show you. You can see all these two maps. The above map, you can see only two roads crossing that particular overrun, But in recently there are more than 17 wires or transmission lines came in the same Oran. So what we did, we collected all the information available on distribution of the bird, and we tried to figure out. Then, based on the satellite transmitter study that has been done by Wildlife Institute of India in Maharashtra and Rajasthan, so there is home range. Home range is maximum what distance that birds or animals travel. So home range is around 100 to 150 kilometer. So what we did, we circled that distribution points so that one distribution point 150 kilometer radius. So that's how we figure out what is the home range and how much area is required for the birds. And to refine our data, we did a landscape survey across the Thar landscape. And this is more than 26,000 square kilometer area. It took almost 3 months for us. That was this entire team of 20-25 people. They were there to understand the ground situation. And these 3 areas, those colored polygon, you can see those are the areas which are comparatively less affected by the energy infrastructure. So one is Indian Army area, which is controlled by Indian Army, that is field firing range. On eastern side, there is vertical polygon, you can see that is Desert National Park, and there is a bulge, that is Shagad Bulge, which is part of Border Security Force. Then we, based on visual cues as well as indirect signs like pug marks, not pug marks, footprints, and some of the other signs, we found like feathers. So we found out bustards are mainly occupying in those 4 areas. So that is not only, like in tiger, the sir was asking, not only we are saving this forest, but that forest is also useful for the other biodiversity. So what we did, we also, collected data on other critical species found in that area, that those are raptors, vultures, because there is a good population of vulture visiting that Thar desert because of high livestock density. So we used those layers also, and we came up with a map, which map is, shows high sensitive to the critical species like bustards and raptors. So, but that is also a huge area. So then we found out there are 2 power lines. There is one population surviving in Pokhran area, Pokhran in Jaisalmer. So we found that there are 2 power lines which are causing major issue during their flight from that field firing range to adjoining crop fields. So we mapped those 2 lines. That is around 35 kilometers distance. And our president, Mr. Praveen Singh Pardeshi, he is also a retired IS officer. So he facilitated one meeting with Secretariat Rajasthan, and we sensitized Secretary Energy, Secretary Forest, and we asked them to do something for this 35-kilometer line. That needs to be undergrounded so that we can save one population of around 35 to 40 individuals. So government actually, they agreed in principle. The process is going on, but again, who will bear the cost? Who will do the actual undergrounding? Those deliberations are going on. So research without community help is not going to help. So what we did, we are getting a lot of help from the local people. On left, this is he is Pankaj. He belongs to Bishnoi community. So Bishnoi is Bish and No, 29 principles. Bish or No, 29 principles होते हैं. Out of that, 6 principles are dedicated for environment conservation. So that's how this community, they don't need a lot of convincing. So they are already convinced, they are sensitized. So he is now employee of the BNHS, and he is helping us to facilitate the community engagement. The other person who is Sumir Singh Bhati, he is local person from area called Devikot, and his village falls under that sacred grove Oran, Degrai Mata Oran. What he is doing? So he actually monitoring the area which was free from all kind of transmission lines, but now it got all fully degraded by the transmission lines. So he has a lot of good network of grazers and shepherds over there. So those people, they are informing whatever fatality or injury seen with the birds. So he is maintaining a database, and he is not part of the, or he is not an employee of the BNHS, but he is doing it as Godown Mitra, what we call them as Godown Mitra. Then Pokhran area, there is only one, one small range of forest department is there, and they have hardly around 1,000 hectare area in their control, but that is not sufficient. So what we had done, we had, documented all the movement and birds using the area during breeding and non-breeding season. So basically we had come up with a plan that areas, new areas can be created from all kind of disturbances where we can minimize that impact. So what we did, we approached Sarpanch. There are 2 villages which are dominated by Bishnoi community. So we asked them, there is issue with this habitat. All the grasslands have been got degraded because of exotic invasive species, Prosopis juliflora. So with help of community, we almost 80% of the geographical area of village Khetulai, we removed all the juliflora. And the result, you can see within 24 hours, that area was being used by Chinkaraj. And within 3-4 days, busters started appearing there. So these birds are desperate to, find out the suitable habitats. We just need to provide some, some kind of breathing space for them. Otherwise, it will be the first species, like Ranjit Singh Saab ne bola ki it is the first species which can become extinct in our own lifetime. So after removal of juliflora, we found that the area needs some kind of interventions. So we did the habitat restoration, but now there is need to do some kind of grassland development over there. So we, identified 3 patches, those 3 patches of around 25 hectare area, and we tried to sow some of the grass seeds. But I will, frankly say that all the 3 plots, we found failure. So we got failed to, develop the grasslands over there. And technically, just sowing the seeds is not, essential. So we found that, all just grass, when this grass sprouts up, all these grazing animals like sheep, goats, they uproot it. So there is, essentially those areas needs to be fenced up. So then we approach some of the people over there, and MLA over there, and then that MLA asked us to go to the Jilla Parishad, and through Jilla Parishad we approached them and we got some funding to the Gram Panchayat. So Gram Panchayat and Jilla Parishad, they came up with some plans and they developed one grassland. So this gives us, some breathing space, and we can make out some models which can be replicated all across. Then outreach activities, we are doing all kind of outreach activities required over there. We are running nature education programs. We are, sitting with the community over there. So we realized that even the students over there, they asked us that, your reports in English and scientific papers are no useful for us. So they asked us to come up with some publication which they can read. So we recently brought out this small book on wildlife of Thar. It includes 99 species, some of the rare species, some of the common species. So it was one of the thing, people liked it very well. And our target group is only 2-3 villages in that area where the bustards are still found. So there are some challenges while working with the community, and I listed out there. And we have seen that Chauhan Saab already informed that there were 2 sanctuaries, bustard sanctuaries in MP, but there are no birds. So why? There are, because the sanctuaries are very small and birds were going out, and there was fear in community that birds, if they see the birds in their land, government will take their land. So what we are doing, we are not going to the community with conservation of bustard, but we are trying to convey the message that we are there to uproot the juliflora, to desilt their water. Water is one of the major factor in Thar Desert. So we did some desiltation work of the water bodies. So instead of going with species conservation strategy, we are going with, those are the things which will be beneficial for the species as well as the community. So now there are 5-6 slides left. So I'm going to talk about our experience in Madhya Pradesh. We lost the bustards, that's why, and we still have some floricans here. So there are 4 areas which have been shown here. That is Western MP, part of Western MP. One is in Jiran area in Nimach. Then Sailana, which was one of the famous site for wildlife photographers across the world. So people used to come over here for photographing the florican. But now there are no reports, I can say, but birds could be there. Some of the birds they are using as passage, some of the birds which may be got undetected. Then there is Sardarpur Wildlife Sanctuary, and near to the Sardarpur there is one area called Petlawad. So we just did some small kind of assessment. So this is Shikarwadi plot of Sailana. This is very small plot, 350 hectare. But in 2017 itself we went over there and we found this entire 350 hectare area is surrounded by some kind of energy infrastructures, turbines, power lines. So I think by the time we did this assessment, already that population was going down. You can see, I think this is the only photographs we have in 2017. We can see. So the same thing happened here. The energy infrastructure, because these floricans, they travel around 1,000 kilometers during non-breeding season. So there are high chances that bird will die outside Sailana, but they will not come back for the breeding. So this is highly chances that birds are safe there, but they are not safe during the non-breeding season while going towards their non-breeding areas. So this is map of Jiran beat. We recently visited that area and we found Forest Department has installed one board that is Kharmor Sanrakshan Kshetra. But I found that this area has been just mentioned particular name, but on record this is under reserve forest. So this is a request to Forest Department that we have to initiate to declare it as a conservation reserve on paper. This is Amba area near Sailana. So you can see this is green. So you might think that this is grass, but this is not grass. These are all weeds. So all green seed, all green color vegetation is not grass or suitable. There are so many things on the ground which needs to be eradicated. This is Sardarpur. Initially there were some 15 villages inside this sanctuary, but now recently it got rationalized and 1,000 hectare area has now been included into sanctuary. So what is the way forward? Historically, I think in India, grasslands have been categorized as wastelands. So because of this, grasslands are very soft target to have any kind of development over there. So to address this issue, we are coming up with a new initiative on line of Wetlands Authority rule. In 2017, there is Wetlands Authority rule that came into existence. On same line, we want to include grasslands as Grassland Authority of India. That can be replicated and the Grassland Authority of states. Each state can take it up. So basic idea is to preserve some of the grasslands which are not part of any protected area right now. And wherever there is any kind of development, we want that these grasslands should be considered as forest. Many times grasslands are not considered as forest. Those are considered as forest in forest classification, but while any infrastructure development, these are classified as wastelands. I think this is my last slide. So to do any kind of conservation work, we need lot of support from top to bottom. I just informed there are staff, there are team members which are who are working on the field. There are some good well-wishers like Godown Mitra. They are not employee of the BNHS, but they are working for the conservation cause. Without state support, we will not be able to do any conservation work. So this synergy is very important with the government, with the community, funding agencies, collaborators, and the team working over there. I thank all of them, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Are there any questions? Yes. Tej, there's a question here and there's one question there. Yes. Please go ahead, sir.
सरदारपुर और सेलाना में सलीम अली जी भी आए थे. ये जो ब्रीडिंग पीरियड में बर्ड्स आते हैं, दे ब्रीड एंड देन दे रिटर्न बैक. तो एक्चुअली में ब्रीडिंग पीरियड के अलावा ये आते कहाँ से?
सर इट हैज़ बीन मतलब ये प्रूव हो चुका है. एक वाइल्ड लाइफ इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंडिया ने राजस्थान में टैग किए थे बर्ड, और गुजरात फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट ने गुजरात में किए थे. तो गुजरात एंड राजस्थान हम लोग नॉर्थ वेस्ट बोलते हैं, नॉर्थ वेस्ट पार्ट ऑफ इंडिया. तो बर्ड वहाँ से निकलती है, और राजस्थान की बर्ड स्पेसिफिकली इट हैज़ बीन फाउंड दैट वो वहाँ से ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ राजस्थान से वेस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ एमपी आते हैं. वेस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ एमपी से फिर वो जाते हैं नीचे तेलंगाना, महाराष्ट्र एंड आंध्र प्रदेश, कर्नाटका का गदग और कोप्पड़ जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट है वहाँ तक उनका मूवमेंट दिखा गया है. और लेसर फ्लोरिकन के जो नॉन ब्रीडिंग रिकॉर्ड्स है वो कहीं पे भी मिले हैं आपको. मतलब वसई विरार जो मुंबई का एरिया है वहाँ पे भी मिले हैं. और मतलब नॉन ब्रीडिंग सीजन में दे आर ट्रैवलिंग अराउंड 1000 to 1500 किलोमीटर इन सर्च ऑफ सुटेबल हैबिटेट्स. तो वो डाउन साउथ जाते हैं, और ये पहले लग रहा था कि वो ईस्ट भी जाते हैं, दुधवा तक लोगों के मतलब थे कि अजम्पशन था, बट मेनली जो अभी जो डेटा है वो ज़्यादातर साउथ में जाता है, डेक्कन में. यस. सो हमारे पास जितने भी अवेलेबल है BNHS के और जो भी ओपन प्लेटफॉर्म पे अवेलेबल है वो रिपोर्ट्स एंड बुक्स, दोज कैन बी अवेलेबल, एंड आपको मैं भेज दूंगा. वॉट एवर यू रिक्वायर फॉर एजुकेशन पर्पज, आई कैन कंट्रीब्यूट एनीथिंग. आप बताइए, फोटो चाहिए, टेक्स्ट चाहिए, वी विल शेयर इट.
Sir, I think you had a question. Yes, please, Vivek, get him the mic.
First of all, I congratulate you for a very informative and very scientific presentation.
Thank you,
MP being part of distribution of these two birds, erstwhile we may say for the
Thank you,
GIB
sir.
and still for lesser florican. So I want to know few things which probably you may be knowing and it doesn't come up in the presentation. The causes of male and female mortality are different or the same?
So mostly same, because the size of the bird is like female is 50 to 51 centimeter and male is 45 centimeter in lesser florican. Bustard 100 to 120 centimeter is size of the male, and female is up to 90 centimeter. So the causes, basically what happens, sir, female and male, both of them, they never stay together in case of bustards and florican. So they come together only during breeding season, and more specific only during mating season. Female has to spend a lot of time in rearing the chick. So the parental care is mainly taken care by females. So male is like भटकता रहता है ज़्यादा. So there are high chances, जैसे सर भी बता रहे थे रंजीत सिंह साहब कि मेल ज़्यादा भटकता है तो there are high chances and it's easily detectable. Like male florican, उसको desperation है, he has to display. So there are high chances कि वो hunting करे लोग उसकी. So traditionally there was more hunting in case of males, comparatively less in females. लेकिन if we talk about the power line issue, then there are equal chances of both the birds getting died. In case of habitat loss, male female are facing same issues. So I think there are, apart from this display, there is equal chances of male and female facing same threats. Yes.
Another thing is, what is the success of breeding programs of these two birds? Because I heard that GIB has a captive breeding program in Desert National Park.
Yes.
Is it doing good? And what is the total surplus birds which can be released in the wild?
Yes. Sir, in Gujarat Forest Department, they are doing conservation breeding of lesser florican. In Rajasthan, Wildlife Institute of India and Rajasthan government, they are doing conservation breeding of Great Indian Bustard as well as lesser florican. So as per my knowledge, because those are very inviolated space, so there are around 25 to 30 individuals of Great Indian Bustard in 36. So 36 individuals in captivity, and around 10 to 12 lesser florican in Ajmer. And chances of release, I think, sir, we are still having that founder stock. We at like all the scientific fraternity people, they decided that at least 30 should be minimum population of founder stock, which will not get released in the wild. So F1 or F2 generation can be released, but the release, there will be a lot of challenges, because despite so many issues, we are not able to save them in wild right now. So how this captive bred population will survive, that is another question. But we have that insurance population with us. And second thing is, the major challenge in this release will be like the chick of that bustard usually remain with the mother or learn from the mother for 1 year. So mother will teach everything. So how this teaching and learning will take place. So there are some gray areas, but I think Wildlife Institute of India is doing great work. So they were able to successfully host those 36 individuals. I think all together, all of us can make this possible, that we will have some kind of inviolated spaces where we can release the birds. So that will be a major challenge, but all together we can make it possible.
If possible, there is another question.
Sir.
You spoke about the suitable habitat areas. Still there are certain patches which are suitable for these birds. So has there any attempt to assess the carrying capacity of those habitats which are still intact?
So carrying capacity for birds, we are not doing any such kind of study. So basically we want some habitat, free from all these kind of threats. So our main priority is to have some spaces which have minimum disturbances. Then we can go for carrying capacity. But I think what Wildlife Institute of India is coming up with, that at least we need some 50 square kilometer area where we can have release plans.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Ranjit Singh has a question right next to you, if you wouldn't mind. So you can use the mic we have right there. Thank you.
But if Sujit and you permit me, can I supplement the question? Reply.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
If you don't mind. One was, and a couple of things that I would like to supplement what you have said, and my congratulations. It's a very,
Thank
very
you,
good explanation, proposition. The point that was raised about the migration of the lesser florican, it's still a mystery. We know more about the other side of the moon than we do about the exact location of the non-breeding area of the lesser florican. But my dear, so be it. the threat is so great that it is better that it is, I would not advise anybody to go and find that out. As the doyen amongst the great Indian bustard conservation and my guru, the late Dharmakumar Singh ji said, Ranjit, the safest bustard is the unknown bustard. इस देश में जो चुपका है वो ठीक है, पता चला तो जो हालत हो रही है वो उसकी भी होगी. So that is the thing. But they go to the south, and it is very interesting where they go to Rorapadu. I won't go into more details. The other thing was the female changes color and becomes, in any case, it is cryptic. वो छिपती है बहुत. The male displays, the female doesn't, and it becomes brownish. So it merges very well. It doesn't have this nuptial black and white pelage. If I may point out, there is a difference between the death ratio of the male and the female. The females they stay put. They have home ranges, not territorial, but home ranges. The males have a larger area, like so many males, but they go from place to place. You see, they travel also to drink water. And in Gatigaon, where they got extinct, they used to go to that tank every day. But anyway, the male goes in search for females, and because it flies more, therefore, there is a greater mortality of males. And outside of Rajasthan, only 3 females survive. No males. All in Gujarat. Unfortunately, and this is tragic, there is a move afoot to take out those 3 birds and take them out so that there are no bustards left in Gujarat, so that it can be developed. अब जो कहते हैं ना, and this is, sorry I have to say this, since 83, after my going away from forest, how many areas have been added to the protected areas of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, and what is the reduction? The area has been reduced. Sardarpur, Salana, and Karera denotified. It is wrong to call them, and I say this with some feeling, any sanctuary after a particular animal or a bird. A sanctuary is a sanctuary, it's for everything. But ये है कि वहाँ अभी जैसा सरदारपुर में फ्लोरिकन नहीं रहा तो डी नोटिफाई, सोरसन में नहीं रहा डी नोटिफाई, सेलाना में नहीं रहा डी नोटिफाई, न रहे बांस न बजे बांसुरी.
So that's why we should go.
ये कोई बात बनी. I'm sorry, but this is the fact of life, and they can't help it. There is no sanctuary. Has a sanctuary been established in the current century in India? How many? Not in Madhya Pradesh, not a single one. So what? We are now thinking of conservation reserves. Think fine. Okay, I won't go into more detail. I don't want to embarrass people. But very quickly, dogs. Dogs today, I'm very glad you raised them. Dogs today are the greatest threat to wildlife. Throughout, they are a greater threat than human beings. And it is ridiculous. By an act, if a tiger kills a cow or livestock, he is caught and shifted. If he kills a human being, he is shot. Schedule 1 animal. But if a dog kills a human being and kills a Schedule 1 animal, he is put back again. You can neuter him, you can then inject him to make it even more active in his lifetime, then he can't breathe, thank God. but he's put back in the same place in a protected area, courtesy Maneka Gandhi. What are we talking about? We put them back in the same place to do more damage. I mean, in a park or a sanctuary, dogs have greater preference than scheduled one animals. So, but there it is.
Dr. Ranjit Singh, very remorsefully I'll have to, because we're running so short of time. I feel very terrible. Vivek, please give the mic to Chauhan sir. Yes.
Yeah, just small two things.
Sir.
एक बार असद रहमानी साहब ने ये कहा था कि वहाँ पे जो बीकानेर एंड जैसलमेर के बीच में कुछ आर्मी के एरिया बड़े बड़े एरिया हैं
जी सर,
फेंस्ड हैं और उसके अंदर कुछ पॉपुलेशन भी है, से 10-12 आई मीन बर्ड्स, तो उसका क्या स्टेटस है? एक चीज़। दूसरा, देयर वाज अ स्कीम, इंसेंटिव स्कीम इन मध्य प्रदेश, जो इट डिडंट वर्क विद द ग्रेट इंडियन बस्टर्ड, बट इट एक्चुअली वर्क विद द खरमौर। पहले केवल हमको सरदारपुर सालाना से खबरें मिलती थी, उसी स्कीम के बाद नीमच, जो आप जीरन बता रहे हैं, वो नीमच एंड झाबुआ, दूसरे धार के दूसरे पोर्शन से भी हमको ये इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलने लगी थी, बिकॉज उसमें देयर वाज अ इंसेंटिव, कैश इंसेंटिव इन्वॉल्व, कि मतलब द आइडिया वाज बेसिकली कि आप एक सेंचुरी सरदारपुर बना दी वहाँ पे, एंड देन यू एक्सपेक्ट दैट बर्ड टू बी देयर ऑल द टाइम, कि वही तुम्हारे लिए बना है ये, तो दैट डजंट हैपन इन केस ऑफ बर्ड्स। तो उसमें ये था कि आप किसी के खेत में भी अगर आप वो अंडा देती है, तो अब उस खेत से उसको कितनी इनकम होती है, उसका आप 1.5 गुना 2 गुना पैसा उसको दीजिए फेज्ड मैनर में। वो आई मीन चिक को हैच हो जाएगा, उसके बाद उड़ जाएगा, उसका पूरा पैसा उसको दे देते हैं। उस स्कीम को क्या उसका कोई फ्यूचर नहीं दिखता है इसमें? एमपी में लागू था, बट पूरे ये एक्चुअली बर्ड के, इस इंडिविजुअल बर्ड के कंजर्वेशन के लिए ये बहुत जरूरी है। तो उसमें आपको क्या लगता है, अगर इफ यू मतलब इंस्टीट्यूशंस लाइक योर्स, इफ यू एडवोकेट दिस, तो मे बी, मतलब मुझे याद है कि एक इस पे एक जीन पुल कंजर्वेशन के लिए एक जयपुर में एक वर्कशॉप हुई थी, बहुत बड़ी इंटरनेशनल वर्कशॉप थी, उसमें ये चीज़ एमपी की साइड से ये रखी गई थी। एंड एवरी, पहले तो असद रहमानी भी उछल गए एकदम, ये सब क्या बोल रहे हो आप, लेकिन बाद में प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद ही ऑल्सो एग्रीड, शंकरन वो थे, सब लोग एग्री किए थे बाद में। राजस्थान, बिकॉज दे हर्ड राजस्थान के ऑफिसर्स को, उन्होंने भी बोला कि दिस इज द ओनली वे दैट यू कैन सेव, अदरवाइज ये किसी सरकारी जमीन पे तो रहती नहीं है, कोई प्राइवेट किसी खेत में है, कहीं पर है, तो उसको बचाना है अगर, तो यही तरीका बचा है। तो योर टेक ऑन
सर। हाँ सर, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल जो आपने पहले क्वेश्चन किया कि बीकानेर और जैसलमेर में, बीकानेर में देर इज वन रेंज, फायरिंग रेंज जो इंडियन आर्मी की, दैट इज महाजन रेंज। वहाँ पे वाइल्ड लाइफ इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंडिया ने सर्वे किया, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली दे कुडंट फाइंड एनी बर्ड्स ओवर देयर। बट आउटसाइड फायरिंग रेंज जो बॉर्डर एरिया है, वहाँ पे बहावलपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट आता है पाकिस्तान का, चोलिस्तान। तो रिसेंटली व्हाट हैपन, वो लोग मजे में बोलते हैं, आई डोंट नो एग्जैक्टली, बट इंडियन बस्टर्ड है तो उसको क्यों हम लोग प्रोटेक्ट करें, ऐसा वो न्यूज में आता था। बट डिस्पाइट दैट, पाकिस्तान के WW पाकिस्तान ने काफी एफर्ट करके दे डिक्लेयर्ड 5000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर एरिया एज बस्टर्ड सैंक्चुरी। तो उसके जो लगा हुआ जो एरिया है बीकानेर का, वहां पे वी फाउंड सम बर्ड्स अलोंग द बाउंड्री एरिया, नॉट इन आर्मी एरिया। बट देर इज अनदर रेंज पोखरन में जो हम बता रहे थे, दैट रेंज दिस 35 to 40 इंडिविजुअल्स आर देयर, वो सबसे बड़ा पॉपुलेशन है। बट दैट एंटायर रेंज इज 2400 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर एरिया। लेकिन पूरे इसमें बर्ड नहीं है, क्योंकि बहुत बड़े बड़े फायरिंग होते हैं वहां पे, सारी तरह की एरियल वगैरह सारा होता है। बट देर इज वन प्लेस जहां पे नॉर्थ, उसका जो साउथ ईस्ट वाला जो पोर्शन है उसका 200 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर एरिया आउट ऑफ 2400, वहां पे बर्ड मिलते हैं। एंड आई थिंक दैट शुड बी गेट एट्रीब्यूटेड टू बिश्नोई कम्युनिटी, क्योंकि वो बिल्कुल वहां पे हंटिंग नहीं है, बाकी जगह पे इट्स वेरी इजी टू डू पोचिंग एंड हंटिंग, तो वहां पे बर्ड है। सो वन यूनिट ऑफ इंडियन आर्मी इज डूइंग कमेंडेबल वर्क, वी आर वर्किंग विद देम, काफी सारा ऊपर से टॉप टू बॉटम सारे लोग रेडी है। बट देर आर लाइक दे आर ऑल्सो बाउंड विद देयर ओन फंक्शंस एंड ऑपरेशंस। डिस्पाइट दैट एक सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि बर्ड्स आर स्पेंडिंग समर एंड मानसून इनसाइड द फायरिंग रेंज, जब फायरिंग होती नहीं है, एंड फायरिंग शुरू होती है विंटर में, तो विंटर में बाय द टाइम देयर उनका ब्रीडिंग सीजन खत्म होता है, दे कम आउट, और फिर वो वहां पे बिश्नोई लोगों की वजह से बचते हैं. सो दैट दिस फिनोमिना इज हेल्पिंग बस्टर्ड्स, क्योंकि वो ब्रीडिंग के लिए वहां पे फायरिंग नहीं हो रही है, विंटर में हो रहा है. सो दिस इज द केस ओवर देयर. दूसरा जो सर है कि जो इंसेंटिव बेस्ड मॉडल है, आई थिंक आई हैव सीन वन केस अपने यहाँ पे भी सरदारपुर में भी हुआ, एंड वन केस इन चंद्रपुर महाराष्ट्र में हुआ. व्हाट हैपन इफ वी डू प्रिपेयर दिस इंसेंटिव मॉडल, जो उसके एग्स और नेस्ट के बारे में होता है ना, तो दिस इज डेट्रीमेंटल, क्योंकि आपको इनिशियली तो बहुत रिजल्ट दिखेंगे, पीपल विल कम अप विथ कि ये यहाँ पे हमने अंडा देखा, ये देखा, बट देर वर केसेस वी हैव सीन इन महाराष्ट्र कि लोग अंडा उठा के लेके आ गए फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट के ऑफिस में, बिकॉज वी आर नॉट डूइंग सेंसिटाइजेशन. तो वो क्या है कि इनिशियली सक्सेस रेट दिखेगा, बट दिस इज फुल्ली डेट्रीमेंटल टू द एंटायर पॉपुलेशन, क्योंकि हर चीज हर कोई जाके वो ढूंढ रहा है. देर वर चांसेस कि किसी ने अपने पास वाले का अंडा खेत में से अंडा उठाया, मेरे इसमें रख दिया. सो दोज काइंड ऑफ रिवॉर्ड्स शुड नॉट बी देयर. इंस्टेड ऑफ दैट हम वो पूरा जो लैंडस्केप है वहां पे वी कैन गिव इंसेंटिव्स टू ग्रुप ऑफ फार्मर्स जो वहां पे ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग करे या मैकेनिक के जगह मैनुअल फार्मिंग करे. सो दैट काइंड ऑफ फ्लोरिकन फ्रेंडली एग्रीकल्चर प्रैक्टिसेस वी आर ट्राइंग टू इम्प्लीमेंट इन अजमेर में. बट स्टिल हमने देखा है कि लास्ट 1 year वी स्पेंट लॉट ऑफ टाइम विद कम्युनिटी, लेकिन कम्युनिटी को समझना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है. सो वी आर स्टिल फाइंडिंग, हमने सोचा कि 4-5 हज़ार रुपए दे देंगे 1 बीघा जमीन के लिए, बट उनका फिर वो बहुत सारे इश्यूज है कि हार्वेस्टर आता है, तो वो पंजाब हरियाणा से आते हैं, तो दे हैव टू कट इट डाउन इमिडिएटली विद इन 5-6 दिन. तो डिस्पाइट दिस 5,000 इंसेंटिव्स वे नॉट यूजफुल, क्योंकि उनको रबी के लिए भी फिर बनानी है जमीन. सो इफ वी टेक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच, इंसेंटिव्स टू ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल या एक गांव को अडॉप्ट करे, देन इट विल वर्क. वो इंडिविजुअल बेस्ड जो अंडा या नेस्ट है वो डेट्रीमेंटल है. This is workable with some kind of modalities based on the community perception. We can definitely design this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sujit. I would invite Dr. Yogesh to deliver concluding comments on the session.
So, as expected, it was a very interesting session, and a based approach might not help in the longer run, because the species is the species of landscape, and regulating the land use in the areas where these birds eventually either breed or they spend their non-breeding time would be of greater significance. And land use is under tremendous pressure. Saying it very easy to have a grassland authority or to have grassland rules. But I think these are going to pose lots and lots of challenges, because these are the only open areas left. And the entire pressure of development is, whether we like it or we do not like it, the way our population is growing, we are one of the most populated country. Energy is being seen as one of the key areas. It was being identified as one of the key areas in the Millennium Development Goals. It is also being identified as one of the key areas in the Sustainable Development Goals. That the energy access, provisioning of energy, the development of human society is largely seen as how energy can be equitably distributed amongst all the sections of the society, how to minimize the energy poverty, because this is being seen as one of the important tools of education, health, even minimizing the, maternity, those mortality ratios. Everything is dependent on energy. So this is going to be an area of challenge, and I think multi-stakeholder partnerships, involvement of community, some regulation on the land use policies, land use practices, possibly will, otherwise we might be able to protect a small population of bustard for the sake of protecting that population. You might have areas where you have 20, 30, 40 individuals surviving, but I guess that will not serve the larger conservation goal over a longer period of time, unless there is a free-ranging viable population. The agricultural policies will have to change. Maybe, agricultural policies, the intensive use of pesticide, insecticide in Rajasthan, when your locust population comes, aerial spraying is being done. I remember, I don't know what is happening now, but I've seen it a few years back, that the state government would use choppers and, you know, all kinds of devices were being used. So you kill all these locusts, which is the primary food of bustard during that season. So a lot of use of insecticide, pesticide is being done in the agriculture. Obviously, there will be less amount of food. These birds, they need protein-rich diet. In fact, all egg-laying birds, they need protein-rich diet. Only then, you know, they would be able to lay good eggs. So if the diet is devoid of protein, even if they lay eggs, the hatching success might also be very, very less. So there are multiple things. It's a challenging thing, and I would really love to see, you know, if the Great Indian Bustard is, you know, population is being rehabilitated back in the state of Madhya Pradesh and areas like Ghatigaon and Karera through declaration of either conservation reserve or any other measure that can be used. It'll be very, very nice to see this bird being sighted in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Overall, fantastic presentation, and that is why perhaps we spent so much time discussing on one of the important conservation issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you so much, Dr.
I think,
Yogesh.
but we don't have choice to, you know, give up. Like Ranjit Singh Saab said, we will not give up. We will keep fighting.
Absolutely. That should be the spirit, and that is the spirit in which such conferences are organized. I would like to call on stage Dr. Sukanya David from Wildlife Trust of India to please felicitate the chair of the session. Please come forward with the souvenir. Please present the souvenir to Dr. Yogesh Dubey, who has so gracefully chaired the session. Thank you so much, Dr. Yogesh. And I would like to call Dr. Elizabeth Thomas from MP State Biodiversity Board to present the souvenir to the wonderful speaker of the session, Dr. Suji Narwade. This has been an information-oriented session, and we are so thankful. Thank you, sirs, for being here. Once again, there's a humble request to everyone that we are running a bit short of time. This conference is replete with causes and ideas, and we are here to listen to each and every one of them. So we'll have to respect the discipline of the behind our schedule. So let's stick to that. Let's keep our questions concise and to the point. Next up, we have Mr. Jailabdeen, who will be speaking to us about the conservation of gharials, the past, the present of National Chambal Sanctuary. So I would like to call upon stage Mr. Jailabdeen. Let's have a huge round of applause, and I would like to request Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel, head of SNHC, to felicitate Mr. Jailabdeen. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Jailabdeen. He's currently working as project manager of Gharial Ecology Project under Madras Crocodile Bank Trust, leading the field works in National Chambal Sanctuary, which is the last stronghold population of critically endangered gharials. Also, he's pursuing a PhD in animal science from Bharati Dasan University on acoustic and chemical signaling in gharials. Through his research, he has learned about the unique POP acoustic signature signals in male gharials, communication between rival males, females during courtship season, and adult hatching communication in post-hatch season. Thank you so much, Mr. Jailabdeen, for being here with us. To chair this session, I would like to call upon stage Professor Ajay Rao, who has been the former VC and chaired some sessions yesterday. Let's have a huge round of applause. And I would like to call Mukul sir, Bakul Lad sir, apologize, to please felicitate him and welcome him on our behalf. Thank you so much, Rao sir. He has been former Vice Chancellor at Barkatullah University, Bhopal. He has completed research projects from MOEF, UGC, MOA, MPCST, UNDP, GOI, GCA, and DEC. His field of research is primarily on wildlife biology and management, and other research interests are conservation biology, environmental impact assessment, zoo management, conservation and management of aquatic resources, human ecology, and so on and so forth. He received advanced research training on ecohydrology in Europe in the year 1999 and conservation GIS in USA in the year 2005 through UNEP and UNESCO fellowship. And sir, we are so grateful that you're here. I would like to request you to please open the session with your comments.
Thank you very much. It's again a very fantastic talk we are going to hear. I'm still, yesterday I was talking with someone. So this gharial is definitely not a lesser known. It is everything was known. Still, no animal is complete. Something we can do. So it's more than around 40 years people are working on these animals. So that is the reason I think he has put the word past and present history of the animal. So I think we'll definitely would like to hear him what he's working. And way back in 1983, I think when I completed my PhD from Bhopal University, I was there. I shifted from Bhopal to Morena, working for the Chambal Sanctuary. Started with the turtles, and we did a lot of work on crocodiles and other animals. I'm very happy that the National Chambal Sanctuary is perhaps the only sanctuary in the country, so where more than 40 years, every year someone is doing research and getting PhD degrees. So again, today we are, Jalaluddin is here, and I request him to present his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the introduction. So yeah, I'm going to talk about gharials. I think from yesterday we have been hearing the word, so today we are seeing. So this is a male gharial with hatchling on top of him. And if you just go and search gharial in Google, I think you will get this photograph. And this is one of the 3 species that found in India. And the other 2 species are mugger and saltwater crocodile. And gharials are riverine species, and this is the only species where you can see the sexual dimorphism, so you can differentiate the male from the female. So the male have a unique pot like structure on the tip of the snout. It's called a gara, and only mature males will have a gara. When they sexually mature, they will develop their gara. So, Gharial Ecology Project is the new phase of Gharial Conservation Alliance, which has been formed after the die-off in 2007 and 8 winters. There are 110 gharials approximately has been died in Chambal, and we don't really know what the reason is. So then everybody's been called up for an expertise, and like we want to do a research, and we want to know like why it's happened and all. And at the time, I'm going to talk about like what are the steps that we took from that time. So we have been here after like 17 seasons. So we are doing every year, collecting data and studying this animal's natural history. So gharial is a critically endangered animal, and it is a Schedule 1 animal under Wildlife Protection Act. And in earlier historic distribution of gharials, like you can see. So it has been in the Indus range, it has been in the whole Gangetic plain, and it is in the Brahmaputra, and this is the Mahanadi. But now the whole range has been decreased to like Chambal and fewer pocket population. And by far, Chambal is the stronghold population of gharials. Like global 80% of gharial population is in Chambal. Chambal is 945 kilometers of river, in which 425 kilometer river stretch has been protected among the tri-states, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Rajasthan. And Madhya Pradesh has been holding like a longest protection stretch in all the other two states. So Chambal is the home for approximately 2,000 gharials on the latest count, and which is the 80% of the global population. And we have, which has been divided into like 500 nesting females and 200 adult males and 1,300 other size classes. And gharials are like colony nesters, apart from the other crocodilians, which are like solitary nesters. In gharial nesting colony, we can find somewhere from in a group of 2 to approximately, like we have found like around 60 nests in one single bank. Sometimes. So approximately like around 15,000 hatchlings has been coming back in Chambal every year, and like around 375 nests, in which there's a natural predation rate of 124 nests. So from the beginning of the project, we have been covering Morena down. So this is we call as a downstream, which is like around 215 kilometers, and like the main open river habitat. So this top stretch is like full of rocky and ravine. So I'm going to just show you how different they are. But this 215 kilometers is actually holding around 65% of the total Chambal's population. So the remaining 35% has been spread out in the upstream section. I think that's mainly because of the habitat, how different it is from the upstream and downstream. So this is our upstream base where we rented out a small room, and we have been living out there, which is so this is the village, and this is the river. So you can just take a walk down to the river. And this village is actually having a long-time relationship with even MP Forest Department. It's called Baroli village, where many of the MP's main conservation action is also been put through. So this is the upstream terrain. So I'm starting from, this is the Parvati river, and this is the Chambal. So this is the confluence of Parvati and Chambal. And in upstream stretch, you can even see, so this is inside Parvati river. So Parvati river is actually having a restricted flow apart from the monsoon. And you can see there's a lot of rocky beds and all. But even inside Parvati also, we do have small nesting sites. So there are like around 7 to 10 animals are living inside Parvati. And this river is actually protected from the MP side and not protected from the Rajasthan side. So it's an so then in upstream, you can see like a lot of these mid-river islands with the rocky side. On one side, it will be like, this is the upstream and this is the downstream. So the rocks are actually been kind of a reason for the sand deposition on the downside, which is a good habitat for the gharials. And then you do see like a bigger rocky stretch where the stream is kind of diverted into two channels, in which the one channel will be like a main and deeper, where you can see that gharial habitat has been formed. So this is the Dangbasai, which is like around 30 kilometers above from the Rajghat Morena Dholpur bridge. So down to that particular portion of Dangbasai, then the river is totally open and wide. It has like a lot of sandbanks and a lot of muggers. And every year we do population counts, and recently we have been implementing aerial surveys using UAVs for monitoring the population and also the nesting count. So here we can easily able to differentiate like mugger and gharials, and also even with an higher altitude also you can able to differentiate the size of the animals with the modern modeling techniques and all. And in post-hatch, we again do another survey to calculate like how many nests have been hatched and how many. So in nesting, we know approximately like how many nests have been laid. But in hatching, we kind of confirm that okay, this many nests has been hatched and this many has been not hatched. So this is one of the nesting colony, and you can see those are the nest dips from above, and which is able to count the nest also. And from the very beginning of the project, so we have been using radio telemetry to monitor the population, like how the animals are actually using the river. So that's what we want to know, because once we know that part, then we can able to take any measures that has been very useful for the animal. So we use two types of radio. So one is a VHF radio, and another one is a satellite radio. But satellite radios are meant for like adult animals because of the size. So for the past years, these are tag data. So we tagged approximately like 256 gharials so far, and which actually has all the size classes. So at the first beginning of the project, we have been concentrated on subadult gharials because they are the one mainly affected by the die-off. So we got permission to study them, and then later we want to study the other size classes also, are like how they are using the river. So then we tagged adults, and then now we are even tagging hatchlings to see like how the hatchlings are been surviving right after they hatched. So this is like male gharial which is being tagged, that we tag, and So this is the movement of a male. So usually the male use like a very less area than a female. So they restrict to when a dominant male. So there is a two categories of male. One is a dominant male, and another one is a challenger or a mobile male, which we call. The dominant is basically he has a territory and he kind of stay restricted to within the territory, like approximately 6 kilometers in this case. But mobile male, so the one which we tagged in 2020 is kind of traveling from this area to this area. So this was the dominant, the green ones are the dominant male locations, and the mobile male is kind of exploring his territory also. So when the animals are mobile, then they kind of tend to try to fit themselves in any other places where they can find the space with the dominant. And this actually kind of intensifies in an gradually. So once the winter is over, when the climate is getting hot enough, so then you can see the animals are getting into groups, but you can see the mixed group there. So you can see like 5 males, 6 males basking together without any big conflict. But as soon as they are moving into the breeding season by the beginning of February and all, then the males, the dominant males, definitely they're going to establish the territory. They're going to chase. But in sometimes they kind of the challenge is always like sometimes they run, but sometimes they contest, where we can see that the males kind of contesting on each other, which looks like kind of they are kind of going against each other's snout like fencing. But the actual thing that's actually happening there is because this behavior has been first observed in Madras Crocodile Bank Trust like in very early days, and they think that it's kind of they are doing a fencing. But in wild we have a chance to observe the whole behavior of this. It's not actually fencing, it's actually like who's climbing on top of who. So basically they are trying to climbing on top of the other animal and trying to suppress the animal below. Oh, I'm just going to play this short video. So that's like a male-male interaction in which like one obviously goes away, which can sometimes leads to a lot of injury near the snout, but surprisingly just gets heals on its own. So the animals having like a lot of that tendency to heal themselves. So yeah, here's another male who got chewed up at all totally by a male-male conflict. No, sir. But the gharials, since they are bigger in size, so they kind of tend to chase away the muggers from the place. So usually muggers will stay away from gharials. So this is a small gara. So this is kind of a developing gara, which has been in a smaller male. But usually it will be like kind of a small nub, and then it grows like backwards. So the actual nostrils are right behind the gara. It's not actually on the top of the gara. So the animals are breathing towards their eyes. So when we come to female, so this is an upstream female. As I'm telling about the habitat difference from upstream and downstream. So the upstream females, like half of them are not moving much, like the downstream female. But when we compare to the downstream female, so they kind of tends to move like around 15 to 20 kilometer river stretch, and they're coming back even in monsoons also. But downstream females, so we tagged one animal down near Amba, which has been traveled all the way over to Dangbasai, and then during the breeding season it stayed there, and then the next monsoon it again started back to the same place where we caught, and then again it came back. So they are doing it year after year, and this is really essential for gharials to keep the river open, because if we obviously introducing any kind of barriers in the river, so then they are going to restrict to a small place, and again they are going to face the problem of migration, the monsoon migration. And the main monsoon migration is basically like, so this is an upstream movement of an animal, of the female, which has been moving. So you can, the line color tells about like which month it is. So like after the monsoon, it kind of moving back to its place to breed and nest. And this is a downstream movement. So you can see that it started and then it just came down. So usually the upstream movement takes a little bit longer than the downstream movement, because when they are coming down, they are coming along with the river stream, and also it's the beginning of monsoon, so it definitely there will be like a lot of water, so they can easily come and tackle the. So in hatchlings, what we see when we tag them, so there's not any kind of nest separation or anything. So they obviously they kind of mingle with all the crush. So when they become a crush, they can mingle with all the crush. And one important thing that I want to just mention here on the hatchling side is, so the hatchlings will have a yolk sac when they're born. So the yolk sac will be sucked up by the hatchling within the first 2 weeks of the hatch. That's very essential for the hatchling to start feeding right after 2 weeks. So we have observed hatchlings feeding. So we can see that they started to feeding right after 2 weeks. So this is really important to notice in an husbandry way, like when we are trying to bring the eggs back to the hatchery and trying to hatch them and release. It is really essential to provide that high temperature, because in that summer the temperatures will be go high, like we have noticed like a surface temperature go like 55 degrees Celsius in the sand there. So they really need that high temperature. So that's why we can able to see like in some in many of the So in many of the breeding centers, we can see that the hatchlings are cromped together on a corner. So that's mainly because they want to just get heated up on topping of each other. So then this is one animal which has been tagged as a juvenile in 2013. And for 1.5 years, we kind of tracked that animal, and after that the radio was gone bad. Obviously, we couldn't find the animal. But later in 2020, when we did a catch and tag in very upstream, so the animal kind of settled over there. So this actually sees that the chambal is like, even though there is like a lot of habitat difference from upstream and downstream, like a single animal from a downstream is more than enough to get the DNA spread out to the upstream. So it is kind of a one unit rather than like multiple genetic units. So this is the animal when it was juvenile, and this is when it got recapped. So this is another. So so far I was telling about like what are the main findings. Like the females are moving longer, and the females are like more mobile and all. But where we actually implement these like output or these findings. So we have one instance where this one female is got into. So we call it as a Kunu female. So in 2020, this female bred, like in 2020 February, it bred in Chambal, and then it gone all the way and then entered into Kunu River, and this is the Kunu Birpur Bridge outside the Kunu National Park, and it nested right above the bridge. And that's the first time we have been encountering like animals moving into Kunu. So then that's like the peak of the first COVID wave. So, but with the help of MP Forest Department and all, we bring them to the notice that there's one animal moved inside Kunu. So what we do? So then DFO sir and PCF sir, everybody helped that time. And we were able to fly a drone, and we spotted like not only one nest, like 5 nests inside the Kunu. So obviously the Kunu is kind of a buffer zone for gharials to going in and out whenever it is suitable for them. So they are deciding by themselves when it is suitable. So this has happened in 2020, and later that year, monsoon, the same female, it was nested here, but it moved all the way into the national park, and then above Palpur there's a place called Parond. camp. So it was there for the whole monsoon. And after that, due to some reasons, we lost her satellite receptions. Then we tried to find her, but we couldn't. But the point here is that since the animals are using it, so then we kind of proposed to the department, said like, okay, let's do a habitat assessment in Kunu, like how it is suitable for it. Then they said like, then we did a habitat assessment and submit the report to the department, and eventually we released like 50 hatchlings in Kunu. This is another instant, like this is a recent instant, I think this is new for even the department people also. So in last year also, one female tried to go above Kunu. So this is the Chambal and Kunu confluence, above Kunu, but it couldn't go because there's a bridge construction was happening and the channel got narrowed down. So the animal couldn't move up with this small channel, and it kind of gave nest below, like over here itself, before the bridge. So these animals are like having a lot of acceptability and tendency towards like the minimalistic disturbances and all. But when the disturbance is permanent and for a longer period of time, then they couldn't survive. So then we released juveniles inside the Kunu Park. So this is a soft release enclosure. This is a soft release enclosure, and then we did a hard release. We see, so now at present we are seeing like 5 juveniles inside the Kunu, and still the tracking is going on. Subsequently, like the first batch we got released like 25 animals, the second batch we got 50 animals got released into Kunu. And the next thing that we actually doing from 2018 is we are tagging the Devri juveniles, the juveniles which are released from Devri as a head start, and see what is the survival rate when we compare it to the wild juveniles. So we tagged the Devri juveniles with the help of the department. We released it in the same place where the wild juveniles are being got tagged. So we have did it for a couple of times and to see what's happening within them. So obviously what happening here is the Devri juveniles, when they get into release into the wild, they don't really understand the river dynamics and all. So they just tend to be more like everywhere, like an adult female. So they kind of respond to that release. And then once they kind of settle down, like after like a couple of months, they kind of tends to settle down. But that's where the main problem coming is. So if they are settled down in a place where there's already a juvenile habitat, so that they are kind of protected. But sometimes they kind of settle down in a place where there's like a lot of muggers and all, because they are not grown in wild. So the wild animals have their instincts about like muggers. We have to stay away from the muggers and all. But these animals tends to not have that instinct. So we have found that some of them are being taken by muggers actually, and we have been tracking muggers with the radio inside the mugger's tummy for 3 or 4 months, and then we kind of find out like, okay, the animal has been taken. So the main point about the head start is like we have to see there are a couple of points. Like one is like a reintroduction. So in any gharial release, so it has to be like either a reintroduction or a re-establishment. So or a re-supporting or re-sustainability. So reintroduction is basically the habitat is good for gharials, but there is no gharials at all. So for that particular reintroduction, you can actually release like a bigger sized animal. So you can actually even release like keep the animals in captivity for a little longer also. Make sure that the animals grown bigger into a sub-adult size, then we can release it. But for an re-sustainability or re-supporting population, like where there is the existing population there, but we are just going to support the population by releasing some more animals into the population. So for that, we suggest that we release the animal as small as possible, so that the animal learns the whole wild techniques over there, and then adapt for the whole thing. So that's the proposal. And this is another adventure that we did recently in 2021. So we transferred an male from Chambal to Son. The proposal has been circulated, and we have had many discussions with the MP Forest Department, like how we are going to do it, and also then we planned and sit with the trackers and the fisherman community who we are been engaging for catching the gharials and all, and came up with a plan. And successfully we caught this 5-meter male from Chambal, and it took like 36 hours for us to reach to Son and then release it there. And as soon as we released the animal, they got like, he's just basking with the females on the next day morning without any problem at all. And they eventually we saw that the sandbank has been covered by trees and all. And we asked them to cut the trees. We put like little bit more sand there so that the animals will adapt. So when they are dumping the sand, when the actual process is happening, you can see the females just coming and sitting at the edge without caring. There is a people who are working and putting the sand and all. They didn't really care about it. They desperately want that hot sand to bask in the breeding season. So eventually we got we got 4 nests, we got 140 hatchlings that year. And mainly I think it's a tendency of maybe Chambal Gharial to explore the place. So this male has decided to explore the downstream. So in August he explored downstream in the monsoon, and he kind of moved into Bihar, and then where the Bihar government captured him. And we have tried a lot to bring him back to Son, but eventually he ended up in Gandak. It has been a sad story at the end, but it actually gives us a hope that the reintroduction program for the males is actually can be able to do. We can able to do it again also. And the main thing is about the coordination between the states. So we have to explain the Bihar department and bring them on board and say that, okay, see, this animal has been explored the river already. So he knows that there is a dam downstream now after he explored. So he has to be put back so that the next year he will not do that, because obviously these animals are learning quickly. Like that's what like I'm studying as a part of my PhD. I'm studying the acoustic and chemical signaling between these animals. And the males are actually having unique signals among themselves, so they can identify individuals, and the females are able to identify those cues, and they are going back to the same location back for breeding and nesting. And it's all like female's decision, like which male she wants to mate and which nesting bank she wants to nest and all. So they are really clever animals. So if we all can kind of come together, and easily the Son can be like a next place where the gharials can easily kind of reside. So apart from that local management implications, so we also worked on IUCN red list assessment and green list assessment. So there's this new thing comes as a green list. So basically red list talks about whether the animal is critically endangered or not, and the green list talks about whether the conservation actions are actually implication towards the animal's survivability and conservation. So these are the categories within the green list, and this is the green list map that we have been created. And coming to the important point, like about like what are threats that we are actually seeing for gharials in Chambal. So we actually see like a lot of anthropogenic threats, like people are using the river to cross, like in some places where they are shallow, they go across. So this is in the upstream where they go across, collect the firewood and come back here. And then we see in some places like illegal fishing. The villagers will use the tube, and some places the rock mining is happening. And the main problem that we are facing is that the sand mining. So along with the department, actually we kind of now got the permission to do like a sand assessment throughout the Chambal. Like how much sand is actually coming into Chambal, and how much it can be used, and how much it is actually been using in the current situation. So basically assessing the whole, so this is just a clip to show like how big the whole thing is. So this is a place called Tigri, which is like 10 kilometers downstream from Rajghat. So this is a picture in 2018 where you can see, so this particular Tigri sandbar is like a big sandbar, which actually accommodates like around 20 to 30 nests every year. And this is in 2018 where you can see that the whole big operation is happening. And this is 2018's nesting time, 2016 nesting time. And you can see that we had like 16 nests and 13 hatched in that place, and 13 nests, 11 hatched in the place. So these are the tractor trails that you can easily see with the Google Earth image. And this is now. So basically the whole sandbar is just gone. So that whole river, that whole place has got like now braided, and this is kind of a very devastating effect in the even in the downstream, because once there is no any kind of supporting sandbar and all, then the sand is going to split away or spread away, and then it's going to get like a lot of shallow right below that. And with like more water lifting projects coming through for using the Chambal river water, so obviously we are going to disconnect the river, which is going to be affect the whole gharial population, because they couldn't move up and down as we see now. And yeah, like bridges constructions and all, they kind of in active manner, they kind of have a effect on the movement of the animals up and down when the construction is happening. But on a long term, how we are seeing it is like the bridges are actually giving like lot of accessibility to the every part of the river. So if it is being used wisely, I think it is a good. But if it is being used for transporting all these resources outside the Chambal, it's going to be devastating for Chambal. So this is a drone survey that we are doing. So we are making maps like this, and then quantifying like how much sand is actually there, and how much sand has been used by the animal, and how. So this is a skimmer island. So last time we have been collaborated even with Parvin to even identifying the skimmer island also. So that will be helpful for her. So since we are sharing the same region as a research place, so we kind of collaborate in many other ways. So this is working with the community. So this is Pankaj Kumar, who's been a part of this project from the very beginning, like from 2007 or 8. He joined as a boatman. He learned how to track the animals on himself, and he did the tracking for past 16 years in Chambal. Like by far, like who knows about all the behavior, like when the male is been fighting and all. Pankaj is the right person to ask. So this is like in last year, he got Conservation Hero Award from Tiger Watch NGO in Rajasthan. And we do we do like aware the local kids by providing them with short stories about gharials. Essentially, this is a red alert book. We have been translated this whole book in Hindi and gave it to the local kids to read through. So we make like a lot of community programs so that we have all the people on board, inclusive for the better conservation of gharials. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jalavdeen sir. Are there any questions or queries? I think there is one. Vivek, please get the mic there.
Hello. Sir, as the sand mining continues and the river is being like drought conditions are happening, will artificial sanding to create more sandbars is going to help gharial's conservation?
So that's a really nice question. We have actually an answer for that question in two instances. So one is a situation in Katrnia Ghat. It's a dammed river which has gharials in it. So apart from Chambal, the other couple of populations are actually in a reservoir population. So in Katrnia Ghat, the problem is, so there is these two rivers which are coming out from Nepal. Like after it's crossing Chesapani, it is going into Kodiala and Girwa. So the Girwa is where the gharials are residing, because Kodiala is mainly like a vegetative area. But in recent years, what happened is the sand mining is actually stopped there also, which created lot of sand deposition in the Girwa, which altered the flow of the river to Kodiala. So obviously, the sand mining helps in some places where you actually remove the sand so that there is an actual nominal flow of the river is being maintained and all. But what we did is we kind of we kind of dumped artificial sand in that Girwa where the animals are nesting, and instantly the animals are using it. So in Son instance, that's what happened. So because there was no male for 5+ years, so recently we translocated the male and we evidenced the breeding and all. And as soon as the breeding happened, even before the breeding season, we know that if the animal is kind of stayed in that place, so then definitely the breeding is going to happen and all. So we kind of put the sand and created an artificial sand, because it's not an artificial. I say like we will added up the sand. So basically we are adding up the sand where the animals used to nest earlier. So that is been instantly accepted by the animals. So that's actually like a possible way. But even like the action that recently taken about like desanctuarizing like some part, and where we allow some part where they can fulfill the requirement of the sand and all, will be a really good solution if it is applied correctly. So what we saw is like before 2020, when before the COVID, I can say before the COVID, we will see like there is only small pockets where there's a industrial mining is happening, like Tigri and all. The animal will move up and down, so they always kind of avoid the disturbance. They can move up and down. But the recent after the COVID, what happened is like many people in the villages lost their jobs in the cities, so they kind of came back, and they are seeing that like their neighborhood has been doing sand mining, and they are earning like legally basically. But they say like, okay, what's problem with that? Like if they are doing, why can't I do it? So it's kind of drastically increased. So if you disturb every part of the river, then there will be like no place for the gharial to go or avoid the disturbance. So if it has been intensified in some parts, and eventually yes, the animal will move up and down, and it has to be stopped in all the other locations except these intensified locations.
Thank you. There's one question at the back, I think.
Jalauddin, very nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Very nice presentation. Just I would like to know, so many projects, water lifting project is coming in Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, in tri-states. So is it any plan to study effect of water level on population habitats and population trends?
Yes, sir. So actually with the drone, that's what we want to imply, like quantifying the sand as well as like identifying the, because we already, so many years of service, we already know like which are the gharial main kind of pockets where the gharials are actually using the river. So first do the habitat assessment on those places and find where the deep pools and how the sand is getting deposited and all those things. Then eventually we'll come to that point where we actually know that, okay, this much of flow is actually required for Chambal to get the sand modified every year, because Chambal is the river which actually get that fluctuation, annual fluctuation, river fluctuation. So in monsoon, it goes like around 10 meters high, the water will go 10 meters high, which will replenish the whole sandbars. And again, when the water goes down, the sandbars has been getting altered, and all the even the plastics and will be kind of removed by the flood, and the river is just regenerated during the floods. So the flood is actually more important as far as we can see for now. But eventually, the flow of the river is also important, because if there is no flow, then there is no gharials. Because I want to mention an instance like Kota Barrage. So Kota Barrage has been constructed in 1973, and the last gharial that is seen above the Kota Barrage is 1994. So these are like long-living animals. So the effect on them will be shown like after like 20 years only, because they tend to kind of adjust for all those problems and all. So you will not see the effect immediately like we seen in birds and mammals. So it is really hard to take any kind of measures for the reptiles.
You know, Ministry of Jal Shakti has notified particularly minimum ecological flow in the Ganga river. So I think we should be initiate some initiative with lobbying with the central government.
Yes, sir.
And minimum ecological flow, minimum water is requirement for the Chambal river. So basically, Chambal is the tri-state sanctuary. So
Yes,
we need to be some policy and advocacy level with the central governments for the notification of minimum ecological
flow range in Chambal. Yeah, that will be really great if we did that.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to now request Professor R.J. Rao to please proceed with the chairing comments.
Azim sir has a question.
All right, sir, if you can. Vivek, Utkarsh, I'm not sure who has the mic.
Can you pass
Yes,
the mic?
please pass the mic. Sir, I would like to ask a very quick question.
Azim sir.
You told about the experience of introducing male in zone.
Yes, sir.
So this process has been going on in zone since very long.
Yes,
when I used to be director of Sanjay National Park.
Yes, sir.
So we also brought male gharial
Two
from
males.
Kukrel.
Kukrel.
But as soon as the monsoon came, they went
down
the river side. So is there any tendency of male, because does it happen in Chambal also?
Yes, sir. So usually the mobile males, what we are doing is we are transferring the mobile males who are really desperate for establishing a territory and all. And it is not a strict line that all the males will explore, but obviously like the one male that we got, he decided that he will be exploring the zone, and he gone down. But in the case of the release from Kukrail, they are from captive. So basically what happened is they kind of stayed there for a little longer, but the problem with they faced is they got into the fishing nets, like the ghost fishing nets, which is coming from upstream and from the dam down. So they got into that nets and they couldn't able to come out of the nets. Because like for example in our case also, the males, we obviously we see some excuse me thank you. So we see in some cases in Chambal like the males or any female or male will get into net, but they usually use the terrain below the river to remove the nets on their own. So obviously we get sometimes call from rangers and sir यहाँ पे हमने एक मेल देखा उसके ऊपर जाल फंसा है. मैंने बोला मेरे को पहले फोटो भेज देना, I will see the photo, because the main problem is the anchor line. So if the anchor line entangled through the snout, that is a really life threatening. But if there is a net on an animal, it's not really, because it's not really showing that there is a fishing is happening. It may be a ghost nest also, which because the animal is tend to go to the down of the bottom of the river. So it may pick up because the teeth are like coming out from the snout, so it may pick up the net from there also, which may get entangled. But these are like really strong animals, like the nets which we are using to catch the animals are like racem nets. They just charge through the net easily. So the nylon nets are really nothing for them. But if the anchor line goes around the snout, that's like kind of a life threatening. So even when the net is there, so we always try to not intervene with them, because let them to sort themselves, so that it will be helpful for the animal to even tackle the anthropogenic effect also. So in the case of Kukrail animals, they couldn't come out of the net, so we had to send. So in 2015, we had sent our catching team to remove a net from the last male, which has been eventually died after even we removed the net also, because he was like so weak when I think he didn't. Usually these adults will actually feed only during the monsoon. After monsoon, they bask and they regenerate their energy, and they will involve in all the social interaction. We rarely see them feeding throughout the year.
Just one thing.
Yes, sir.
Because you have told that mostly either Kukrail males which were just captive population, or the male which were in the stage of wandering and establishing whatever their territory,
yes,
etc. Suppose we take established male from Chambal,
yes,
which
sir.
doesn't move a lot,
yeah,
and they have females there. As soon as they arrive, they have female harem with them.
Yes, sir.
So
It's
would
nothing
it be
offensive to try that, but what we see is like on an conservation perspective, like he already have an established place in Chambal, like why should we have to disturb him, rather than if a person who is desperately looking for a place, he will be stay longer rather than a person who is...
There are many males to take his...
Yeah, so that's what, like, even what we are doing is we are identifying the place where the males are actually congregating, because in throughout Chambal we cannot see all the places where you can see like 4 or 5 males.
This year you should find some suitable male.
Sure. No, we are actually, so recently I talked with DD sir, Sanjay National Park also, Sanjay Diburi National Park.
I think we should try with 2 males, one mobile and one...
So we have permission for 4 males, sir, now. So what we are planning is we will do like 2 kind of an adult one and 2 kind of a sub-adult and a near adult, so that if the adult one try to wander around, eventually the sub-adult and the near adult will come into the place. So we couldn't catch during that time, sir, because the animals are come out for basking during the winter seasons only. It's very tricky to catch them.
I think this has been a lovely, wonderful discourse. Professor Rao, please proceed with the sharing comments.
Good presentation, but it is really very successful program in the country. So I can say that it is the Encyclopedia Britannica also recorded the activities, research activities done in the Chambal and the conservation measures taken by the department, government for this National Chambal Sanctuary. And I think perhaps Dr. Ranjit Singh, perhaps I don't know whether he remembers or not, but one day I think when you were working in the ministry, you asked me way back in 1986, 86 or 87, there were some very industries coming up in Dholpur area, other side of the bank, Rajasthan side. said that they want to have some environmental clearance. And they have submitted a report that they didn't, there is no animal in the Chambal River. So that was the report they have given, and the ministry has to give a permission whether clearance or not. So Dr. Ranjit Singh asked me, I need a report from tomorrow morning in my office. And I think I could able to, whatever the publications we did it from Chambal and the reports, everything, whole night I have collected, and I think in the next week got a train and I went to the ministry. And ultimately, I am really thankful to Dr. Ranjit Singh that environmental clearance was not given to that industry. So that was the successful thing. Each and everybody has participated in the conservation of this National Chambal Sanctuary. Today I can say, when way back at this fight, male fighting, I think we saw in 1985, that time our report in around 87, 88, I think we have given around only 15 breeding females. So that time also the same environmental problems we have, whatever we are talking about sand mining and sand, everything was, we talked in the 1980s, 87. And still this thing is going, but see the population. When we saw our final report in 88, it was only 15 adult females nesting in the Chambal Sanctuary. Now there are 450, more than 450. So that means the animal is adopted, and wherever sand mine, sand is every year there is changes due to the heavy floods. It is a very narrow river. It is like a Chambal River is itself is a very narrow, and it is we call it a Chambal Valley. So every time the sand is going from this side, going and joining to some other places, and other next year again sand will coming and putting this there. So I don't think because of the number of females nesting in this place. So this all shows that animal is adopting itself, and like what he is telling, it is a bigger animal. It is not like a small bird or something like which is immediately worrying about its habitat. So throughout the river it is establishing itself, and still there are good areas available in the Chambal Sanctuary. So again we can have more things. We did a workshop in 1995, population habitat viability assessment of this gharial. There's only crocodile was done on this thing. And that time also, Dr. Jeff Lang came in 1989 to Chambal. First time I think he have visited this place. So all these things make that. So I will give you only 2 minutes of my presentation, but ultimately it is the responsibility of the scientist, responsibility of the management to think about the National Chambal Sanctuary. Because we are from Madhya Pradesh, we have to give some more status of this sanctuary, which is we will call it, going to say that if all people are think on this, so this sanctuary should be declared as a National Heritage Site of UNESCO. So that is what we are proposing, and I will ask him to show the slide as already there.
The slides are already there, which in this presentation.
Yeah, ask him one by one. You can start. I think no problem. So this is a proposal. Yeah. So we had a discussion in Sri Lanka on crocodile special group long back. Slowly, that time it was given, and recently, recently in Bharatpur National Park, I think there was a discussion on the natural heritage sites thing. So UNESCO heritage sites is a very important thing. Next slide. Yeah, these are the natural heritage sites in the country. And the last site was declared in 2014. After that, there was no natural heritage site in the country. Next, please. And what are the criteria? These are the 10 criteria one has to be to declare as a UNESCO heritage site. So in this, we have 7, 9, 10. These fulfill, National Chambal Sanctuary fulfill these criteria. Next, please. So criteria 7, it contains superlative natural phenomena of areas, exceptional natural beauty and aesthetic importance. So these are the criteria which are fulfilling the Chambal. Next, please. This National Chambal Sanctuary is like he was showing about it. And the same typical, although most of the human exploitation and everything is there, but every time the river is doing on its own, making the system available for the animals, available for the people, and minor human interactions are not disturb these animals. Next. And these are the animals, crocodiles and birds. Nowhere in the world, okay, because being a UCN crocodile special group, I visited different countries, and we saw it is very difficult to see a crocodile in the natural areas. But this is the only place in Chambal, within a few minutes, you can see a crocodile. So that was the importance the animal itself has taken, and that importance given by the department to protect this area. And here is a beautiful national aquatic animal, Gangetic dolphin. Here again, I will really thanks to Dr. Ranjit Singh. And after our studies he has taken, when he was a project in charge of this Ganga project directorate, he called me and gave a project in the Ganges River. So that time, from Rishikesh to Kanpur stretch, he has given me a project. So then I think we were discussing with what type of work we are to do it. And dolphin, when I was told him, we saw dolphins, we have a recent publication in Chambal River, and I told him that we were doing this dolphin also. We have a Ganges first phase of the report. There is no mention of dolphin in this thing. So he has asked me, are you really going to work on the dolphin, because there is no dolphin during the time. But I could able to see dolphins in the first phase of the work, and Garmuktesar is the Ganges River. So where we saw this dolphin. And then I think I immediately rushed from the field station to the Delhi and met Dr. Ranjit Singh. Sir, we saw the dolphin, we want to do some research. Immediately he approved the proposal, and our first PhD was done in the country on the Ganges River. One of my students, so he is now in the Ministry of Jal Shakti, is working for this. So from that day onwards, we are gone requesting the government that do something on this. Now you all know about Ganges dolphin was declared as a national aquatic animal. So this is again the government, if they want, definitely they can do it. So unless we are not able to do some type of research, definitely we can prove what exactly is importance of this particular area. So these are three animals. Gangetic dolphin, national aquatic animal is there. We have a national bird, peacock is very well there, and tigers also coming from Ranthambore, other places. So National Chambal Sanctuary has all the three national aquatic animals. National animals are in this place. These are the different criteria. We can go through next. 9. Of course. Nice. And now that time there were decards, but now it is okay, very good. Anybody can go and enjoy. Is the integrity of this National Chambal Sanctuary. And next. And comparison with other similar properties in this area, we have a different protected areas, but still Chambal Sanctuary has a unique importance because of this type of, we are going to give not to the animal, but it is the management of this river by the government. So that is what is important. Now I think we have to take only action gone by the government, all the environment ministry, state governments, and WA criteria to center. So I hope all the in this conference we can say something about this proposal can be forwarded by the Forest Department. Madhya Pradesh Forest Department take a active role in this, so that all the departments can suppose this thing. Propose for the UNESCO. That is what we are going to do. Thank you very much.
Let's have a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, Professor R.J. Rao. This has been the vision of this conference, to propose such causes, to work towards such spirits. Please provide mic.
I would be very, very happy to do so. No, I won't take the time. No, please do go ahead with this. And two things to supplement. There are more dolphins now in the Chambal than there are in the Ganga. Yeah. So that and a national animal. And secondly, something which we lose sight of, and we are so motive and icon. The symbol of the Ganga in the old, and I was student of history, is not the dolphin. It is the Gangetic Ghadial.
Oh,
So we should utilize that as a motive
course.
for saving the Ghadial. There are more Ghadial, the Kachua is the emblem of the Jamna. The Gavialis Gangeticus is the emblem of the Ganga.
See, you are getting attestation in real time for your project. That is wonderful. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to please present Professor R.J. Rao with the souvenir for the event for this wonderful, wonderful presentation. And we truly wish him all the best with this project. And to the man of the hour, Mr. Jailabdeen, for his wonderful presentation. It has been an mark of an excellence in research.
So we just call Dr. Jeffrey Lang, who was one of the person who started the project in the first instance.
Let's have a huge round of applause for Professor Jeffrey Lang. So much excellence is gracing the stage right now. We are really thankful, and we take great pride in having such speakers with us. Thank you so much, Mr. Jailabdeen. Thank you, Professor Rajirao, for being here with us. We will now proceed to our 40-minute lunch, and after that we have Ms. Aishwarya Ghate, Dr. Pratyush Mohapatra, Ms. Bhavna Menon, Mr. Kaushik Mondal, and Mr. Ashok Shode. See you in 40 minutes. Thank you. Ms. Aishwarya Laghate, who will be speaking to us about raptor conservation, the present status, conservation challenges, and how to revive them. So, without any further ado, I would like to call upon stage Ms. Aishwarya Laghate. Thank you so much, ma'am, and I would like to request Vikas sir to please welcome her on our behalf. Let's have a round of applause. Hailing from Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, Aishwarya's passion for birds and wildlife at a young age inspired her to become an accomplished bird watcher, exploring various areas of Madhya Pradesh. Recognizing the critical importance of understanding the connections between habitats and species, she decided to I'm so sorry for the interruption. We are right now welcoming Ms. Aishwarya Laghate on stage, and I was telling you, recognizing the critical importance of understanding the connections between habitats and species, she decided to pursue a career in wildlife research and conservation. Thankfully, that worked out for us because you are here with us now. After completing graduation in Environmental Sciences from Fergusson College in Pune and receiving her MSc in Wildlife Conservation and Action from the Institute of Environment Education and Research, Bharati Vidyapeeth, Pune, she joined WWF India in the year 2021 as Project Officer in the Raptor Conservation Program. Now, talking about her contribution, she has been actively involved in vulture nest monitoring, raptor hotspot monitoring, education outreach, capacity building, community involvement, and advocacy in Central India. Given this rich background at such a young age, we are so thankful and we are so proud of you, Aishwarya. And now we would like to call upon stage Mr. Shubhranjan Sen, IFS Officer, APCCF Wildlife Madhya Pradesh, who will be chairing the session. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Shubhranjan Sen. And I would like to request Vikas sir once again to please felicitate him and welcome him, Mr. Shubhranjan Sen, on our behalf. After the initial in-service training, Mr. Shubhranjan Sen started off as a probationer in Sune district in 1994, which has the Pench Tiger Reserve. After an optional wildlife training at WII Dehradun, he was posted as director, Satpura National Park in 1996. This was before it was notified as a tiger reserve. In the year 1999, he was transferred to Shivpuri as the director of Madhav National Park. Thereafter, he was posted as deputy director of the Pench Tiger Reserve in 2002. In the year 2005, he was transferred to Kanha Tiger Reserve as deputy director. He was out of state on deputation to the Wildlife Institution of India, Dehradun, as faculty scientist F profile for 6 years, and finally in the year 2015, he was posted as field director of the Pench Tiger Reserve. After promotion to APCCF in 2018, he has been in the forest headquarters in Bhopal, back in the wildlife wing since March 2022 as APCCF Wildlife. Sir, we are so thankful. Thank you for chairing this session, and we would like to request you to open the session with your chairing comments.
Thank you. So again, my term comes after lunch, and but luckily we again have a lady who's been doing very wonderful work, especially on vultures, to present. And today her talk is on raptors. So over to Aishwarya. Thank you.
Let's give a huge round of applause for Miss Aishwarya Laghate.
Hello, am I audible? Yes. Yeah. So a very good afternoon to everyone present here, and everyone will feel sleepy, I guess. So I have put some pictures to make you awake. So before starting my presentation, I would like to talk about myself. बहुत छोटी जर्नी है अभी के लिए, but I will start with saying that मेरा raptors में interest कैसे आया. So I joined Ferguson College in 2016 in their bachelor's BSc in environmental science, and there I was studying for 3 years till 2019, and we had a quiz on wildlife, and my team got first prize, and we got a book about vanishing vultures of India, and I was shook to read the book, the contents inside them and inside it, and I was shook to see the decline of vultures throughout the country last so many decades. And after studying about their dwindling vulture populations, I also read multiple research papers and journals, and I was very sad. So I also studied that in MP we had the strongest hold of vultures. So it was a moment of pride for me, of course, because coming from a state called Madhya Pradesh, which is so diverse in itself, I obviously was very proud that I hail from such a state, but I knew I had to work for vultures on raptors, especially vultures, because I thought it is my responsibility as a citizen of this country to take the legacy of research in vultures ahead. So yeah, that's about myself, and without taking much time, I'll go ahead. So I guess raptors are a very magnificent group of birds, but there are some difficulties due to which I feel they are lesser known. First of all, they are very hard to identify. So if you see a raptor, you must, you probably would feel, अरे वो तो चील है, वो तो बाज है, और वो तो गिद्ध है, या तो हम लोग ऐसा भी करते हैं कि उसको गिद्ध बोल देते हैं, पर हमें पता नहीं है कि वो सही में गिद्ध था, या वो सही में चील थी, या तो सही में बाज था, क्योंकि बेसिकली बाइनोकुलर्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है रैप्टर्स को सही आइडेंटिफाई करने में, या आपको फोटोग्राफिक एविडेंस बहुत ज़रूरी है रैप्टर्स को सही से आइडेंटिफाई करने में, या आपके पास बहुत अच्छी नॉलेज होनी चाहिए जिसमें आपको पता हो कि उनके डाइटरी हैबिट्स क्या हैं, कैसे वो नेस्टिंग करते हैं, एंड सो ऑन. सो कैन एनीवन ऑफ यू टेल मी विच इज़ द फर्स्ट रैप्टर दैट वी सी ऑन द लेफ्ट? Anyone? कोई यंग, आप नहीं सर, कोई यंग ये लेफ्ट वाला eagle, can you specify? No. Which one? Black kite? No. That's the most ubiquitous raptor that is found in India, but that is not it. Anyone? Crested serpent? No. Steppe eagle? No. No. Marsh harrier? Absolutely no. Spotted? Spotted eagle? No. So this is white-tailed eagle, and it is a juvenile. So there are many morphs in raptors. Therefore, it is very hard to identify them. Now, as this juvenile grows in age, it will develop a mold that is very different from the one right now that we are seeing. And the second species, can you identify? I knew someone would answer this, so I had specifically kept this slide. This is a Himalayan owl. This is not a mottled wood owl. Both the species look alike because of their plumage, but it's different. Mottled wood owl is essentially found in India, central India, and it is very hard to spot a mottled wood owl because they literally resemble like a bark of a tree. Yeah. The one on the left, this is easy. Yeah. And on the right, I hear Rajat sir saying, but someone from the crowd, students? Nahin? Yeah, we can give that. So this eagle specifically feeds on fishes. So, no. This is a Pallas's fish eagle. And it is one of the raptors that specifically feeds on fishes. And it is one of the threatened raptors because of specific dietary habit that it has. I guess थोड़ी सी नींद चली गई होगी लोगों की, थोड़ी सी. Moving forward, raptors, or as we call them, birds of prey. These are very dynamic, very majestic birds, and we can call them tigers of bird world क्योंकि apex predators हैं ये. So characteristics of raptors include so 3 basic characteristics on which I learned them. So basically keen eyesight. Second, hooked beak, hooked or curved beak, because they are hunters. They need to catch fishes, they need to catch snakes, or frogs, amphibians, reptiles, and also feed on dead carcasses, as I'm going to talk about. So they need to have a hooked or curved beak, so through which they can tear the flesh or the meat of the body. Then the third is sharp talons. Why do they have sharp talons? As I said, because they are hunters, they need to grab the prey they are catching. So they have extremely powerful talons, or we call them as पंजे. इनके बहुत strong पंजे होते हैं. Exceptionally, vultures are a group of birds in which they don't have very strong talons because they are obligate scavengers. Obligate scavengers मतलब जो सिर्फ मरा हुआ खाना खाते हैं. And मुझे नहीं लगता किसी ने सुना होगा कि vulture गाय को उठा के लेके जा रहा है. They cannot. कुछ cases में ऐसा है जहाँ पे bearded vulture found in Himalayan belt of a country, it can hunt sheep and goats, but it occurs quite rarely, as I must say. Yeah. So, India is home to 107 species of raptors, and it is very important for us to know why raptors are important for us. Firstly, they are an effective scavenger. They can literally eat up the whole carcass of a cow, especially vultures, in 25 to 30 minutes. So imagine the capacity of cleaning a stinking carcass that is itself a home to a variety of diseases that might spread in our environment. So of course, first is they are efficient scavengers, and secondly, they keep a check on controlling the pest populations in our landscapes. So coming from agricultural fields or even in mid-air, they eat insects. So they provide an ecosystem service of controlling the populations of pests in our country. Now, conservation status of raptors. As I said, India is home to 107 species of raptors. In Schedule 1, you might see that even mostly 60 or 65, above 65 raptors we have in Schedule 1. And with the recent amendments, we have also found out owls and more eagles in the Schedule 1 species of Indian Wildlife Protection Act in our country. So coming to why raptors are threatened in India, there are multiple reasons actually. Some of them are very general that go for every species, but as you might see, we have 15 threatened species of raptors in India, going from eagles to vultures and even owls. So firstly, the use of NSAIDs, as we all know, why vultures declined in the past few years. Use of NSAIDs in cattle treatment, be it diclofenac, aceclofenac, ketoprofen, nimesulide, these were all the reasons for the vulture decline. And secondly is intensive use of pesticides in our agricultural fields. So as we know, India is a very farming-based country. We produce a lot for the population that we have. So we use pesticides, of course, and these might affect raptors in their populations. Thirdly, we have habitat degradation. Most of the presentations have talked about grasslands being treated as wastelands. So that goes here also. Some raptor species are very specific to grasslands, so they might get affected. Then we have habitat fragmentation, conversion of large chunks of land into some other land usage pattern, and of course illegal wildlife trade when it comes to owls. So owls are massively traded during, as you must have heard of, Diwali, and they have a very wrong misconception about them. And मुझे अभी भी याद है, मैं किसी से बात करी तो बोलते कि यार ऐश्वर्या मैम, वो बैरागढ़ में आपने देखा, और नारंगी लाल आंखों वाला उल्लू है. तो आई सेड कि वो इंडियन ईगल आउल है, एंड दैट इज the state of the wildlife trade that happens across the country during Diwali season, and also in the rest of the year. So it's saddening. And electrocution is also one of the major threat that we can see in raptor populations. So WWF decided to do a survey, a baseline survey for these raptors in India. So we have essentially started with 10 major sites, and this includes all of these sites mentioned here from Rajasthan, from MP. We have decided to keep it very short of very descriptive as of now, because we want to increase the sites years by years. But this whole map includes even agricultural fields, grasslands, then high altitude wetlands, and also some good hotspots for raptors. So it has been only 1 year of study for now. So we have identified few threats based on our surveys. We do these surveys fortnightly, and out of this we see the major threats are electricity transmission lines, transportation and infrastructure, industrial effluents in some of the rivers, fish nets and barbed wires in agricultural fields. So in agricultural fields, many people do water chestnut farming also. And from water chestnut farming, what they do is they collect catch fishes also. So because of that they spread the nets, and raptors or even some birds might get entangled in that agricultural field. And of course, we have talked about this a lot, and I feel very strongly about this: free-ranging dogs. So we identified these threats, and we gave a threat level and a score based on all these threats. And right now, we want to continue this study for at least 3 or 4 years to get the exact causes for, about these raptor hotspot monitoring locations. So coming for vulture nest monitoring, I joined WWF in 2021, and I'm proud to say that I have been a pioneer in starting the vulture nest monitoring work in WWF. So we have around 12 sites in Madhya Pradesh, which are displayed here. The ones you see in orange are our nest monitoring sites that we took up in 2021, and the ones in yellow are for 22 and 23, and the ones in blue are for 23 and 24. So we have surveyed areas in Satpura Tiger Reserve, in Chinwada, Tamia. Then we have done surveys in Naura Dehi Wildlife Sanctuary, Obidullaganj Forest Division, then Kuno National Park, Gandhi Sagar Wildlife Sanctuary. Now we have started our surveys for this year in Satna, in Gitgad, which is close to Bhopal. Then we have also started our surveys in Bandhavgarh and Ratapani Wildlife Sanctuary. So what do we do on these surveys is we go to a site fortnightly, as I mentioned, and during the breeding period of vultures, that is from October to April, what we do is we train the frontline staff. This picture is from Naura Dehi Wildlife Sanctuary, and you can see the whitewash in the gorge. So this area is called Gitkanj, and it is probably my favorite site in whole country because it hosts a population of vultures that I cannot even imagine and explain to you in words. So these are two forest guards which are scanning the nests, and what we do is we train them to identify the nest and how to monitor them while the breeding season is going on, from a pair mating to formation of an egg, the egg clutching, the hatching of an egg, and successfully fledging of a chick. So yeah, this is about it. Khalik sir? Huh. So as I said, this data is from 2021 to 23. So we have 5 sites for long-billed vultures or Indian vultures, in which we see the highest number of breeding success was in Naura Dehi Wildlife Sanctuary, given the habitat and everything. But we observed less number of chicks hatching in Kuno National Park, 57%. So as I said, this requires at least 2 to 3 years of monitoring before we actually arrive at some conclusion कि नहीं यही हो रहा है तो इसलिए ऐसा होगा. So we record temperature, humidity, rainfall, and everything, every other variable that might possess this kind of a change in the breeding success, but there are of course many factors like man-made threats, as we call, that might affect too. This is the nesting trend of white-rumped vultures. White-rumped vultures are the vultures that make their nests on trees. So as we see from the graph, mostly white-rumped vultures are doing better in the breeding success rates as compared to the long-billed vultures. And what I have observed also, long-billed vultures are very shy in nature, and they will also abandon a nest when they feel there's kind of a disturbance near the nest. So there's one thing that we need to look upon. So again a slide जिसमें सबकी नींद थोड़ी सी वापस से मैं थोड़ा भगाने की कोशिश करूँगी. क्या कोई मुझे बता सकता है कि इसमें क्या हो रहा है? Anyone please raise their hands. Yeah, it is a nesting site. हाँ, तो इस फर्स्ट पिक्चर में आप देखोगे there is a pair of Egyptian vulture. This whole sequence is from Gandhi Sagar Wildlife Sanctuary while I was surveying the vulture nests. So the first picture is you see a pair of Egyptian vultures in the cliff. The second one is a long-billed vulture has arrived and it has shooed away the Egyptian vultures and it has actually taken a twig from their nest. और थर्ड सीक्वेंस में आप देखोगे कि इजिप्शियन वल्चर बहुत चिल्ला रहा है, उसको बिल्कुल मज़ा नहीं आया ये देख के कि मैं छोटा हूँ और किसी इंडियन वल्चर ने मुझ पे ऐसे अटैक किया और वो बस मेरा नेस्टिंग मटेरियल लेके भाग गया है. एंड द फोर्थ पिक्चर इज दैट it is running away, it is flying away, and the Egyptian vulture tries to stop, but it could not. So we monitored this whole nesting season. So we found out जहाँ पे आपको अभी long-billed vulture दिख रहा है in the nest, it actually created a nest right there, and the nest was a successful one. And the Egyptian vulture later on, वैसे vultures का breeding period it ranges from October to April, but we observed that Egyptian vultures have started, the process of breeding a little later. They have started to make their nests in March, and the chick usually flies in July. So same location पे जहाँ पे अभी Indian vulture का nest है, उसी same location पे the Egyptian vulture also constructed its nest after the Indian vulture gave the chick, and the chick flew away. So it is kind of sharing spaces, and I think humans need to learn from this कि आप एकदम किसी को ऐसे hurt मत करो, but ठीक है. Then one more slide. Can someone tell me what's at the top inside that circle? No. What? Nest, but of which raptor? Not an owl? Not a vulture? Not an owl, not an owl. Yeah, it is a Bonelli's eagle. So we have a lot of raptors occupying the same niche as of vultures. So we see Bonelli's eagle at the top, and here, right here, where's the pointer? Yeah, right here you can see a vulture's nest, and vulture is seeing the Bonelli's eagle, and Bonelli's eagle are known to predate on vulture chicks. So they are a threat, but luckily in this one, the Bonelli's eagle did not, attack the chick, and the nest was successful one, productive one at the end of the season 2. But this also shows that many interesting raptor species are residing by each other. And the second photo is that of a brownfish owl here, and it is with the chick. in the left, this is the chick and this is the brown fish owl. This photo is from Gandhi Sagar Wildlife Sanctuary, and they also use holes in the cliffs to make their nests. And third one is of course, Indian eagle owl, and it also nests in cliffs. So, apart from the work that we are doing in MP, we have also started a work in Uttarakhand. So we tagged 3 vultures in Uttarakhand in November 2023, and this is a white-rumped vulture. We tagged 2 white-rumped vultures and 1 Egyptian vultures. So for a very long time, we have been wrecking Corbett Tiger Reserve, Rajaji Tiger Reserve in and around the protected area boundaries also, but we are not able to find the nesting of vultures in Uttarakhand. So for knowing their home range, their nesting patterns, where do they actually reside, we have decided to tag these raptors. And this vulture was released in Dhela in Corbett Tiger Reserve. This is a video. I cannot play it. Yeah. So this is the movement pattern of a certain tagged vulture, and as you can see that it is using Dhela range, but it also goes in and about Dhela. So there are Gujjar Dheras that are present outside Dhela range also. So they throw away their carcasses out of their dead livestock, and possibly the vultures come for feeding and then go back towards Dhela, the forested area, and we are hoping to see some kind of information for nesting also, but I think it requires more time. So you can see the whole map in which that's the current location as of January 24, and it was the release date was 10 November, and it was released in Dhela, near Dhela. So this is the movement pattern of the white-rumped vulture. So this is the land use land cover that we see. It is mostly using areas near water sources and even crops, because people tend to throw the carcasses near agricultural fields away from their dairas also. So maybe that percentage has showed up, and also the forest, because we are seeing that it is continuously staying in the forest and going out to feed in between 2-3 days only. So maybe it happens to be nesting, but we don't know the status yet, but we are hopeful. Then coming on to how can communities participate in raptor conservation. This is a picture from Neemaj Forest Division while I was on a vulture monitoring survey. We can include local people to monitor health of raptors and even their breeding pairs and chicks, because these people, the local community stays with the wildlife as much नहीं, उनसे हमसे तो ज़्यादा ही रहते हैं, तो इसलिए लोकल कम्युनिटी इसको साथ में लेके चलना बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है, वरना कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में हम बात करते रह जाएंगे और कुछ कभी होगा नहीं. So it is very important to consider where they are coming from and respect them also. So the second picture is from Neemaj only, and I am talking to the cattle owners there, and we organize these training sessions and to talk about vulture safe NSAIDs and refrain from using, although they don't use, but we always refrain them from using NSAIDs. Then this picture is very close to me because you see children pointing towards white-rum vulture's nest. So ये अर्जुन के पेड़ पे ऊपर यहाँ पे एक white-rum vulture का घोंसला है. And this picture is again from Neemach, Parpadia. And they are so happy when they see me and बोलते हैं कि अरे दीदी दीदी वो देखो वो वल्चर का घोंसला आपने दिखाया था ना उसमें अब कुछ सफ़ेद सफ़ेद दिख रहा है. So they see the chicks before I do and they are so happy to share that news with me. So personally it is one of my favorite picture because we cannot we really need to include school students, students from local communities to know about these vultures, the raptors, the species that they are staying with. And of course, the second picture is from an awareness session that we do near our nest monitoring sites. So this is near Dhuma village. Yeah. Then, of course, we should encourage people to use to practice less intensive agriculture not without, but with the minimal use of pesticides, because without is an extreme that we cannot really hope to, do. Then, of course, ensure vulture harmful drug-free carcasses are dumped near the feeding sites where vultures regularly feed. Then, how can birders help in raptor conservation? So, from a decade, eBird has been identified as a tool to help record observations, and from this, citizens or birders or wildlife enthusiasts, photographers, they can upload their observations. They can upload their observations on the eBird app, and this is the third time WWF India organized a vulture count. Although the numbers that you see are not the exact numbers, because there are a lot of barriers and lot of I must say lot of awareness gap also in using the eBird application, and not everyone has a phone, not everyone has an application. So we need to keep that in mind, that this is not an actual number, but we do see an increase in vulture individuals from 2021 to 23. So in 2021, where 362 individuals were reported in vulture count, in 2023, the number has gone up by 1,305. So this is an optimistic approach, and we can indulge citizens by in raptor conservation by vulture count. Then we also create communication materials for frontline forest department, frontline staff, for school students, for citizens like you and me who also are not related to wildlife, or just want to take interest in wildlife. So for them, we try to make these interactive brochures highlighting the raptor species and how to identify them, how is the tail look like while soaring, what are the plumage patterns, what are the different kind of morphs, how many fingers are there, if there is a tail barring on some raptor species tail, and everything. So this includes the nesting areas, the threads, and also the conservation status that each raptor holds. So this one is for owls of India and eagles of India. So we have 36 species of owls in India, and you can see how we have demarcated the indicators in the brochure. So along with this, WWF has also managed to do exhibitions in various parts of the country where projects are ongoing. So in this campus only, we have a state office in which this raptor exhibition is still going on, and if anyone is interested, please, we are happy to welcome you in our office. And the same exhibition is also displayed at Van Vihar National Park. I don't know if people who went today saw it or not, but it is in Vihar Vithika. So if anyone is interested, please have a look. This raptor exhibition almost highlights 70 plus species of raptors with amazing pictures and details and what to look, how raptors in urban cities look like. And this is a Eurasian griffin that we have made, and these are the school kids visiting us, and we love to teach them. So it is in Bhopal, in Harike, Punjab, Udaipur, Rajasthan, and even in Goa. So अगर पार्टी के बाद थोड़ा सा टाइम मिल जाए तो गोवा में आप एग्जीबिशन भी एक बार विजिट कर सकते हैं. Then way forward with the raptor conservation and vulture conservation, I feel is regular monitoring of raptor populations is very important, because vultures हमें कैसे पता चला कि इतने कम हो गए, क्योंकि उनकी मॉनिटरिंग हुई थी. अगर उस टाइम पे डॉक्टर वेबू प्रकाश ने अगर नहीं सोचा होता कुछ या कुछ मॉनिटर करने की इच्छा ही नहीं जगाई होती, तो मे बी शायद आज हमें पता भी नहीं लगता कि ऐसा कुछ हुआ और कितना राइज हुआ और या कितने स्टेबल हुए वल्चर्स. सो मॉनिटरिंग ऑफ वल्चर्स एंड अदर रैप्टर्स इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट आई फील. देन टैगिंग ऑफ रैप्टर्स, बिकॉज literally we know nothing about raptors and their nesting stages and the nesting patterns. So it is very important to highlight the fact that these are lesser known species that demand our interest. Then I came across a great example in Pake Tiger Reserve for great hornbills, in which the community members are monitoring the nests of hornbills. So maybe this is what we can apply in MP as well, and also in other nest monitoring sites for other species as well. So this is one of the things that I feel. And recognizing passionate community members with an award, a yearly award for the Baz Mitra, कि हमने उनकी रक्षा की है, हमने उनकी देखभाल की है, हम देख रहे हैं उनको. So maybe we can award them and instill a sense of pride in the local community कि हम कुछ कर रहे हैं तो हमें एक respect मिल रही है. And of course, organizing awareness campaigns and interactive activities in the village or near protected areas where vulture populations or raptor populations reside. Going forward, I am glad to tell you that WWF India has launched a conservation catalyst program that is basically a small grant for people who would like to work on lesser known species. And this is the best conference, I think, a best platform to send the message across. So the last day for nomination is 15th February, and people who are interested, the students or even organizations that are interested for doing work related to lesser known species. We have heard so much about lesser known species and the interesting behavior and the gaps that we have in lesser known species research. So please send your applications for this, and don't forget to check out the WWF website for more details. And I would like to quote, this is a very favorite quote of mine, and I'll end the presentation with this. Celebrate your success and stand strong when adversity hits, for when the storm clouds come in, the eagles soar, while the small birds take cover. No offense to Munias, sir, but I really like raptors.
That has been so wonderful, Aishwarya, and we would like to congratulate you on such spirit with which you're working. That drive is much needed in such times. Are there any questions or queries? Yes, there is one. Utkarsh, please bring the mic there.
So my question is, are there any specific morphological and physiological adaptations in raptors feeding on fishes when compared to other raptors?
When feeding on?
Fishes, for example, osprey and you showed some photos also.
So they are not specific as adaptations, but these raptor species usually reside near water resources. We need to see how perennial streams are flowing and check the habitat near them. And morphologically, if I speak, of course they have a nictitating membrane, as you must know. So when they catch fish, they go inside water and still they are able to see. So you must have heard of this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Actually,
a strong talon in their feet, so they can catch the heavy fishes underwater.
Utkarsh, there's one question in the back.
Thank you, Aishwarya. I love the way you involve children in the whole conservation program.
Absolutely, yes.
And my question is,
yes,
is there any effect on the nesting behavior of vultures due to climate change? Because I read an article that the vultures in Purva Fall River, they started nesting a month before. So they started putting green leaves. This is about the long-billed vulture. So have you observed any such behavior?
yes, so as I was telling you, like in the case of Egyptian vultures, I always thought that they breed in winter season only. But as we saw in our surveys also, they start late in March. So possibly this might be reason of climate change, but we need to do a lot of research before actually claiming that okay, climate change is the problem. But I feel
Thank you so much. Okay, we have time for one more quick question, sir. Please keep it very quick.
You mentioned that the power line is one of the major issues.
Yes, sir.
But have you quantified the data that how many raptors have died?
So we have seen raptors dying in Dehradun on a carcass dump in Langa, but we have not exactly quantified the data as for now, but we definitely need to do so because we are seeing that almost 10 to 15 raptors are found out in our surveying years. So maybe that is a thing that we really need to look upon.
But that is 10 to 15 at single go or multiple times you visited, and 10, 15 is yearly count?
Yearly, not yearly, but 6 monthly count.
All right. Thank you so much for the questions. And thank you so much, Aishwarya. I would like to request Sain sir, Shubharanjan Sain sir, to please deliver his concluding comments on the session.
Thank you, and thank you, Aishwarya, for testing our knowledge or lack of raptors to begin with. And thank you for the very informative and very nice presentation. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's have a huge round of applause. I would like to invite
Aishwarya, very well presentation. I want to give a suggestion for you.
Yeah.
When you are talking about raptors, so you have to differentiate all the raptors included in this under this category, like hawk, eagle, owls, barge, what kind of buzzards. So it's in a brief, but you have no much time here. So
yes, I agree. I had that slide in the presentation, but I had to cut it short because we are already running late.
That is
for the
so kind of you, Aishwarya.
But I had that because all the raptor identification sessions that I take for even small kids.
You can take only one image and differentiate all these things. And one more thing, and with the community interaction, do you find the uses of NSIDs in community?
Very less.
Very less. That's good.
Very less. They mostly use traditional medicines only.
And in your awareness program, how can you convince the people with the positive response with the vultures or raptors species? Because they find the bird is disgusting and very ugly. So
yes, but मुझे लगता है उसके लिए एक बहुत अलग अप्रोच, एक इमोशनल अप्रोच लेके.
Yeah, you can include the mythological importance and many more things. So
definitely.
Thank you so much, संगीता जी. और हम आपको ही मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे कि आप हम सब की तरफ से हमारे जो चेयर हैं सेशन के, मिस्टर शुभरंजन सेन, उनको हम सब की तरफ से स्मृति चिन्ह अर्पित करें. Thank you so much for clapping. Let's have a round of applause. We are thankful to sir for chairing the session. We would like to call Mr. Bakullar, Assistant Member Secretary, MP State Biodiversity Board, to please come forth and present a souvenir to the very driven, the very passionate Aishwarya Laghate for her presentation. Let's have a round of applause. Thank you so much, Aishwarya. Now we'll move forward to our next presentation by Dr. Pratyush Mohapatra, Scientist T, Zoological Survey of India, Kolkata. With huge respect, sir, I would like to call you upon on the stage, and I would like to request Vikas, sir, to please felicitate Dr. Pratyush Mohapatra on our behalf. Dr. Pratyush Mohapatra is here with us. He is working as a scientist E in the Zoological Survey of India with broad interests in the field of animal taxonomy, evolution and conservation. He also specializes in wildlife conservation and protected area management. All right. I just need to introduce a bit more. Talking about what he is doing right now, he is currently involved in the preparation of management plans for exotic species of reptiles in India. For more than 2 decades, he has been working closely with various stakeholders in India to understand biodiversity conservation issues and threats to species. To chair this session, we have with us Mr. Aseem Srivastava, IFS, PCCF Wildlife, Madhya Pradesh. Aseem sir, with due respect, I would like to call you upon on the stage, and I would like to ask Vikas sir to felicitate him on our behalf. All right. We have with us Mr. Aseem Srivastav. He has been the DFO Kanker from 1992 to 1993. All right. We have, to chair this session, we have with us Mr. Aseem Srivastava. He had been a DFO Kanker from 1992 to 1993. Then he has been a director of Pench Tiger Reserve from 1997 to 1998. He was the director of the buffer zone in Kanha Tiger Reserve, Mandla. After that, he was the field director in Bandhavgarh in Umaria from 2005 to 2009. Then he was there as involved in wildlife and headquartered in Bhopal from the year 2009 to 2010. And then he was APCCF Wildlife June 2021 to January 2022, PCCF Production February 2022 to July 2023, and PCCF Wildlife from July 2023 onwards. Aseem sir, we are...
Faculty member in Wildlife Institute of India for around 7 years.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I would request you to please keep the mic on, sir, because I would like you to open the session with your comments.
Okay, thank you so much. So, I had an opportunity to go through Dr. Pratyush Mohapatra's little description over here. So, first of all, the topic is fascinating world of reptiles, isn't it? Okay. So, I would like to cite an incident of my wife's experience. So whenever we visit any rest house, she sends an advance party to washrooms to see whether there is any lizard or not. Then only she moves inside. So I don't think this world is fascinating to all of us or not, but definitely it's a fascinating world to me. And I congratulate Dr. Mohapatra for working in this field, because most of us, we don't like their appearance, and that's why they have been remained ignored. Though I think most of them are living fossil in their nature, they didn't evolve much over a period of evolutionary time scale. So, and some very interesting thing about Dr. Mahapatra is that he has described 13 new species of reptiles, amphibians, and cicadas, and also has been awarded PhD. He has a total of 244 publications comprising 12 books, 62 in peer-reviewed journals, 40 books chapters, and 130 IUCN peer-reviewed publications. So we have with us a very, I would say, authentic person to talk about reptiles with us today. And I won't take much of the time between you and him. And I will request Dr. Mahapatra to go ahead with his presentation. And we'll definitely see many interesting things about the fascinating world of reptiles.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So, respected dignitaries, my dear friends. So, yeah, so working on reptiles is quite fascinating for us, but I can understand many people, they don't like them. And especially in our home also, in my home, my daughter is fond of reptiles, but my wife is afraid of reptiles. Although she works on reptiles on different aspects. She works on tail regeneration in lizards and all. So, yeah. So, back in Bhopal, so Bhopal is a city I love because I know, like, I was working in Jabalpur, my first posting in Zoological Survey of India. I served in Jabalpur for 5 years, and recently last year I moved to Kolkata. And I like MP because it is a place like where lots of surprises are there, apart from tigers and so many other wildlife. And there are lots of surprises in Madhya Pradesh especially. And here people are so tolerant towards wildlife, like coming from Odisha and other East Indian states of India, like where if anywhere a turtle crosses a road, so people will pick it up for curry. So in Bengal, in Odisha, like nowhere you can find turtles surviving. Very few of them are like secretly thriving somewhere. But in Bhopal, last year I think, when we did that first crocodile survey, so some 22 muggers were like counted, and during that time I saw some big turtles like just below the bridge, like near in that Kaliasot and other reservoirs. And in Bhopal you can see tigers, like in the evening you just go out and driving you can see tigers also, you can see muggers, you can see big turtles which are thriving in a busy city like Bhopal. Yeah, so I'm basically a taxonomist, and I'll try to like finish it within half an hour. I'm trying my best. So reptiles are quite fascinating, but it's also challenging, and I'm basically a taxonomist who look for animals, and we try to find them out, we try to study them, name them. Many a times, like, we come across new species of reptiles and all, and to deal with the taxonomy is basically our job. Apart from that, as we work on them, we also know something about their biology, these little known animals, so we also bat for their conservation. And yeah, so you can go through this, like, if you don't know basically the names of things, the knowledge of them is lost too. Like, many a times you have seen, like, there are many species which are already in the verge of extinction before we know them. So coming to, like, as I am from Zoological Survey of India, like, we are the custodians of national zoological repositories. Like in ZSI we have 16 regional centers, and we mostly deal with housing museum specimens. Like in our collection we have specimens from 1835 till now, and we are the custodian of these valuable collections. And we also maintain a record of how many species are being described, and how many, like, we keep track on new species recorded and all these things, like how many species we have in India, animal species. And BSI does the same thing for the plants. So till now the updated figure is some nearly 1,02,718 species of animals have been recorded from India, and every year there are lots of changes in every group of animals, especially reptiles, amphibians, fishes, and other invertebrates. There are lots of species getting added, and some species are also getting synonymized. Like the number is coming down, it's going up, like that. These are all the calculation. So we all know, like reptiles, they are like much older in the evolutionary history, and in India we have like crocodiles, we have lizards, and we have snakes. All these groups are there, and they have very interesting adaptive radiation. Like many reptiles, they are adapted for different kinds of habitats. Like many of them are arboreal, many are fossorial. So accordingly, they have lots of like morphological adaptations also to do so. In morphology and anatomy, there are lots of changes in reptiles. Mostly, all the reptiles have three-chambered heart, except like crocodiles, and there are lots of other changes are there. So I'm not going much detail into it, but like the feeding mechanism, the biology, everything is interesting, but we have very limited knowledge on most of them. So in the picture you can see like these are the male combat in reptiles. In different reptiles it is different. Like he was showing about gharials, how their male combat is. In case of these lizards, garden lizards, they have a different kind of combat in which they always try to bite the tail base so that the male cannot mate further. So they will get a chance. In some lizards, like they are wrestling. In monitor lizards, there will be wrestling. In snakes, their male combat is to subdue the other one. So there are different kinds of like all these things are there. And studying reptile is really challenging because we can see the common ones, but there are many cryptic reptiles which are hiding. They will only come during the night. They will be somewhere found on the cliff. They will be somewhere on the tree top. So sometimes like we have to climb trees or to dig out something to find them. It's a very non-invasive way of sampling, but we have to do it to know about them, to find them. They're very secretive, difficult to find. Many are smaller in size. There are many tiny reptiles also, which generally go unnoticed. Difficult to handle. There are also some species which are potentially dangerous, like snakes are there in this group. So it's like many people, they don't like them. Less charismatic. Many of the reptiles, as Sir told, many people also don't like to see geckos in house, and because they litter so much. Although they control a large number of pests, like insect pests. Very difficult to get permission. As we know, like lots of reptiles are protected because most of the reptiles are also threatened, and that's why there are lots of things happening actually in terms of like pet trade, in terms of like their use in different traditional medicines and all. So many reptiles are threatened, and in the recent Wildlife Protection Amendment Act also, many species which were earlier thought to be, they are not like threatened due to human activities. So many of them we later found that they are under threat due to pet this thing. So they were all lifted to Schedule 1 to give them lot more protection. So very limited knowledge because the frequency of encounter with reptile is very low. Like when you go to field, it's very difficult to see a snake also. Like and to see and to study them or to know more about them is not, it's little difficult. But doing taxonomy, I really tell you, it's a very exciting thing because lots of people are interested in reptile study nowadays, like those who are fun-loving, adventurous. So they love to work on reptiles. And lots of students are also approaching who want to work on their ecology, on taxonomy, and so many things because it is fascinating. And doing taxonomy is actually, it's not boring. Someone told that I don't like taxonomists, but taxonomists are the people who go to field, they find out animals, they find out their subject, and they work on them. So it's quite interesting, and it's like a forensic science where you have field work involved, where you have to study the specimen closely, and you have to use the DNA and other studies to substantiate your findings. So it's a perfect balance between field and lab basically, and it never gets old because every time there is something new, and so that's why this field will never die or it will never grow old. And coming to the reptiles of India, this is a just brief picture of reptiles of India. Every year actually we are updating the list. So out of like nearly 20,060 species as of now, reptiles are known, extant species of reptiles. India has 758. And every day, I must say, like every month, there are some species getting added to the list. And so recently, yesterday only, there one paper published in which like 4 or 5 new species of reptiles are added. So this is what the reptile diversity in our country. And we also have some evidences of fossil reptiles. And in terms of snakes, there are 4 well-preserved fossil snakes which were recorded from India, of which like Sanhaje indicus fossil, which was from Gujarat. So it had this snake was feeding on dinosaur babies. So it was feeding on you can see this is a model actually. So we prepared in our museum based on the photograph. So our artist actually prepared. So in which they are based on their description. So sorry. So in India we have there are a report of 4 fossil snakes. So apart from like we have nearly 15 species of dinosaurs reported from India. So there are 4 species of fossil snakes reported from India. And the most interesting in which like they got a full skeleton of fossil snake named Sanhaje indicus. So that was feeding on baby dinosaurs. So this is quite interesting, this paper I read, and we also reconstructed this model in our museum in Jabalpur. And this is how the new species of reptiles getting added, getting discovered. So that's why I said like taxonomy is not, never gets old. Every year so many species are getting added from India. More than 30 species of reptiles every year getting added to the checklist. So this is the world and India figure I just compiled. And because, why so many additions? Because in the age of integrative taxonomy, in which like people are now, we are following morphology, we are doing molecular studies, we're doing phylogeny to understand the evolutionary history of reptiles, in which like there is strong line of evidence to propose a species, so which is now applied in almost all taxa in the animal taxonomy. And coming to reptiles of central India, we have over 102 species of reptiles from central India reported. The figure don't go by the numbers, actually the number varies. Every time I have considered Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, parts of Chhattisgarh and parts of Maharashtra in this. So this is what the species diversity is, and of which like there are some 19 species which are threatened. 3 are critically endangered, including our gharial, Batagur kachuga, Batagur dongoka, and 6 species are endangered, 6 are vulnerable, and 4 are near threatened. Mostly the monitor lizard and the sand boa, they are near threatened reptiles. And crocodiles, we have 2 species. We already had a nice session on gharials, and mugger, we have a good population in Madhya Pradesh, and mostly in most of the protected areas, I believe, like we have a good population of muggers. And in Madhya Pradesh, people and mugger, they are living, the coexistence is also a very interesting thing. And we need actually for Madhya Pradesh, we need a statewide status survey, maybe that will be useful to monitor the number of mugger population in the state. And gharial we have in Chambal and other areas. So among the turtle and tortoises, these are the 14 species of turtle and tortoises, and most of them are threatened, including the most common flapsail, Indian flapsail turtle, so that is also listed as vulnerable. And we have Nilsonia gangeticus, Nilsonia hurum, Chitra indica, so these are some of the threatened species or endangered, critically endangered species which are found in the state. And regarding the Melanocheles tricarinata trijuga, we have 2 species of forest turtles which are also found in some protected areas, like in Nauradhi I had seen Melanocheles trijuga. In Kanha we have trijuga and tricarinata both, so like that. And this red-crowned roof turtle. So this is one species which Madhya Pradesh only has a population now, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, and this part, the part of Chambal. And last year, in the COP19 CITES COP19 meeting, so India has proposed 3 species of animals to be listed and shifted in the appendix. So unfortunately, all the 3 proposals were developed by us, and I was totally responsible for that. And it was given to ministry to propose all these shifting of the species in the CITES. And we have red-crowned roof turtle, which was shifted from appendix 2 to 1. We have Lathid soft-shell turtle, which was also shifted from appendix 2 to 1. And we have one gecko, I'll be talking about it later. So that species was included in appendix 2. So all these 3 proposals unanimously got accepted in the COP meeting. Conservation of freshwater turtle, I'm not going to talk much about them. We all know like most of the turtles are threatened, and we don't have actually exact information about their status in most of the areas, because there are less researchers who are concentrating on turtle work, because it is tedious and it is also very challenging to work on their ecology. Then in lizards, we have nearly 37 species of lizards. We have 2 species of these small agamids are very interesting. We described one in 2021, and both of them look almost similar, except like few taxonomic, like very minor taxonomic characters. So that's what for doing like working as a taxonomist, it's sometimes very difficult to tell what are the major differences. Like in this picture, if you see, this is Sitana spinicephalus, this is Sitana schussili. It was named like in the honor of my guide. So these 2 look similar, except some spinal differences in spines in these 2 species. Earlier, this was all these Sitana were in 1 species, but now there are nearly 14 species of these tiny Sitana groups. This is the garden lizard. This is rock agama, which has male and female. They are sexually dimorphic. This species, this minor agama, which is the name is mistake actually. So this is Calotes minor. So this Calotes minor has a small population in Sagar area and in Gandhi Sagar also. The name is actually a mistake, sorry. And Sara hardwicki, this is one species which is almost locally extinct from Madhya Pradesh, and it has a good population in Rajasthan. And this species is highly traded because of the oil. It has some traditional use in the traditional medicines. This is that Sitana schussili in Kanha Tiger Reserve, and they have very unique behavior, like in the display during like in sunny days, and this male was displaying, and that's how they control the rock will be very hot, so they manage to stand with the nails and all these things. They have very interesting breeding behavior. And in geckonid, there are so many species. Many species are also confusing. They all look similar, kind of. And there is one species which was described in 2017 by some of our colleagues, Hemidactylus chipkali, which is only found in the Satpura hills. And this Cetodactylus varadgiri, these are also species which are used in pet trade. People are somehow collecting it for pet trade. These are different Hemidactylus species and all. This is one species of rock dwelling gecko. And this species is widely distributed in Madhya Pradesh, but there is till now no official record of this species. And we have reported from some, like in Panna it is there, in Kuno, and almost throughout the Vindhya range this species is there. And the close relative is has been described from Aravalis, Cypripodium aravalensis. So this species is also there, and in Madhya Pradesh at least 3 to 4 species will be in this group. This eublepharid gecko or eyelid gecko, this is also interesting. In 2014, one species was discovered from central India, from Satpura, Eublepharis satpuraensis, and before that this species, Eublepharis hardwicki, is also present in the like towards the Chhattisgarh border near the Kanha and other areas. But this Eublepharis satpuraensis is quite widely distributed in Madhya Pradesh. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is there in Bandhavgarh also. And in skinks, we have many interesting species of skinks. Usually Some of them are borrowing, like this Raipo punctata, guentheri, lineata, very difficult to find them actually. And all these are litter dwelling skinks, so which are commonly, the most common is the Eutropis carinata, and apart from that there are also some other species which are there from Madhya Pradesh. So we reported that guentheri, one species, so that we reported from central India. It was not reported. So we got to see it in Jabalpur, in Nauradhi and some other area. And we work on taxonomy, I was telling you. So we look at different anatomical structure of animals also. This is the hemipenis of a skink. And the skink, which has very tiny legs, so how they are going to mate. So in the mate, during mating, so they have a hemipenis. Hemi because these reptiles, they have two penises actually in the both side. So one side of the hemipenis is like mushroom-like, so it helps in anchoring to the female genitalia. So these are so many mechanisms in the animal world. Means I'll be showing you the hemipenis of snakes, how different they are. So these are the tiny structures which helps or compensate the limblessness in some lizards. Lacertids, these are again very swift moving tiny animals and very cryptic, difficult to find them. But this Ophisops jedoni, this species is quite widespread. It's quite common in certain areas. We have Ophisops nictans near Kanha, Chhattisgarh border, that side nictans population is there. And Ophisops bedomi, also this species was not reported earlier from Madhya Pradesh, we found it. Then Microlepis, this is another species which is found towards the western side of the state. This is one egg guarding, like this female was found along with the eggs, Ophisops jedoni. So this we reported Ophisops bedomi, one lacertid we reported, and you can see the distribution is mostly found in the western Ghats, in Maharashtra, in Odisha one place, and then it was found near Kanha area. Then monitor lizard, we have 3 species of monitor lizards in India, out of which like one species is found in Madhya Pradesh, the Bengal monitor, and they grow really large, and some of the protected areas I've seen in Nauradhi, they have a very good population, like in every half an hour you can encounter with one monitor lizard there. But the roadkill instances are also very high during rainy season for these monitor lizards. And they are the most traded species, like for many reasons. People used to eat them. Skin is used to make musical instruments and all. And also the hemipenis of these monitor lizards, hatha jodi, so that's also in the black magic or something. For some reason they use it. So males, females, the juveniles and adults, they also look completely different. And in MP, they call it gohira or something. So the juveniles, they think it is more poisonous than the adult. And I'll also discuss about it in Madhya Pradesh for snake bite compensation. So it is mentioned like ex gratia payment for snake bite and gohira bite. So poisonous gohira, it is written there in the document for the compensation, in the compensation form. No, sir, we don't have any. So coming to snakes, like my PhD was on snakes. I love them basically. So snakes give me energy to like for everything. As we know, they are modern reptiles and they're limbless. They don't have any ear, and they have like lots of modifications in the internal organ. They have elongated lungs. One lungs is degenerated, and they have elongated liver, elongated everything, elongated kidney, so everything. So they don't have any eyelids, so every time snakes will be watching you, and and without limbs they can do anything. They can climb. They can, sir. So they don't have limbs. They can do all kind of activities. They can swim. They can glide. They can climb. They can go through anything. They can climb vertical surfaces. Also some snakes. So that's why people are amazed with the behavior of snakes. And now it is the time, like we should also talk about the most neglected tropical disease, the snake bite. So in this presentation, I've just kept few slides for that, because snake bite is actually a neglected topic, and Madhya Pradesh is also in the hit list because it has a high number of snake bite deaths and morbidity as well. So among all animals, we know reptiles are most misunderstood, and among them snakes are they are always misunderstood animals. Like every snake, we think they are dangerous for us, so for that, and looking at the deaths due to snake bite, because of credulous beliefs and all, people used to don't go to hospital. Like in the rural areas, if you go, even nowadays also people believe on the traditional healers, and they rely on their treatment, and that's how they lose their life. So it was in 2009, actually snake bite was included as neglected tropical disease by WHO, but it was somehow removed and again reinstated in 2017. So that's how, when something is in WHO, so then we also are committed to somehow to address it, and but still snake bite is still a big problem in India, because we have a diversity of snakes, and there are also some species which are dangerous to us, and we live close to them, because those species they find easy prey in human habitations. So that's how we have a close association with snakes, and that's how the instances of encounter are more. So all these things are there. So there is and it's a common accident, as we know. Lots of people, nearly 58,000 people as per official reports, 58,000 people die due to snake bite, but the morbidity is 1.2 million people. They get affected, they get bitten by snakes and all these things. And Madhya Pradesh is also accounts for a large number of snake bite deaths. So that's how some agencies like, and I think NIRT, RMRC, they are also starting some programs to zero down or to control or to do something on the snake bite cases. So many a times all these fatal bites occur when some people are handling. Like we have also in the state, there are lots of snake rescuers. They are also prone to snake bite, and so all those things are there. So drivers of snake-human conflict is mostly because of the socio-economic condition of people, the level of awareness, and so many other things are there. Poor medical facilities in some hospitals. Till now there is like scanty supply of anti-snake venom. That is also one of the causes. So these are all affecting the snake bite cases. So I'm just skipping all these slides because of all these things. And there are lots of challenges to deal with snake bite. So in this picture you can see one Russell's viper in somebody's toilet, and it was this actually one rescuer called me in the midnight and night at 12 o'clock, because this is what the situation in some cases. So sir, you were right, like it should be scanned properly before. So so despite the severity of this problem, we are government in some we are not actually looking at the thing very seriously. In 2001 in Madhya Pradesh, one guidelines was also issued. I think I saw that notification in which the strict guidelines, every snake bitten victim should be followed, should be treated following the guideline. Yeah. And another challenge is basically every day several hundreds of snakes are getting rescued, and in Madhya Pradesh we have also a sizable population of snake rescuers who are doing this activity. But we have very limited knowledge on the snake rescue and rehabilitation, because we just as a practice, whenever we get a snake, we release it in a good forest. So good forest means any protected area also, and many a times the natural distribution of snake is very unique. So maybe a researcher doing work in good intention, they may disturb the entire ecosystem. So we are undertaking a study in Jharkhand, so in a division, Godda Forest Division, so in which we have finding Russell's viper in a particular zone. And we just want to keep it like intact by closely following the snake rescue activities, including the department staff who are also dealing with the snakes, so that you shouldn't release a Russell's viper out of its range. And we are now having like planning to have a radio telemetry work on the venomous snakes. So, but over the period of like 10-15 years, when the snake rescue activity has increased to a greater extent, so lots of natural ranges of snakes are mixed up. So we never know like what is happening. And despite like, but a department is also never taking it very seriously. Although snakes are scheduled animals, Schedule 1 animals, there are many rescuers without permission also, they are doing that in a good faith, because they are doing social service. But on the other hand, there are so many other things happening like which we are least bothered about. So these things needs to be like looked carefully. Maybe some proper guideline, pakka guideline needs to be done for the snake rescuers. Whatever they're doing, it should be done in a proper way, because in future, in coming 5-10 years, we are going to face lots of problems in terms of like these kind of ecological imbalancement, with small micro changes happening around us. Then other big challenges are coming on us is the exotic species. Like I'll be discussing about it, like means it is very disheartening to know that there's so much of things coming up, like we are the people, or you the younger generation, you are going to face all these like consequences. Nearly 10 million radio sliders maybe in India, and most of them are already in the ecosystem, and they're going to destroy the other native species of turtles. There's so many like iguanas moving in towns. Like in many places, people are releasing animals thinking that, okay, so these are, somehow they're releasing. They think turtle means it should go to the water body. So this is how things are happening, but till now we are not bothered about it. But when we will be facing the consequences, like, and it is very difficult to control reptiles. We have examples in Australia, this Boiga irregularis, one tiny snake, hardly it grows for 3 feet or 4 feet. It is responsible for the extinction of 3 or 4 species of birds, native birds, endemic birds. And I think USNM Smithsonian Museum was given the task to kill them, and they killed in every way. They tried to kill them, and they have one room full with all these Boiga irregularis. But till now, the problem is not solved. In US, big reptile like python, Burmese python, is a big headache. So government is spending money. Private like landowners, they are also spending money to control, but unable to control till now. So this is what India is going to face in near future. We have lots of loads on exotic birds, exotic reptiles. Amphibians are also coming, but they are in the trade. I don't think like they are yet released in the wild. And mammals, we don't know, like the way like people are keeping them in farmhouses, in their houses, earlier thinking that they are not, like they will not get caught by the Wildlife Protection Act, but now anyhow, some species are protected. All the CITES species are in Schedule 4. So anyway, that's a big thing actually to discuss about. So anyway, these are the potentially dangerous snake, mostly in the family Elapidae and Viperidae. These are the big 4 venomous snakes which are mostly responsible for the snake bite deaths: cobra, crate, Russell's viper, and saw-scale viper. And the anti-snake venom, what we get in India, the polyvalent anti-snake venom, is made of antibodies of these 4 venomous species. So there are lots of studies coming up that it's not true, like it is not a good treatment. So there are lots of variations in the venom content, composition in different populations. So that's again complicated. And this is the venom delivery in snake, how the fang looks like. And in vipers, we have folded fangs. They have big fangs to accommodate in the mouth. It remains in a folded state. These are Elapidae fangs, which are erect. And this is the venom gland is connected to the fangs. So that's how. This is how the first aid basically. So we have very simple first aid techniques. Actually, if we follow it, let's forget about all the first aid treatments which were taught to us or which were there in different syllabus. So just follow a thumb rule. If somebody is get bitten by a snake, and if there is any kind of local swelling, pain or anything, So then the victim should be remain like, you need not have to wash your hand, you need not have to do anything, just go to hospital. If there is no local symptom, so in that case pressure bandage and other things can be done. These are very tiny, logically also you can interpret it. If there is any local symptom, means that there is local necrosis and other things will happen. There will be pain, local like swelling, discoloration and other things. In that, if you apply pressure bandage or if you do anything with that, that's going to create further trouble. That's why this simple fast aid we can use. There is guideline for mitigating snake-human conflict. I was also part of it to design a guideline and a toolkit how to deal with the snake human conflict scenario. And addressing the situation of loss of human life. In 2016, I think the ex gratia payment was increased from 50,000 to 4 lakh. The financial assistance in case of death due to snake or guhera, poisonous lizard. So that needs to be changed actually in the, I think it's an appeal to change it because it also gives a wrong message that guhera is also venomous or poisonous. And there are other things like welfare policies are there. And snakes are actually their master predator. They are carnivore. Mostly they predate on many things. But there are also instances like when snakes feed on dead animals as well. Sir? No, it's not by forest department. It's by maybe, I don't know, it's home department or... So we have different species of snakes. They have different feeding habits. Some are specialized snake eaters like our king cobra. There are also snakes which feed on only worm snakes. Very slippery prey. To feed on them, they have different adaptations like modifications in the jaw bones and all. There are species, arboreal species, which can also engulf prey when it is alive. So these are the things, and we have a very specialized snake in central India. That's the egg-eating snake. So egg-eating snake, Indian egg-eater of Boiga western mani. It is also found in Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra has a good population. Telangana, other parts of the country, and it feeds on the. It engulfs the egg and then it crush it inside the mouth and regurgitate the eggshell. So there are different feeding habit of snakes. This is what I was talking about, the hemipenis we are studying on snakes. You can see a variety of structures. These are all modified to compensate the limb lostness in the snake, how they made. This is a python hemipenis, this is a cobra hemipenis, this is a rat snake hemipenis, this is of a tree snake. So they look all different, and these are also some taxonomic characters we use in our study. And these are different groups of snakes which are found in central India. Python is like widely distributed in Madhya Pradesh. We have good population of python. And the sand boa, red sand boa and common sand boa. So all these species are now in Schedule 1, and they are also near threatened as per IUCN global assessment. Typhlopids we have. So no, we don't have any answer to it actually, but it is being traded. Most traded species of snake, like where it is going, there is no idea. Maybe some traditional medicine or something. So these are typhlopid snakes. I just shown you. And these are colubrids. We have like a good diversity of colubrids, including the wolf snake, the smooth snake, kukri snake, rat snake, and all these. This is copperhead is also there, sir. I'll show you. This is the wolf snake mating, and mating are different. Like especially mating is very difficult to see in nature. Sometimes, like we are fortunate to see. These are copperheaded snake. We have copperheaded trinket, which is found in Kanha. It's there, and Silognanthus helena, or the common trinket. It is widely distributed in the state. This is common cat snake. This is a trinket snake. This is also in Kanha, sir. This is a arrow-headed trinket. We described this in 2016. It is also found in Madhya Pradesh. And these are black-headed snake. This Liopeltis calamaria, or striped snake, is also very rare in central India. Only found in Melghat in the central India region. This is that egg-eating snake. This is banded racer. So we worked on the taxonomy of this species. So it is. So there was a name change, like in the scientific name. Earlier, this banded racer was known as Platyceps. Forgetting the name. So now the name, that species name, has been shifted to a wolf snake. So now its name is Platyceps plini, and the species name Fasciolatus has been given to another genus like Lycodon. Okay, so this is again a very rare snake in central India, the Fordonia seboldi. This species is only known from a historical record was from Sagar. It is also found in Bose wetland. Very rare to see though. This is another smooth scale snake, Enhydris, which is actually viviparous in nature. It gives birth to babies. And we have different species of like Amphiesma stolatum, bob-striped keelback, tritium, olive keelback. We have green keelback, checkered keelback, and all these things. So in elapids, cobra, we have different color morphs of cobra in Madhya Pradesh. Some will be looking yellowish shades se leke. We have black morph also. Different hood marks are there in different cobra. So earlier people have confused as Naja oxyan or black cobra has been reported from Madhya Pradesh, but that's not true. That's also. And in central India, as I have included Chhattisgarh. So in Chhattisgarh, we have a very relict population of king cobra, and that too in very good number. In the Korba area, we have a good population of king cobra, and hopefully, like in the Amarkantak range, we might be having, but we don't have any report of king cobra from Madhya Pradesh yet. It's very close to that Amarkantak Biosphere Reserve, so maybe in future we may find something. Common krait, it's very common in Madhya Pradesh. We are suspecting another species of krait in the western part of Madhya Pradesh, and so maybe that's a different species, but yeah, as because these are medical important species, so lots of things needs to be proved to describe a new species basically. We have banded krait, limited population in Apache in the state. Russell's viper, the most notorious or widely distributed species and very common in the state. Juveniles, adults, and we have different color morphs of Russell's viper also. Saw-scale viper, Salazar pit viper, and this bamboo pit viper in Pachmari and all. You can see bamboo pit viper as well. We have also a very relict population of this Europeltid, Europeltis elioti in Satpura. Yes, sir, all the vipers are venomous, but only one species is potentially dangerous, like a saw-scale viper and Russell's viper are dangerous for us. Bamboo pit viper, generally, it's not fatal for humans. So, yeah. So, there are lots of threats on reptiles as we have already covered so many things, but some like sand mining for turtles and all, but all these things for monitor lizards, lots of threats are there. Apart from roadkill and other things. Hatha jodi, this very frequently we are getting samples from forest department for identification. So we have also a little, we can separate among the 4 species of monitor lizards. Their hemipenis structure is also morphologically distinct, so we can identify them. Poaching, pet trade, it's a big thing actually. So now we don't have much time to discuss, but based on some kind of like we are collecting data on the pet trade, what is happening. So in that, lots of many tiny geckos are now going out of India. Like pet traders are showing interest to buy all those species. Then diseases, we have hardly any information about diseases, but sometimes we are encountering deformed reptiles, like some will be having some kind of like one eye will be affected, but those may be some developmental anomalies also. Invasive alien species is the major thing. And recently, as we all know, like the Wildlife Protection Amendment Act 2022 has been enacted, so in which like lots of species are now reshuffled. Like in Schedule 1 and 2 we have all the animal species, Indian animal species. In Schedule 4 all the CITES listed species. So India's Wildlife Protection Act has gone international, and we have now responsibility on all these species which were like once not protected in India, in the land of India. So that's a big challenge before the forest managers, basically, who are the enforcement agencies. And I don't know how these things can be handled in future. So lots of clarity is needed on all these things. So which also in due course of time, I think it will be dealt with. So there are 68 species of reptiles in Schedule 1 and 313 species in Schedule 2. And nearly 1100 some species are in Schedule 4. So expanding the list of, like in CITES appendix, actually all the appendix 1, 2, 3. So in appendix 3 mostly you'll find SPP dot. So that includes like several species in it. So expanding the list, so big number of species are protected now. And these invasive species, mostly I'm talking about the radius slider. We are now going to declare it, like central government is going to declare it as a invasive and alien species. Most likely the first, it will be the first species to be declared as invasive and alien as per section 62A of the Wildlife Protection Amendment Act. And we are preparing a report on that. And so next step will be what to do with such a large number of individuals. Like we are also suggesting if it is possible to for culling of the individuals, because they are of no use, and or it can be like there's certain, we have to take certain drastic measures to control their population. Otherwise it will be very, very difficult. And we cannot keep them in rescue centers. They are such a large, so many in number actually, not less than 10 million. Like we have tried to control this import of radius slider, like since 4 or 5 years, like the large consignment of 3 lakhs, 4 lakh turtle, people used to put application to ministry to import like radius sliders. And we were not giving permission, like when it comes to us. Like I'm the head of reptile division, so all these files will come to me for comments. So I was strongly protesting we should not allow all these things to be imported. But now traders have found their own way. They are breeding, so they are now selling. In India already we have a large number of stocks. So I don't know how to deal with it in future. In Bhopal also we have seen in many, during our crocodile mugger census, that time also in many reservoirs we found this species in the wild. And that happens because sometimes forest department during the raid, people think these are also protected, so they release them. Or else like when the turtle grows bigger in size, so they also release them to the wild. All these things coupled together, so we have a big pressure on the aquatic ecosystem now. Sir.
We also keep getting queries like, got a turtle, what should we do?
Yes.
I mean, the people are fanatic. Even if there is a turtle in my house also, I'll also be fanatic and like to throw it, release it in the jungle.
Yes.
So we get what should be done? That would be an action point for the wildlife.
So I don't know, till now though nothing can be done, because it is not illegal to keep radius slider, but once it is declared as invasive and alien species, so all the trade will be stopped, nobody can keep at home. So but then
what happens if it is discovered and anybody say, what happened?
Please.
I want a clarification from the Chief Wildlife Warden.
Okay.
See, the government of India, I want a clarification on behalf of everyone. The government of India gave 9 months to declare every exotic species you own in Indian condition.
Yes.
And then the Supreme Court gave an amnesty that all species which have been declared cannot be seized. So now my question is, now anybody not having a CITES declaration certificate of ownership, is the Chief Wildlife Warden liable to seize those exotic under the CITES? What is the take by the custodian of the state, I mean the Chief Wildlife Warden, under the new amendment to the Wildlife Protection Act? Simple question, but it's a very long,
true.
And who is the agency for identification of non-CITES species which cannot be touched till now in the country?
So, so for identification, CITES have like scientific authorities. So now we have 23 scientific authorities designated by CITES. So in which like ZSI, WI, BSI, several other agencies are there. But regarding the thing you asked, like the action part, So,
Sir, I would like, please do not interrupt. I would like Dr. Pratyush to please continue.
So can we play the video, please? So these are all radial slider babies. Now people are selling them like this. So painting them and selling them, all these things are happening. Yeah. These are beetle turtles now. Okay, so these are the three proposals I was talking about last year in COP19. We have developed from ministry side, and we proposed, and all these three proposals in one go actually it got cleared in consultation with definitely with other agencies as well. So in which like the Jaipur hill gecko was one of them, and it was like very like only based on the social media report. We didn't have much evidence of how the species is going out. So I went and personally, like, because I was working on undercover for 6-7 years with the forest department way back in 2000 when I was in MSc and all. So my research time. So I have some idea about how to deal with all these things. So when we went targeted survey for this Jaipur hill gecko in Eastern Ghats, so we went to the exact spots from where it has been reported. But unfortunately, we didn't find any individual there. Although they're cryptic, so I have a confidence in me that if I'm going, I can find them out. But despite, like, I stayed there for 7 days to find these animals, and in 7 days, I found only one individual there. So then it struck my mind what is happening with this species. And while discussing with the department staff, include like the most importantly the frontline staff, if there is anybody coming and collecting this species or something is happening, so they were also clueless. But when I inquired with the local people, so I came to know, you give me 500 rupees, I'll show you. So there was a practice going on to collect the species from wild. So in that process, the species, the population of the species has depleted to a greater extent. And then we proposed this species for inclusion in CITES Appendix 2, so that was accepted. So there are so many things like people or the students who are there, they can, we need to do systematic documentation of reptile species across the state. Some taxonomic studies on many cryptic species are there, which are needs to be done. Maybe MP State Forest Department can come up with a mugger census, like a statewide census for this, and guideline and action plan for rescue and rehabilitation of snakes. All these things can be discussed. We have a book, small book on snakes of Central India that maybe is available online. You can collect it. And one interesting thing, that Ajgar Dadar, which is close to Kanha, maybe that's a good place to see pythons. But I also came to know that lots of pythons which are rescued, they were released in that area. So we don't know, like, maybe it's a good practice or not, how the pythons are doing, and all these things are there. So maybe a small study on the pythons, because python individually they can be identified based on the marking, head marking. And if we take picture of the dorsal side of the head, so all the individuals can also be marked and tagged. It is a good place where dolomite caves are there, and lots of pythons. You can, in 1 hour, you can see 8-10 pythons basking in this winter time. Oh, thank you very much. It was.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pratyush. This has been a very informative presentation. I would like to request Asim Srivastav sir to please continue with your chairing comments on the presentation.
Thank you so much. First of all, we all must congratulate Dr. Mohapatra for his very enlightening presentation, which not only was very informative, and at the same time it tried to buster some of the myths we might be carrying with us. So it's very heartening to know that Madhya Pradesh is also very rich in reptile species. Like, we have around more than 6% of reptilian species found in India. And it is even more heartening to know that out of these 758 species, around 380 species are already included in Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 of Wildlife Protection Act, giving them a very good protection status. And but the things remain to be done still is that we know very less of different reptiles. So even if we catch hold of reptiles, as Dr. Mahapatra has told, we are not sure what to do with that reptile except releasing them in the protected areas or some good forest areas. But they may be very adverse to the survival of that particular individual because of its habitat requirements. So basically we need a lot of research, as Dr. Mahapatra also highlighted in his talk, that there are very less people working in this field of reptilian research, and it will be better if those sitting here and those connected to your network should be encouraged to carry out researches on reptilian species, so that we have good scientific based conservation measures developed for those species. Because we all know that whenever any snake is captured from any house or anywhere, probably during the capture method also we might be damaging the reptile or the snake. So it is very good that we should have very scientific methodology of capturing them and then knowing what species it is and then what is its habitat, and then releasing it in its original habitat. So such type of things require patience right now, because we have very less knowledge, and the more research is done, and that research, when it is integrated in the management, then only we'll find good results in future. So with those remarks, we don't want to invite any questions.
Sir, actually we have two more quick questions.
We can answer the questions outside.
Yes,
like,
yes.
that's
and
good.
why not
Because
not
time,
just quick questions? We can have like an abundance of questions.
So you can have your many questions, not one or two, with Dr. Mahapatra as soon as we finish the day's session, as we are running quite out of time since the beginning of this day. So thank you so very much, everyone, for a very patient hearing of our esteemed speaker, Dr. Mahapatra, and I wish him all the best and doing very well in this field.
Thank you so much. I would like to request Vikas Singh Baghel sir, Head SNHC India, to please present the souvenir to Mr. Asim Srivastav, IFS and PCCF Wildlife Madhya Pradesh, for chairing this wonderful session. Let's have a round of applause. I would like to request Mr. Mohammad Khalik to please present the souvenir for the event to Dr. Pratyush Mohapatra for this wonderful, wonderful presentation. Let's have a huge round of applause. We are very thankful to scholars like Dr. Pratyush Mohapatra who fulfill the very cause of such conferences. And now, in information for everyone, we have just two quick short sessions to go, and then we'll be done with the conference. Next up, we have Ms. Bhavna Menon, who's going to speak to us on the role of outreach program and community participation in conservation. So with, again, even though it's late in the evening, with great energy, I would like to call on stage Ms. Bhavna Menon, conservationist and communications consultant at Earth Focus Foundation. Let's have a round of applause. Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel, I would like to request you to please present her, felicitate her on her behalf, on our behalf. Yeah, we've done your work. Ms. Bhavna Menon has worked in the field of wildlife conservation for 14 years, wherein she was involved in conservation outreach, capacity building with the frontline staff, and creation of alternate livelihoods. Today she works as a freelance writer, contributing to different publications with a strong focus on covering conservation stories and people who are making a difference on the ground. She's also taken up the role of a consultant and works with Earth Focus Foundation, which is an NGO that works towards education and nature-based livelihoods in Kahana Tiger Reserve. Ma'am, we would like request you to please take your seat. Okay. To chair this session, I would like to call upon stage Mr. K. Raman, who is a retired IFS officer and former APCCF Madhya Pradesh. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. K. Raman. And I would like to request Mr. Vikas Singh Baghel to felicitate him on our behalf. Mr. K. Raman is a graduate from IIT Kanpur and he has a PG from IIM Bangalore. He retired on the 31st January 2022 after an active service of about 34 years. He was a field director of 2 tiger reserves of Madhya Pradesh, Bandhavgarh and Sanjay Dubri Tiger Reserve. He was instrumental in starting scientific management and transformation of Sanjay Dubri Tiger Reserve from being a mere stepping stone in the tiger landscape to a full-fledged tiger source population. He was also in charge of 2 iconic sanctuaries, namely Soon Ghadial and Bagdara Black Bug sanctuaries so far, managing critically endangered species of ghadial and black bug respectively. In the process, he introduced and gained the recognition of ecological flow for facilitating optimum water release mechanism from the dams, for facilitating the breeding of ghadials, Gangetic softshell turtle and Indian skimmers. As a working plan officer, he prepared the working plan for the Kuno Wildlife Division, Shiopur, which included the management plan for the Kuno Wildlife Sanctuary with a focus of reintroduction of Asiatic lions as their second home. He's had the experience of implementing the World Bank funded Ecosystem Services and Improvement Project ESIP and the Green India Mission in the state of Madhya Pradesh for more than 4 years. He's also had distinction of creating transparent online monitoring and evaluation system for the state of Madhya Pradesh. Raman sir, we are thankful to you for being here, chairing this session, and I would request you to please open the session with your chairing comments.
Good evening, everyone. Since it is very late in the evening and we wanted to a quick session, so I'll not take any time in the formalities. So Bhavna may proceed with her presentations and then we will discuss. I will like to discuss more because this subject is, it follows from whatever has been discussed before this session. जो भय शंका और ये सब है सबके दिमाग में. So she answers those and I have seen her work. So I'll not bore with that because that will be a repetition. So Bhavna, please proceed. Okay, and we'd like to have an interactive session.
Of course. Before we proceed, since it's late at evening, I would like everyone to please have a huge round of applause to circulate the energy once again. And for Bhavna ma'am, please continue with your program, with your presentation on outreach programs.
Clap is so that I should rush fast, na?
No, to supplement with your energy, we do not want you to rush fast, not at all. Please,
I would actually start with the fact that I'm extremely emotional that Raman sir is chairing this session because we worked together when Bandhavgarh was at its worst, I think. I think Khitoli mein ek incident hua tha where a teacher was mauled to death and the forest chowkis were burnt with forest guards inside. Thankfully, nothing happened to them. But then we, almost for 2 years, we ran steady conservation outreach programs and that helped Bandhavgarh a lot. So this looks like a jumble of pictures, looks extremely chaotic, but it's almost 14 years of the happiest memories I've had with community members across central India. This is the incident I was talking about. There's literally a tiger in the house. So how could there not be conflict in Bandhavgarh? If you see the third picture, that's Bamera. He had entered the house running after cattle and happily he sat on the bed of the villager and finished the cattle also. So that's when, not because of that, but because of the teacher being mauled, the community members had actually burned down 2 forest chowkis. And when I had gone to the field, I could actually smell the smoke. The smoke was still coming from the forest chowkis. So it was very scary, but I remember Raman sir saying ki, bhai karna to hai, in his typical style. He said, ab karna to hai, ab aag mein koodna hai to koodna padega, lekin karna hai. So the beautiful part from those initiatives, if you see the 4th picture, do you see the lady and the child with the gamcha, the white gamcha? Yeah, she had lost her husband to a tiger attack, and we were doing a conservation outreach program in her village. And obviously, you can't tell a lady who's lost her husband to come to a conservation outreach program and say, you know, hey, baag bachao. It's not possible. But she herself came to the vehicle and said, mujhe aana hai. And when we were looking, they were looking at tigers basically in the safari. And when I spoke to her later, I said, ma'am, thank you so much, aap aaye. She said, you know, मेरे husband ऐसे थे कि वो नहीं चाहते थे कि मैं कभी बाघ से या जंगल से कभी नफरत करूं. And वो बहुत प्यार करते थे जंगल से, which is why I will love it for the rest of my life. And I'll not hold a grudge against tigers. I think it was beautiful. And I think another incident that happened was because of the outreach program. Was that there was a girl called Parvati, and her mother Hema Bai, she was cooking in the kitchen, and Parvati had been part of our sessions. So her mother was cooking in the kitchen and she saw something outside. तो उनको लगा गाय है. So happily she went outside. She like hut to the guy. It was a tiger. So she told her child, she didn't take any action. She told her child to run to the forest jockey. And I think, sir, that was the most successful rescue operation at that time. Where the tiger was not harmed, it was sent peacefully back to the jungle, and nobody was harmed, and it was a beautiful conflict resolution. These are some pictures these are some of my favorite pictures from conservation outreach programs in Bandhavgarh and Panna. The first one is a group of 450 people who turned up to listen to us in Bandhavgarh after unka khana bana ke ho gaya tha. So we thought koi nahi aayega. 1 came, 10 came, 15 came. Finally, the entire village came, and they sat till 2 o'clock to listen to us and to listen to all the myths being busted about tigers, about reptiles, and they wanted to know how they could be involved. The one directly below it, is a program we did in Kanha actually. Kharisa is not in this room right now, but he was instrumental in helping us run this program for visually impaired children. So we took a group of 46 visually impaired children to Kanha. We made the entire safari a sensory experience. They were touching trees. We were playing alarm calls for them. If you see the excitement on the child's face, it was because she was touching antlers for the first time, and we were describing each animal to them. That picture is of a lady looking at a crocodile through her binoculars for the very first time. And that was in Panna, and we were doing this program to protect the forest from forest fires. So we were taking the villagers in a bus every day. She was so excited by the Magarma, she said it's almost like it's sitting in the bus with us. We said, no, it's not that close, it's quite far. And the fourth one is of the Pardi community that I will be talking about. They were a tribe who didn't even want to talk to us at one point of time. But during the World Environment Day, they orchestrated cleanup of a forest for 1.2 kilometers. They were picking up plastic, and they also got other community members to help. This is actually one of my favorite tribes. There's a lot of stigma about the Pardis, and rightly so. जब मैं पहले बार गई थी to meet a Pardi, Parihar sir is here, and he had asked us to go and meet the Pardis with Murthy sir. And the first question I asked, I was naive, so I asked a Pardi, आपने कितने बाघ मारे होंगे? He said, जितने आपके सर पे बाल नहीं है, मैंने शायद उतने मारे होंगे. So I got shocked. I was like, okay, but he said, रुकिए, लेकिन अब हमें बदलना है. He completed, he said, आप मेरा पूरा statement सुन लीजिए. उतना मारा है, लेकिन अब हमें बदलना है. That's when, if you see the middle picture, it's of two Pardis boys we supported, and today our Pardi kids have done BSc Agriculture, they're in tourism, they are doing crafts, and the biggest success story that happened with Pardis is the walk with the Pardis, which I think a lot of you have heard about. It's in Panna, and they've taken close to 2,000 guests on a walk in Panna Tiger Reserve in the territorial division. When we started the walk, we got a lot of comments saying, congratulations, आपने एक और जगह खोल दी पारदियों को hunting के लिए, congratulations. So one tourist once told me, ये मेरा सामान तो नहीं लूट लेंगे walk के दौरान. So we did not get a lot of positive feedback, but thankfully we have managed to disseminate that misinformation that Pardis are all bad and don't deserve a second chance. Today, after we started working with the Pardis, there's not been a single case of poaching of tigers in the last decade. That's the Taj team training them. That's Murthy ji, of course, in the middle. And that's on the top is Risna Pardi. Agar aap Panna kabhi jayenge, she's working in the Madla part of Panna. And she's a fabulous nature guide. And वो सबको जब भी घर जाती है सबको बताती है कि why is it important to give up hunting and start life afresh. After a 14-year journey with Pardis and with Last Wilderness Foundation, I've had the honor to work with Earth Focus, who's working in Kanha, again buffer zone. आपने शायद सामान भी देखा होगा बाहर, कोदू, कुटकी, महुआ, राब. So the first time Earth Focus went to the beggars and said, आपका challenge क्या है? He said, खाने को नहीं है. We don't have food to eat. आप conservation outreach की बात कर रहे हो, हमारे पास खाना नहीं है. So that's when Earth Focus started working on traditional millets with them. They said instead of exotic vegetables, someone suggested broccoli क्यों नहीं लगाते? I said, broccoli? Really? In Kanha with begas, it's never going to work. So then they started working with traditional millets and maua rab, which is basically like a treacle. It's like a maple syrup. It's non-alcoholic, and it can be used as a chutney, it can be used as a jam, and it's very delicious. So we've converted about 200 acres into traditional millet, and we are also selling it online, and it's available across souvenir shops in the tiger reserves, in Kanha especially. That's the packet you see. It's basically from her farm, which is why she's so happy. Earth Focus, apart from working with livelihoods, is also working for education. They're doing some fantastic work. They've adopted 20 primary schools and 18 Anganwadis. And school shuru hone se pehle 2 ghanta, they work on them with foundational Hindi, maths, and we are also developing a biodiversity curriculum so that there's continued knowledge about the environment amongst the children. So that wo gap, lacuna na reh jaye about the environment. And a beautiful story about this is that actually बहुत ही inspiring है जो इनकी माता समिति है. So apart from the team itself, they formed a group of 550 माता समिति members. They're literally like tigresses. So वो क्या करती है, वो बच्चों का पढ़ाई में interest लेती हैं. They come to school every day to check on the child's education. They also take decisions on the district level. In fact, a very quickly, very beautiful story. एक टीचर्स डे प्रोग्राम था जिसमें पूरा गांव आया हुआ था और पीछे जो बैठे थे वो चिल्ला रहे थे कि हमको कुछ सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है बिकॉज इट वाज सच एन ओपन एरिया. सो द माता समिति मेंबर्स कलेक्टेड मनी फ्रॉम द एंटायर विलेज एंड बॉट अ साउंड सिस्टम. So they also encourage other Mata Samiti members in other villages to take such decisions which can improve the life of their own child. So this is a very beautiful aspect of Earth Focus. And again, आप लोगों ने शायद कुछ सामान देखा होगा बाहर, keychains. These are nothing urban about it. Pashu Pakshi has been actually working in Central India for the last 7 years. And now they are in Pench, they are in Panna, they are in Kanha. They are also in a slum rehabilitation program in Bombay. They have tied up with artists from Ujjain, Varanasi. And basically the idea is to create responsible souvenirs. And something which can basically contextual souvenirs from around that tiger reserve. So agar Bandhavgarh ka hai, to it will be a tiger souvenir. If it's from Big One, it will be a bird souvenir. And basically they get 50% partnership in selling of the souvenirs. And to this end, these are some of the community members across the different tiger reserves. And we are very, very proud that we've launched the first ever Crafts for Conservation shop in Bandhavgarh this year. And it's already got a lovely footfall. And we've tied up with 12 NGOs. You can see the logos, there are some of them. And we are supporting close to 250 artisans across India, which the shop is supporting. So we are very proud of this. And I think I'll only want to conclude with one little song that if they can play later. But also that I think communities, everybody's spoken so beautifully about species. If you can continue working with communities, I think that would be my only suggestion for the way forward. Thank you. Can we play the tiger song? Very soon. I know it's not lesser known species, but हाँ ये वाला. I think this song, more than anybody, forest guards used to love. So they had put it as the ringtone also at one point. It was beautifully done. And these are kids from a very sensitive village called Damna. So unko hi, as actors, we had taken and designed this whole song. Thank you.
Let's have a huge round of applause, please. I think that was a way too less. And thank you so much, Ms. Bhavna Menon. You've put a wonderful presentation. The lastwilderness.org इस वेबसाइट पर जाकर आप और जानकारी ले सकते हैं, जैसा कि इस वीडियो में था. And if there's any question of substance that we would like to get.
May I add something?
Of course, sir. You're chairing the session, of course.
Okay. This song was meant for tiger, but I think it applies for any species that we were talking in the previous sessions.
Yes.
And the ignorance, even we were finding it difficult to follow what Dr. Mahapatra was telling us. Well, it's such a huge knowledge, vast field of knowledge. It's not possible for everyone to acquire and be a master of it. हमारे जो भीष्म पितामह है रंजीत सिंह साहब बैठे हैं 85 साल के सर, आई थिंक आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग सर, 85 इयर्स के हैं, और हमको जब नहीं समझ में आता है तो हम सोचते जब साहब 85 साल की उम्र में इतना सीख सकते हैं, हमारी भी अभी उम्र है सीखने की.
That's wonderful, sir. It's really
और
inspirational.
ये जो इन्होंने सॉन्ग सुनाया, बेसिकली इट वाज एन आउटरीच एफर्ट. ये सारे चीजें उपलब्ध थी पैम्पलेट में, ब्रोशर में, साइन बोर्ड्स में, ये सारी चीजें लिखी हुई थी. ओनली प्रॉब्लम वाज कि विलेजर्स डिडंट हैव द एबिलिटी टू रीड और डाइजेस्ट और अंडरस्टैंड. ये जब इन्होंने गाना ये गा के जब इन लोगों ने जब वहां पर बताया तो सारे लोग अपने हो गए. वो गांव की लेडीज जो हम पर पत्थर मारते थे, हमको गालियां देते थे, हम लोग को घुसने नहीं देते थे, बिलीव इट, आई मीन व्हाट, जब इसने मेंशन किया ना कि गांव में घुस गया था उसके घर में, वास्तव में घुसा था और 5 घंटे तक लोगों ने बिल्कुल पेशेंस रखा, जस्ट बिकॉज कि उसी गांव में इनका आउटरीच प्रोग्राम उस समय चल रहा था.
बिल्कुल.
एंड शी वॉज मच टाइनियर दैट टाइम, बिलीव मी. ये इतनी छोटी है, लगता है कि क्या करेगी. मैंने आई ऑल्सो बिलीव क्या करेंगी ये, बट द वे दे ट्रांसफॉर्म द होल ऑफ द लैंडस्केप, कि कहीं भी कोई घटना एक तो होना बंद हो गई थी वास्तव में, और होती भी थी तो वी वर नॉट गेटिंग. वो जो पहला सीन दिखाया, कैन यू शो दैट स्लाइड, वो कैन वी गो टू दैट दैट थिंग इज द बेंचमार्क. अच्छा वो चेंज कर दे, कोई बात नहीं. वो जो जला हुआ जो कैंपस था हमारा, वो जला हुआ कैंपस था, बोलते थे कि बांधवगढ़ तो जल रहा है, कुछ नहीं हो सकता इसका, वो तो ऐसे ही रहा है बांधवगढ़ शुरू से. एंड दीज पीपल वर्क डे एंड नाइट. बेसिकली मैंने 4 एलिमेंट्स है. जो 4 एलिमेंट्स है वो भय है, जो आप लोगों ने आपके प्रेजेंटेशन में रैप्टर का दिखाया या आपने रेप्टाइल्स का दिखाया, तो एक भय है. आपको कब वाइपर आ जाता है, कहां पर वल्चर आ जाता है, कहां ईगल आ जाता है. शंका है, हमारे को डाउट्स होते हैं दिमाग में, हमारे को अविश्वास है हमारे सिस्टम पर. देयर इज लैक ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस कि सिस्टम विल डिलीवर समथिंग, विल नॉट डू एनीथिंग, दैट द जनरल बिलीफ. और हमारा लाइवलीहुड है, जैसा आपने बताया, बेच रहे हैं, यहाँ बेच रहे हैं, इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड हो रहा है, लोकल ट्रेड हो रहा है, बहेलिए हैं, शिकारी हैं, ट्रेडिशनली मारते रहे, जो पारधी का बताते. ये 4 इश्यूज हैं जिस पर हमारा पूरा इकोसिस्टम चलता है. अब उस पर हम टाइगर को फिट करें, एलिफेंट को फिट करें, हम रैप्टर को फिट करें, हम स्नेक को, लिजर्ड को, किसी को फिट करें, फिट हो जाता है. बेसिकली ये जो लैक ऑफ नॉलेज है, लैक ऑफ अवेयरनेस, लैक ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस, जिससे ये हमारे भय, शंका और ये सब पैदा होता है, उसको जब हम ये रिमूव करते हैं, जो भावना बता रही है, हम जब इसको करेंगे, नहीं तो हम लोग तो वाइल्ड लाइफर और एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर ऐसे हो जाते हैं कि हमको स्ट्रेट लाइन जैकेट के अलावा बाहर दिखते ही नहीं है. बस हमको यही रूल पालन कराना है, हमको ऐसे ही करना है, बाकी लोग चाहे जैसे भी जाएं, लोगों के बारे में नहीं सोचना है. व्हाट दे हेल्प्ड एंड व्हाट वी नीड राइट नाउ अक्रॉस for every species, known, unknown, lesser known, or whatever, by whatever name, this is the least known species. That outreach program, that needs to be that needs to flourish, and that will solve the problems that all the sectors are facing about the knowledge about raptors, knowledge about whatever, all the species. ये जो outreach program इनका फैलेगा, this is the least. अभी इस पर बिल्कुल केयर नहीं है. शी टोल्ड मी कि हम लोग के इसके प्रोग्राम के बाद ACS आए थे, चीफ सेक्रेटरी आए थे उस समय, इन लोगों को फेस किया था. वहां पर पूरे चीफ सेक्रेटरी ने, डीसा साहब थे, तो पूरे 100 लड़कों ने घेर के उनको बैठ गए, उनसे बातें की. उसके बाद हमने सी जस्ट पोक्ड मी सर, अनुभूति उसके बाद शुरू हुई थी, तो उसके बाद से इट गॉट स्केल्ड अप, जो अनुभूति हम कर रहे हैं। तो बेसिकली हमको और इसको करने की जरूरत है, तभी हमारा ये सारा कुछ होगा। एंड दिस इज द लीस्ट नोन स्पीसीज जो भावना जिसको रिप्रेजेंट करती है। और अब जो इसको बाहर निकाला तो पारधी का दिखाया, उनके लाइवलीहुड को एड्रेस किया, और जो क्राफ्ट्स बता रहे हैं, और ब्रोकली, आई मीन ब्रोकली इन दैट विलेज, कान्हा के विलेज में कर रहे हैं, और वहां पर इन्होंने कोदो कुटकी कहा, जब मिलिट मिशन चल रहा है, तो इट जस्ट जल्स विद द नेशनल पॉलिसी। अगर हम उसी को लेके चलेंगे तो हमारा रास्ता आसान हो जाएगा, लोग भय नहीं करेंगे, लोग हमारे साथ दोस्ती करेंगे, और हमारे ब्रोशर पैम्पलेट कुछ नहीं काम करते। ये जो सॉन्ग इन्होंने बनाया था उसने हमारा सब काम कर दिया, उसी को आप सब बदल दीजिए दूसरे इसमें, इट विल वर्क। Thank you, and thanks a lot, Bhavna, for keeping it very brief. And I think we qualify for that. We made it.
Of course, I mean, sir, all the points to you. Of course, ma'am, go ahead.
Just one story, because sir mentioned sir's age of 84, 85. So basically, this whole program started because there was this gentleman called Golu Singh, sir, जब आप FD थे, एंड उन्होंने मना कर दिया था कि आप कंजर्वेशन आउटरीच मेरे गांव में कदम रख के दिखा दो, मेरे बच्चों को कुछ हो गया, टाइगर ने मार दिया, तो कौन रिस्पॉन्सिबल है। सो वी यूज्ड टू टेक दोस कैंटर्स। सो आई सेड आई कांट राइट इट एंड गिव इट यू कि कुछ नहीं होगा, अगर वो बस से गिर गया आप बोलोगे टाइगर ने मारा है, तो हाउ कैन आई गिव इट यू इन राइटिंग। सो देन आई रिमेंबर आई सेड गोलू सिंह जी आप क्यों नहीं आते। So he said, ठीक है मैं सोचता हूँ। After 2 days he came to us, he gave us a call, and in a crisp kurta, I remember still, and in a turban, he was waiting for us at the village. He said, मैं चलूँगा आपके साथ पहले, फिर देखूँगा अगर गाँव में आप लोग काम कर सकते हो कि नहीं। He sat in the car. That day he saw, I think, one mother with 4 cubs, and when I looked back at him, he was crying. He was bowing before the tiger, and he was crying, he had tears in his eyes, and he's saying, अब आपको कोई नहीं रोकेगा काम करने से।
Wow, that's wonderful. That's so wonderful. This has been a really lovely session, and Raman sir, as you said, brochure पे, poster पे सब जगह information है. Me being a person from liberal arts, I see that arts and culture is so integral to the country like India, that this is how we are able to propagate information. I would like to call upon stage Dr. Sangeeta Rajgir, founder of Bhopal Birds, to present Raman sir with a souvenir for the event and for chairing this session. Let's have a huge round of applause. We congratulate Raman sir on the amazing energy that he brings to the room. This room has been quite charged since you've been here. I would like to request Dr. Elizabeth Thomas, Assistant Member Secretary, MP State Biodiversity Board, to please present Ms. Bhavna Menon with a souvenir for the event. And let's have a huge round of applause for Ms. Bhavna Menon for the wonderful work that she has been doing. Absolutely, wonderful, wonderfully said, wonderfully said. And ma'am, we hope that you continue to do such amazing work. Thank you so much for being here, for driving all of us. And now we move on to the last session of the conference. We have with us Mr. Kaushik Mondal. He is an MSc and MPhil in Zoology from Calcutta University. He's been working with WCCB since 12 years, and he's presently posted at Central Regional Officer at Jabalpur. I would like to request Vikas sir to please welcome Mr. Kaushik Mondal on the stage and felicitate him from our behalf. Thank you, sir. Let's have a huge round of applause. Mr. Kaushik Mondal will be speaking to us about wildlife crime and trafficking of lesser known animal species of Madhya Pradesh and how it has been mitigated. Sir, over to you.
Hello and good evening, everyone. We are almost running 3 hours late with the permission of respected very senior dignitaries, colleagues and my friends. As already introduced, myself Inspector Kaushik Mondal from organization called Wildlife Crime Control Bureau, and it comes under Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. The organization, as name suggests, is started during 2007, and just after 2 years, when 2 tiger reserves in India, one in Madhya Pradesh itself, Panna Tiger Reserve, and one in Madhya Pradesh itself, Panna Tiger Reserve, and second one is in Rajasthan, Sariska Tiger Reserve, become Tiger Zero. After these 2 tiger reserves become Tiger Zero, Government of India established 2 organizations. One is NTCA, another one is WCCB, Wildlife Crime Control Bureau, to combat any wildlife crime. As the timing and the name suggest, Wildlife Crime Control Bureau is basically an organization that deals with collection of intelligence and investigation of major wildlife fauna like tiger, leopard, pangolins, elephants or rhinos. But it's not like WCCB is ignoring some lesser fauna. So without wasting any time, I just go through the 3 different case studies. There are a number of lesser fauna and there are a number of wildlife crime related that, but today itself I will discuss 3 different case studies regarding this fauna. To start with, in the extreme north, I will start my first case study regarding one animal called Tibetan antelope or chiru, and the traded part is satus. Second one is almost entire country is the mongoose. It's paint brush or hairbrush. And third one in the extreme south, it's from Andaman to Lakshadweep, including some of our coastal area, it's a sea cucumber. So start with first one as Tibetan antelope or chiru. The name suggests the animal found in the Tibetan plateau itself and some part of Ladakh and Pakistan and Chinese occupied India. It's a high altitude animal and minus 30 is one of the common temperature. From it can be go around minus 40. So its wool is to protect them in this kind of temperature. And you can see this wool, and the last one is the shawl prepared. So ultimately traded part is the shawl, which is very related to another shawl which is normally traded in the name of Pashmina. Pashmina is found from a goat and it is not in Wildlife Protection Act, so anybody can just buy. But another name of the satus, when people used to trade the satus, they used to name it like some code name or some trade name. So these are the basic process. The unprocessed wool, and it's like any other wool processing methods. They use yarns, they color, then they weave, ultimately it's getting the embroidery. Interesting thing is that 90%, more than 90% rather, the animal found only in Tibetan plateau, which is in China. So the animal get killed in the China, they extract the wool, it's in this Tibetan plateau, then they bring those wool via Nepal border, it will come into India, just because the weavers are present in India in the extreme northern part of Kashmir. So it will first start migrating. The interesting thing about those animals started migrating during the, this is called summer migration of Tibetan this chiru, during the time of May and June. Those around hundreds of female, they are pregnant, and when they are calving, they came into this Changtang river. And those some local nomadic ranching groups, they use the leg trap in those migration path. They caught and they dyed, they take the wool, also use that meat. After that, these are some so actually in China they are protected, but they are found in such a area, sir. It's very difficult to, if it is killed in China, that is definitely it is in their Wildlife Act, but it's very difficult in taking them in this Tibetan plateau. Throughout the year temperature is very less, and only those nomadic people coming every year during the time of May, June, killing those animals and taking those things. So it is first the wool has been taken, they will come to the Tibetan capital like Lhasa, via Lhasa it will come to Nepal, then 2 pass they covered from Nepal, it will enter either to the Dharchula or maybe directly go to the Srinagar. Srinagar, there are 3-4 places including Srinagar, Baramulla, Pulwama, those are the places the weaver are. They just take those wool, the process we already seen. After that, those will come into the, via Amritsar, it will come to the New Delhi or maybe sometimes in Rajasthan. Then this finished product, that means the shawls, fly away. So neither the animal found in here, neither we killed it, but for process purpose, the animal came here, make Saul, and ultimately it will go for European or some maybe Middle East countries. So what we started, this operation is called soft gold. WCCB named it as soft gold because the wool is very lightweight. The name of the animal, the Saul name itself called Satus. In Urdu, Sa means king and Tus means wool, king of the wool. So, or maybe the wool used by kings. So, wool is such a lighted one. It's one of the world's lighted, finest and costliest wool. If you, yes, yes, sir. So, if you take the shawl in your hand, a particular shawl which is very thin, is almost semi-transparent. One can look from that side to this side. You cannot wear in temperature like 20 or 10 degree temperature. So temperature, if somebody is residing in temperature like 4, 0, minus 10, they only can wear. It's very lightweight, only 50 to 100 grams. If not, there is only plain shawl. It's only 50 to 100 gram and it can pass through a ring itself. Such a thin. So WCCB started one project is called Operation Soft Gold during the 2018-19 and started with a called OCNet. Anybody heard about OCNet? It is called Open Source Intelligence. Like if somebody has came from Karnataka to Bhopal and used your ATM card in some ATM machine. So you put a digital signature there. It's from that, when we take some intelligence, we called it open source intelligence. This kind of open source intelligence, we have found somebody has given an ad in some portal. Regarding that, we found its name. Then we go some social media account with using some keynote. Excuse me. Can I have some water, please? We use some keynotes, and from that Facebook and other social media, we found some person involved in this kind of illegal trade. They are also using this kind of online method. They are not still such a modern to use Bitcoin, but still using this kind of online method for this illegal trade. You can see from 2009 to 2018-19, so many number of shawls and wools have been in between 15, 16 actually. There are we have able to restrict those truck full of wool coming to India. So thus those shawl consignment didn't able to detect. It's a number, sir. Number of consignments. It's a number of consignments detected in any part. Mostly, you can see I have taken this only 2018 data. So 2018, there are 35 cases has been detected. Of that, 32 itself in New Delhi. And 99% at New Delhi airport. Either it may be cargo, it may be courier, or it may be it's with somebody's personal luggage. So most of the detected in airports or in exit points only. So these are the something after getting intelligence we have detected those shawls in different parts including air cargo complexes. Because the case is running in the trial, we don't mention any name of the accused, but you can see initially from social network we have detected those 5 persons, and those from 5% we have checked and monitored the number of countries from China to Oman, from United Kingdom to Switzerland. There are a number of persons involved internationally. So this is the first one is BOSG, means before the Operation Soft Gold, how many shawls have been detected. Not only shawls, we also colored monitor, like the brown one is shawls, the orange one is shawl fabric, then squares like this kind of small part, then stoles. These are the numbers, and this is during this Operation Soft Gold. We are able to detect. We use a software called IBM I2. I don't know how this analysis is not coming. I2 is a software that if you have the address and the phone number of a person, it may be Indian number, it may be any international number, put those number, it will automatically connect everyone involved in this trade. if somebody is involved in the trade, the software automatically identify if it is basically started with France. France developed this, and it is for terrorist organization, but different kind of smuggling also it has been used, but I don't know how this slide didn't care. So going into the second one, this operation called, it's regarding mongoose, and this operation called Operation Clean Art. So these are the 7 mongoose. Recently this Javan mongoose also included after amendment of Wildlife Protection Act. Mostly that grey mongoose, small Indian mongoose, or rudi mongoose, those are used for making paint brushes. So this is the process. Normally they killed when they are basically live, taken the their fur, then they make those brushes. This is the basic identification of this particular pattern of this mongoose hairbrush. Mostly used for its water and oil retention capacity. Painter who use normally said that when you use that brush, it gave a very smooth coat, and also when you take the oil from oil or any paint from one place to another to the canvas, there is not a single drop of paint will ultimately goes down. So basic, this is the reason, but still there are a number of artificial way has came, still we are using. During that scene, you can see from 2017 to 19, WCCB gone through this operation, and these are the number of cases has been identified and number of arrested. So these are the place where this this red indicates where the normally those mongoose have been killed. Then they brought 2 places. One is UP, Bijnor, that is a district place called Sherkot. Another is near Kolkata in West Bengal. They make those brushes from those hair in their household itself. You visit those Sherkot village, there are number of houses, like hundreds of houses. Everyone is preparing those small brushes in their home itself. So even in Kolkata also, just outskirts of 20-30 kilometers away from Kolkata, in a district called North Chobis Pargana, where people are making in their home product only. So after that, they will go to different, this green art, basically the market where we are able to seize those brushes. So one of the major crackdown during 2018, 30th September in Sherkot Bijnor itself, you can see 50,000, more than 50,000 brushes has been seized, and 165 kg of raw hair has been seized. Interestingly, 1 kg of hair, for getting 1 kg of hair, at least 50 mongoose have to kill. At least 50. It can be hundreds of mongoose. It depends on species and size. So you can estimate that for 165 kgs of raw hair, how many mongoose have killed. So in this, why it's not working, man? So this is also a fast one of kind mission in WCCB done. It has been monitored by drone. First time in India, a wildlife crime. We are simultaneously done this throughout this. Oh, this is the second one. So simultaneously we done the entire Bijnor, and this so many brushes has been detected. In the second one, in the same year, 10th December, in a single day, WCCB along with other enforcement agencies, including State Forest and Police Department, in 13 locations, entire country, we have able to detect this 3,500 number of brushes. And in 2019, almost a year after, in 4 different states, again similar kind of operation launched. And the last one you can see in Uttar Pradesh, in Sherkot itself, 113 kilos of raw hair, again we are able to seize, and 54,000 number of, so many numbers of brushes, again we are able to seize. Then come into the third one. It's extreme southern part, because the animal found in the marine environment, the sea cucumber. Anyone have seen sea cucumber in their life? Anybody is doing marine? Yeah. And even we are talking about sea cucumber going out from India, but it's not like that. Even during 2011-12, there is a case registered by our department at Delhi itself regarding one sea cucumber dish has been in their menu. They are serving by a 5-star hotel in Delhi. So it's not like that those soup or those kind of medicinal use done by some other countries outside India. India also in some extent, not like present situation, but 10, 12, 15 years back, many hotels used to have those in their menus. So these are the basic location where recent seizure have been made. Mostly you can find from Lakshadweep, Andaman and 3 coastal areas including Karnataka, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. But most of the cases, more than 50% of the cases has been detected in Tamil Nadu itself. These are the graphs including this during that time, how many incidents and arrests have been made. So these are the Andaman Nicobar has so many number of cases. Tamil Nadu, we can say during the last 10 years almost more than 27 cases has been registered. This one is also showing how many cases has been registered and increase of the number of case detection. Hotspot in Tamil Nadu, most of the cases detected in Ramanathapuram, and Lakshadweep also, Agati Island is one of the hotspotted area. So basically they harvest in different process, either using mechanical boat or maybe hand picking. Scuba diving is also very interesting process to harvest those kind of sea cucumber, and sometimes they use harpooning. This is this Tamil Nadu, Lakshadweep and Andaman wise, where how they are used. Like in Tamil Nadu, mechanized boat is the one of the reason to collect those sea cucumber. In case of Andaman, it is basically hand picking and free driving. So after they collect those sea cucumber, they basically process it. Unprocessed material neither goes to any other country. So they, after harvesting, they boil, sun dry, fire dry and then salting. When we seized, most of the seized consignment are in salting process only. So these are the different state-wise process of cleaning and storage. So when we have detected the cases, most of the cases has been detected in water with the help of Indian Coast Guard. After this present amendment in 2022, Coast Guard, Indian Coast Guard can also book the Wildlife Protection Act cases, including our Custom Department. Previously, only Forest and Police Department has the power. Now, our Coast Guard officials and those officials from Custom Department can also book Wildlife Protection Act cases. And the last one is showing how many cases has been detected in different areas. So, destination-wise, if you talk about, other than the Sri Lanka, most of the are the Southeast Asian countries. Sri Lanka has been used as a transit. Whatever has been collected in Indian part ultimately goes to via Sri Lanka. It will collect here in small consignment. It will reach Sri Lanka, and because Sri Lankan government, the sea cucumber is not protected, they are also using those kind of what is called that cultivation. They use the cultivation method. They are agriculture. They are make it, and also some licensed people can take those material from Sri Lanka to Thailand. Thus, India's most of the cases, when we have detected, number of Sri Lankans also be arrested. These are some news cutting of recent cases we have detected. Most of the cases either in in the coastal areas of Ramanathapuram, from 100 kgs to 2,000, 3,000 kgs of sea cucumber we have seized. For that you can manage like one sea cucumber basically 100 grams to 500 grams. When it is dry, its weight also reduce, and so seizing of 2 tons means huge number of sea cucumber at the moment. No sir, actually in globally it's around 1700 sea cucumber species are there sir. In Indian coastal area, basically that Gulf of Munnar and Palk Bay and those Indian Ocean, around 200 species, sir. Of 200, for that economical importance, only 20 species. So we are seizing this kind of 20 species only for this mass collection. So I have think of that. I not to mention a single point. I thought of when we came, we will discuss, because you may be more learned than me. I will take those mitigation points, but unfortunately because of time, because already those kind of point has been discussed. Because all these 3 cases you can see, everyone is involved for hundreds of years. It's not a one-day process. Some weaver is making a shawl that is they are doing is for generation, hundreds of years. So for somebody is collecting sea cucumber or somebody who is doing those mongoose hair brushes is doing for generation. Does it? It's a we require this kind of conservation method already being discussed. So I am not elaborated much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mondal. We are very thankful to you, and I would like to ask Dr. Elizabeth Thomas to please present Mr. Kaushik Mandal with a souvenir. Yes. Sir, thank you so much for being here. Let's have a huge round of applause. और कौशिक मंडल सर का शुक्रिया, सबसे ज़्यादा तहे दिल से आप सभी का शुक्रिया कि इतने ही ज़्यादा धीरज के साथ, इतने ज़्यादा धैर्य के साथ आपने सारे सेशंस को सुना। एक बार आप सभी के लिए ज़ोरदार तालियां, आप सभी डेलीगेट्स के लिए ज़ोरदार तालियां। और अब हम बढ़ रहे हैं हमारे अंतिम वैलिडेक्टरी सेशन की तरफ। अंतिम सेशन है जो कि वैलिडेक्टरी सेशन है हमारा, और इसमें हम हमारी ये जो 2 दिन की कॉन्फ्रेंस थी इसको एक बहुत ही सुंदर उपसंहार पर लाकर छोड़ेंगे। जब हमारी अभी बात चल रही थी सभी ऑर्गेनाइजर्स के साथ, तो यही हमारा एक निष्कर्ष निकल के आ रहा था कि ये कॉन्फ्रेंस मध्य प्रदेश के कम ज्ञात प्रजातियों के संरक्षण को समर्पित रही है, और जिस तरह तमाम शोधार्थियों ने अपने ज्ञान और अपने क्षेत्र में हर संभव प्रयासों से हम सभी का परिचय करवाया है, वो वाकई काबिल तारीफ है और ये जन चेतना की एक मिसाल देता है। और इस आंदोलन की सकारात्मक भावना के साथ जब हम लोग इस तरह से इसे देखते हैं तो एक वही दुष्यंत कुमार की लाइन याद आती है कि मेरे सीने में नहीं तो तेरे सीने में सही हो आग कहीं भी, लेकिन आग जल्दी चाहिए। इसी सेंटिमेंट के साथ अब हम क्लोजिंग सेरेमनी की तरफ बढ़ेंगे, और उसके लिए मैं डायस पर बड़े सम्मान के साथ सबसे पहले बुलाना चाहूंगी श्री M.K. रंजीत सिंह सर को, जो हमारे बीच में टाइगर प्रिंस की तरह के भूमिका में मौजूद रहे हैं। एक बार जोरदार तालियां श्री M.K. रंजीत सिंह सर के लिए। और मैं श्री V.N. अंबाड़ी सर से दरख्वास्त करूंगी कि वो श्री रंजीत सिंह सर का मंच पर हम सब की तरफ से स्वागत करें। रंजीत सिंह सर की ज्ञान और उनके हीरोइज्म की मिसाल तो यही है कि सेशंस के अलावा भी वो बाहर बिल्कुल फ्री नहीं बैठ पाए, बिकॉज हर वक्त कोई ना कोई उनसे कुछ ना कुछ सवाल करता ही रहा। इसके बाद मैं मंच पर बुलाना चाहूंगी सम्मान के साथ श्री असीम श्रीवास्तव सर, PCCF वाइल्ड लाइफ, और मैं गुजारिश करती हूँ डॉक्टर संगीता राजगीर जी से कि वो असीम श्रीवास्तव सर का मंच पर एक बार फिर स्वागत करें। हम वैलिडेक्टरी सेरेमनी की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, तो प्लीज एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं। हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं श्री असीम श्रीवास्तव सर। मैं मंच पर बुलाना चाहूंगी आदरणीय JS चौहान सर, फॉर्मर PCCF, और मैं गुजारिश करती हूं डॉक्टर एलिजाबेथ थॉमस मैम से कि वो सर का मंच पर स्वागत करें। जसबीर सर हमारे साथ स्पीकर के रूप में, चेयर के रूप में मौजूद रहे हैं, और हम वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल टू हिम कि वो हमारे साथ इतनी तमाम क्षमताओं में मौजूद रह पाए। और फाइनली मैं श्री V.N. अंबाड़ी सर का स्वागत करना चाहूंगी मंच पर। अंबाड़ी सर को मैं बार बार उठाती हूँ, माफ कीजिएगा सर, और मैं विकास सर से दरख्वास्त करती हूँ कि वो सर का मंच पर स्वागत करें। अंबाड़ी सर एक इंस्पिरेशन के रूप में हमारे साथ इस 2 दिन कॉन्फ्रेंस में जुड़े रहे और हम बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं। मैं विकास सर से दरख्वास्त करूंगी कि वो मंच पर अपनी जगह लें, और साथ ही संगीता मैम, डॉक्टर संगीता राजगीर, क्योंकि आप भी भोपाल बर्ड्स की तरफ की संस्थापिका के रूप में यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, आपका भी इस मंच पर स्वागत है। एक बार जोरदार तालियां बजाएं हम। बहुत शुक्रिया साथियों। ये 2 दिन की कॉन्फ्रेंस रही, इसमें काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट बातें हुई हैं। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का 2 दिनी कॉन्फ्रेंस का ब्रीफ देने के लिए मैं मंच पर बड़े आदर के साथ बुलाना चाहूंगी श्री मोहम्मद खालिक सर को। हम तालियों से उनका स्वागत करते हैं डायस पर।
पहले तो सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और एक जोरदार तालियां आप लोग खुद के लिए बजाइए, क्योंकि बहुत धैर्य के साथ जो है वो आप लोगों ने यहाँ पे सभी वक्ताओं को सुना है, सभी प्रेजेंटर्स को सुना है, तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। और सम्मानीय मंच जो है सभी का स्वागत है यहाँ पे। मैं बहुत ब्रीफ में इसको कुछ चीज़ें बताने के लिए स्टैटिकल जो हमारा है नंबर्स वो आया हूँ। नंबर्स ये हैं कि हमारा जो टोटल पार्टिसिपेशन है वो 158 रहा है, रजिस्ट्रेशन 210 प्लस हैं, टोटल 300 पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं इंक्लूडिंग प्रेस एंड अदर्स, और हमारे पास टोटल हमने जो प्रेजेंटेशंस और हमारी फील्ड विजिट आज रही है वो मिला के हमने टोटल 21 घंटे काम किया है। तो एक बहुत बड़ी बात है कि हम कंजर्वेशन की बात कर रहे हैं लगातार 21 घंटों से, बहुत अच्छी बात है ये। इसके बाद में हमारे पास जो प्रेजेंटेशंस हैं वो यूएसए, नेदरलैंड और बड़ी जो हमारी लीडिंग एजेंसीज हैं भारत की, उसमें WII, BNHS, WTI, विधि लीगल, मद्रास क्रोकोडाइल ट्रस्ट, WWF इंडिया, ZSI और वाइल्ड लाइफ क्राइम कंजर्वेशन ब्यूरो जो है, क्राइम कंट्रोल ब्यूरो, वो सभी हैं इसमें। और टोटल जो है अराउंड 15 प्रेजेंटेशंस थे हमारे, बहुत अच्छे। और इसके साथ साथ जो है अराउंड 14 स्टेट से हमारा पार्टिसिपेशन है, तो ये भी बहुत अच्छी बात है। एक चीज़ जो मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, जो कल से मेरे को भी बोला जा रहा था कि हम लोग ग्रीन होने की तरफ जा रहे हैं, तो उसके लिए हमने नो प्लास्टिक बोटल्स, इस बार कोई प्लास्टिक बोटल्स हमको सजेशन भी आया था पिछली बार, तो हमने यूज़ नहीं किया इसमें। साथ में जो बर्तन हैं आपके जो खाने के, आज 1VR में भी आप लोगों ने देखा होगा कि हमने स्टील प्लेट्स यूज़ किया वहाँ पे, तो कोई भी प्लास्टिक उसमें नहीं था। आप लोगों को जो मेमेंटोज दिए गए हैं वो प्लास्टिक फ्री हैं, और वी ट्राई टू मेक आई कार्ड एंड पेन ऑल्सो। नेक्स्ट ईयर से हम लोग ट्राई करेंगे कि उसमें भी कोई प्लास्टिक नहीं रहेगा, जिसमें पेन्स आपको मिलेंगी और आई कार्ड जो हमने अभी से तैयारी शुरू कर दी है। आई कार्ड मिलेगा सीड पेपर का, जो आप बाद में आप सॉइल में डालेंगे तो उसमें से पेड़ निकल के आएगा, और सेम पेन्स का भी हम लोग वही इंतजाम करने वाले हैं। और एक चीज़ ये है कि आपकी तरफ से जो है बहुत सजेशंस भी हमको चाहिए कि और हम लोग नेक्स्ट ईयर से इसको कैसे और अच्छा कर सकते हैं। मगर आखिरी बात बस मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि मुझे बहुत बताते हुए हर्ष हो रहा है कि रिसर्च के अलावा सोसाइटी के हर पार्ट से यहाँ जो है पार्टिसिपेशन आया है, ये बहुत अच्छी बात है। चाहे वो हाउसवाइफ हैं, चाहे दूसरे स्टूडेंट्स हैं, चाहे किसी भी तरीके के लोग हों, तो बहुत जगह से प्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ पे आए हैं, और जो लोगों ने यहाँ पे भाग लिया है तो आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद है मेरी तरफ से। और जय हिंद, जय भारत।
बहुत शुक्रिया खालिक सर। जैसा कि सर ने बताया कि एक अपने आप में एक सफल आयोजन रहा है, सफल कॉन्फ्रेंस रही है। मैं अगले अपने उद्बोधन के लिए बुलाना चाहूँगी श्री VN अंबाड़े सर कि वो डाइस पर आएँ। श्री VN अंबाड़े सर सदस्य सचिव हैं मध्य प्रदेश राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड में। सर प्लीज़ उस डाइस पर आएँ।
मंच पर आसीन सभी अधिकारीगण, मैं इस SNHSC को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पे कार्यशाला के आयोजन के ऊपर विचार किया। और पिछले साल फर्स्ट सेशन जो हुआ था उनका नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का, उसके ऊपर से जो हम लोगों को फाइंडिंग्स मिली है, उसमें कैरेकल एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्पीशीज़ था, जिसके फाइंडिंग के बेसिस के ऊपर हमने लास्ट ईयर एक कोनो पालपुर सेंचुरी में कैरेकल के ऊपर स्टडी करने के लिए ऑलरेडी मेंबर सेक्रेटरी की ओर से हम यहाँ से हमने प्रोजेक्ट दिया है। इसी प्रकार इस वर्ष के जो कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो भी फाइंडिंग्स आई है, इस पर हम लोग बैठ के चिंतन करेंगे, वाइल्ड लाइफ विंग से भी बात करके इसमें क्या किया जा सकता है, इस पर विचार करने के बाद हम लोग इस पर भी कार्य करेंगे। और नेक्स्ट ईयर की कार्यशाला में उस पर हम लोगों ने आपके जो विचार रखे गए, फाइंडिंग्स रखे, उस पर क्या किया है, इसका भी हम एक पेपर प्रेजेंट करेंगे। थैंक यू।
बहुत शुक्रिया अंबारी सर। अब मैं दरख्वास्त करती हूँ श्री असीम श्रीवास्तव PCCF वाइल्ड लाइफ से कि आप प्लीज़ अपने उद्बोधन के लिए डायस पर आएं।
सबसे पहले मैं इस सफल कार्यक्रम के आयोजन के लिए SNHC को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं और बधाई देता हूं। और इनका ये दूसरा प्रयास था और मुझे दोनों अवसरों पर इसमें सम्मिलित होने का मौका मिला। और डेफिनेटली जिस काम को लेकर वो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं वो पूरे विभाग के लिए भी बहुत अधिक उपयोगी है, क्योंकि हम जानते हैं कि हम बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसे करते हैं जिसका हमें बहुत अधिक साइंटिफिक बेस हमारे पास होता नहीं है, लेकिन हम अपने अनुभव के आधार पर करते हैं। कई बार वो अनुभव के आधार पर की जाने वाली चीज़ें जो हैं उतनी सही ढंग से या सही दिशा में नहीं होती, जिसके कारण फ़ायदा होने की जगह कई बार नुकसान हो जाता है। जैसा कि हमने वो जो रेप्टाइल वाले प्रेजेंटेशन में देखा, तो हम ये चाहते हैं कि हमारे जो निर्णय हैं, हमारे जो एक्शंस हैं, वो पूरी की पूरी तरह साइंस बेस्ड हो और बहुत ही साइंटिफिक फैक्ट्स पे बेस्ड इन्फॉर्म्ड डिसीजन हो, ताकि हम जो करें उसके लिए हमारे को उसको सपोर्ट करने के लिए लॉजिक्स हो। अभी हम बहुत सारी चीज़ें केवल अपने अनुभव के आधार पर ये मानते हुए कि ये सच है, और हो सकता है पूरा पिक्चर देखे बगैर हमारा वो अनुभव के निर्णय हम लागू कर देते हैं, तो उनको हमें डेफिनेटली करेक्ट करने की बहुत आवश्यकता है। तो इसके लिए केवल एक ही चीज़ उपयोग में आ सकती है, वो है साइंस। और साइंस तभी आगे बढ़ेगी जब इस क्षेत्र में अधिक से अधिक ब्राइट पीपल, ब्राइट यंग पीपल, ब्राइट ओल्ड पीपल जो भी इस क्षेत्र में काम करना चाहें वो सभी मिलकर काम करें। और ये एक ऐसा मंच है जहाँ पर उन सबको एकत्र होके अपने अपने कामों को प्रस्तुत करने का अवसर मिलता है, जिससे वो उन्होंने जो काम किया है उसको मेन स्ट्रीम कर सके। हम आप सभी से ये अनुरोध करना चाहते हैं कि आपकी जो भी की फाइंडिंग्स हो वो डेफिनेटली आप अगर वाइल्ड लाइफ से रिलेटेड है तो वाइल्ड लाइफ विंग को प्रोवाइड करें अपने रिसर्च के रिजल्ट्स, और अगर फॉरेस्ट से रिलेटेड हो तो PCCF को उपलब्ध कराएं, ताकि इन ड्यू कोर्स ऑफ टाइम दे बिकम पार्ट ऑफ आइदर मैनेजमेंट प्लान और वर्किंग प्लान, सो दैट दे आर नॉट लॉस्ट इन टाइम। और कई बार ऐसा होता है कि हमें पता ही नहीं होता कि क्या क्या रिसर्च हुई है, क्योंकि जो हमारे वर्किंग प्लान ऑफिसर या मैनेजमेंट प्लान ऑफिसर होते हैं उनके पास शायद उतने टूल्स नहीं होते हैं कि वो पता कर सके कि जैसे कि एक साइंटिफिक रिसर्चर जब काम करने निकलता है तो सबसे पहले वो रिव्यू करता है जो भी उस विषय पर रिसर्च हुई है। तो ऐसा करने का बहुत सारा अवसर उनके पास नहीं मिलता, उतने ज़्यादा ट्रेंड भी नहीं होते बहुत अवसरों पर। तो यदि अगर रिलेटेड इन्फॉर्मेशन किसी एक कार्यालय में उपलब्ध रहे तो कम से कम उस लाइब्रेरी को वो लोग एक बार चेक करके रिलेवेंट इन्फॉर्मेशन को वो कर सकते हैं। और हमारे यहाँ स्टेट फॉरेस्ट रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट नाम की संस्था भी काम करती है, तो वहाँ पर भी आप अपने जो रिसर्चेज हैं उसका निचोड़ भेज सकते हैं, ताकि वो भी एक जगह कहीं कैटलॉग हो सके और हमें मौका पड़ने पर हम उसका लाभ उठा सके। तो मैं एक बार पुनः आप सभी को भी बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि जो इस गोष्ठी का सदस्य बने और इसकी गतिविधियों में आपने बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लिया। और इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ एक बार फिर से आयोजकों को शुभकामना और बधाई देता हूँ उनके इस सफल आयोजन के लिए। थैंक यू।
बहुत शुक्रिया असीम सर, एक बार जोरदार तालियां असीम श्रीवास्तव सर के लिए। अब मैं बड़े सम्मान के साथ जसबीर सिंह चौहान सर, रिटायर्ड IFS फॉर्मर PCCF वाइल्ड लाइफ मध्य प्रदेश से गुजारिश करती हूँ कि कृपया वे अपने उद्बोधन के लिए डायस पर आएं।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। आदरणीय MK रंजीत सिंह साहब, असीम, अंबाड़े साहब, विकास, संगीता जी और यहाँ सभी उपस्थित पार्टिसिपेंट्स, ये बड़े खुशी की बात है कि पिछले साल जो एक आयोजन किया गया था पहली राष्ट्रीय कार्यशाला का, उसका सेकंड जब आज उसका अवतार देख रहे हैं तो बहुत ही अच्छा, बहुत वेरी वेल रिप्रेजेंटेड, वेरी वेल अटेंडेड, और जो कंटेंट है उसकी क्वालिटी भी बहुत अच्छी, मुझे तो पर्सनली बहुत अच्छी लगी वो। ये दिस इज हाउ उसको एक छोटा सा बीज बोने की जरूरत है, वो पौधा अपने आप बनना है उसको। एंड इसको टू मेक दिस हैपन, मैं भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं उनको और बधाई देना चाहता हूं विकास जी को एंड मोहम्मद खालिक एंड संगीता राजगीर। ऑफकोर्स ये बिना वन विभाग के और असीम जी के एंड अंबाड़े जी के आशीर्वाद से संभव नहीं हो पाता। तो आप लोगों को बहुत बहुत साधुवाद, इतना अच्छा आयोजन आप लोगों ने किया। एंड मैं ये देख सकता था कि मतलब इसमें कितनी रुचि ली गई है। इंडिविजुअली सब लोगों से संपर्क करके और सब लोगों को दे इंश्योर्ड कि सब लोग आए यहाँ पे, और इससे अच्छा और क्या हो सकता था। हम लोग अब रिटायर्ड लोग हैं, सो नॉर्मली इच्छा भी नहीं होती कहीं इधर उधर जाने की, तो यहाँ आकर के एक फ्रेशन अप हो जाते हैं, कोई नई चीज़ सुनने को मिलती है, कोई नया अच्छा कोई काम हो रहा है, तो अंदर से खुशी होती है कि कुछ अच्छा हो रहा है किसी ना किसी कोने में। और यकीन मानिए सब जगह सब तरीके कुछ छोटे छोटे काम सब लोग कर ही रहे हैं अपने लेवल पे, बड़े इफ़ेक्टिव बहुत अच्छे तरीके से कर रहे हैं। तो लेकिन उसको एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे शेयर करने के लिए उसकी जो एक ज़रूरत थी, वो उस ज़रूरत को इस कार्यशाला ने पूरा किया है। मुझे लगता है अपने उद्देश्यों की पूर्ति हुई है। जो इस वर्कशॉप का उद्देश्य था वो उसकी पूर्ति हुई है। अभी असीम ने बहुत अच्छी बात कही है कि ये केवल इस कमरे तक सीमित ना हो, तो इसकी जो फाइंडिंग्स हो वो सही जगह पहुँचे, कम्युनिकेट हो, और इस की रिकमेंडेशन के माध्यम से सो दैट वो उसका वो एक लॉजिकल एंड तक पहुँचे। अगर उसमें कुछ जो मैनेजरियल वो चाहिए, इंटरवेंशन चाहिए थ्रू चीफ वार्डन और थ्रू PCCF हॉफ, तो वो सही जगह पहुँचे कम से कम। और सही मायने में बिल्कुल सही कहा असीम जी ने कि अगर ये वर्किंग प्लान या मैनेजमेंट प्लान या फिर टाइगर कंजर्वेशन प्लान में अगर ये जगह बनाती है ये रिकमेंडेशंस, तो नथिंग लाइक इट, इससे अच्छा कुछ नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि वो एक रेगुलर प्रैक्टिस में आ जाती है। वो इसलिए भी कि ये जो वो हैं जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स अभी बताए आपको, ये एक लीगल बैकिंग उसकी है। अब उसमें एक ऑब्लिगेशन होता है विभाग के प्रति भी कि हम उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करें, और जैसे भी हो वैसे भी इम्प्लीमेंट करें। बस आप लोगों का काम है कि उसमें उसको घंटी बजाना। ये आप अगर कोई ऐसी प्रजाति है जो बहुत सही में संकट में है, लोगों को पता नहीं है, मतलब यहाँ आज या कल के प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद ये ब्लैक बेली टर्न, मतलब किसको पता था ये होती कहाँ है, क्या इसका कंजर्वेशन स्टेटस है। बट अब क्योंकि अपने को पता है, हम लोग जानते हैं इस चीज़ को, तो नाउ इट्स आवर मॉरल ड्यूटी टू डू समथिंग, टू इसके पॉपुलेशन को कैसे रिवाइव किया जाए, इसके रुकावटें क्या क्या है, थ्रेट्स क्या क्या हैं, तो उसको आइडेंटिफाई करके उसको दूर करना। जो भी अपने शासकीय उसकी वो हैं एजेंसीज हैं, दे विल डू देयर ओन पार्ट। और मे भी जैसे अभी लास्ट में अभी भावना का बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन था, पब्लिक अवेयरनेस एंड पब्लिक सपोर्ट, वो क्रिटिकल है हमारे किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट के लिए, चाहे कंजर्वेशन का प्रोजेक्ट हो या किसी भी तरह का दूसरा प्रोजेक्ट हो। जब तक लोगों का पार्टिसिपेशन नहीं होगा, लोगों का सहयोग नहीं होगा, शायद हम अपने में ही आत्ममुग्ध होते रहेंगे, और उसको जो अंजाम तक उसको पहुंचना चाहिए उस अंजाम तक ना पहुंच पाएं। तो इसलिए ये मुझे अपने आप में एक कंप्लीट एक आयोजन लगता है जो हुआ है कल और आज, एंड आई एम सर्टनली गोइंग रिचर देन व्हाट आई वाज यस्टरडे। तो मतलब आप लोगों को एक बार फिर से बहुत बहुत बधाई हो, बहुत बहुत बधाई। जय।
बहुत शुक्रिया चौहान सर। इसी तरह की प्रेरणा के साथ इस तरह की कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, गोष्ठियां हो पाती हैं। मैं दरख्वास्त करती हूँ डॉक्टर एलिजाबेथ थॉमस, असिस्टेंट मेंबर सेक्रेटरी मध्य प्रदेश राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड से, कि वो इस 2 दिन की गोष्ठी को समाप्त करें अपने शब्दों में।
आदरणीय M.K. Ranjit Singh sir, Adarniya Dais. Now it is time to wrap up the second National Conference on Lesser Known Species of Madhya Pradesh 2023. I will try to present an overview of the sessions with the key takeaways. On the first day, the first session was on Indian pangolins by Aditya Joshi from Wildlife Conservation Trust. He elaborated on this elusive species which is endangered and is data deficient species and is one of the most trafficked wildlife species. The key conservation strategies to conserve the species should include ecology-based studies, post-release monitoring, radio telemetry, and engaging local community and sensitizing forest department. The second session was on small and medium carnivores MP, presented by Anam Ehsan. And the key issue which emerged in this presentation was that there is a need to study the status and distribution of small carnivores outside PAs. And the fast changing landscapes are affecting these species, so there's a need to develop or create mosaic landscapes outside protected areas. In the third session, we had a very interesting session on wolves by Dr. Salvador Lindo from WII. The key issues associated with wolves are population, prey loss, habitat loss, and feral dogs. The conservation strategies should focus on population count, especially in Madhya Pradesh, which has the highest population of wolves, a study on the habitat, and probably creating a sanctuary, a wolf center in Madhya Pradesh. Then, the fourth session was on the black-bellied tern by Ms. Parveen Sheikh. She wonderfully presented the key issues, which are knowledge gap in the species ecology, predation and trampling of nests, sand mining and sudden release of water from dam. And the conservation strategies should focus on nest protection program, minimal flow rate in the river during nesting season, and conservation priority. It has to be made conservation priority species in the management plan of National Chambal Sanctuary. The fifth session of this day was on another pertinent topic on conservation of lesser known species outside protected areas by Debaditya Sinha of Viri Legal, wherein he talked about the eco-sensitive zones around PAs. And then we had a very insightful presentation on green munia by Dr. Rajat Bhargav from BNHS. Green munia, which is a threatened species endemic to central India. The key issues like it needs more research, conservation breeding, and fundraising. And of course, the conservation strategy should be focused on involvement of the local community. Then Mr. Atul Bodke also gave a very interesting presentation on the unknown facets of spiders and highlighted the importance of spiders in agriculture conservation needs more study on spider taxonomy. So these were the presentations of the first day. And then the first presentation of the, I'm confusing my papers. I'll just take a minute. Then coming to the day 2 of the session. The first session of day 2 of the conference was an enriching experience and a special one, because in this session we had two stalwarts of biodiversity conservation together. The session was chaired by legendary Dr. M.K. Ranjit Singh. So hearing him in person is a lifetime achievement for many of us. And then the speaker of the session, Mr. J.S. Chauhan, gave a detailed overview of the role of translocation in conservation. He spoke about the successful translocation of swamp deer, gharial, gaur, blackbuck, cheetal, and blue bull in Madhya Pradesh. The second presentation of the day was on grassland birds by Dr. Sujit Narvade from BNHS. He also highlighted the key issues like habitat loss, conservation outside PAs, collision with high tension transmission lines, diversion of grasslands for development, and the key conservation strategies should include habitat restoration, community support, grassland development, and maybe going for florican-friendly agriculture. And then The third presentation was on conservation of gharials by Mr. Jailabdeen from MCBT. The key issues I highlighted in the presentation were illegal sand mining, water lifting for irrigation and habitat degradation due to climate change and other anthropogenic activities. And the conservation strategies needed are long-term behavioral and conservation monitoring. And the chair of the session, Dr. R.J. Rao, also highlighted about declaring the National Chambal Sanctuary as a UNESCO Natural Heritage Site, I think, which is a very, very good suggestion. And then we had the next presentation on the raptor conservation by Ms. Aishwarya Lagate, where she presented about the different birds of prey, about which we have a very limited information, knowledge. And then the key issues she highlighted was use of NSAIDs and intensive use of pesticides in the fields, habitat degradation. And she also elaborated about the vulture nest monitoring sites in MP, which is being done by WWF. And the key issues are lack of monitoring of vulture nesting, especially outside the PAs, wrong identification of raptors, and for conservation, regular monitoring and studying of home range and migration pattern is needed, and sensitization of frontline forest staff is also needed. Then we had a presentation on the fascinating reptiles of central India by Dr. Pratyush Mahapatra from ZSI. He threw light on the different aspects of reptiles, which are probably one of the most misunderstood animal groups. Then we had a very beautiful presentation by Bhavna Menon on the role of outreach programs in conservation. The role of communities in conservation cannot be underplayed. She beautifully narrated her experience of outreach interactions with the Pardi community, from which we can definitely take many lessons. And the last session was also a very interesting session on the wildlife crimes and trafficking of lesser known species. Mr. Kaushik Mandal from the WCCB presented case studies on Tibetan antelope, mongoose, and sea cucumber related to their illegal trade. To conclude, we had 14 power-packed sessions in these 2 days, and the ultimate objective of the conference is to implement the recommendations based on the learnings of field researchers in the field, and to translate these recommendations into conservation action by Forest Department, wildlife managers. And I do hope these recommendations will pave a way for making a better conservation strategy. Thank you.
Let's have a huge round of applause for Dr. Elizabeth Thomas. She very beautifully summed up the 2-day conference. इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के दूसरे दिन हमारे साथ एक ऊर्जामयी, एक प्रेरणादायी उपस्थिति के साथ मौजूद रहे हैं द टाइगर प्रिंस डॉक्टर M.K. रंजीत सिंह. मैं रंजीत सिंह सर से दरख्वास्त करूंगी कि वे संक्षेप में अगर इस कॉन्फ्रेंस पर टिप्पणी करना चाहें. सर आप बैठे रह सकते हैं, वहाँ पर माइक भी है. But it's better if he's on the dais. So let's have a huge round of applause. Dr. M.K. रंजीत सिंह सर, आपका यहाँ स्वागत है सर.
I would first like to thank the organizers of this conference. It may be rather hackneyed, but really, apart from the fact that it provided me an opportunity of coming to Bhopal and to meeting all of you, I learnt a lot today. And every day is actually a learning process at whatever your age. I learnt a lot today from a lot of the presentation made, and I want to personally thank you for that. The other thing is, where do we go from here? एक तो जो बात बताई, ये फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट तो करेगा, and ये फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट I always regarded as my thing. I have more friends in the Forest Service than I have in the IAS, invasive alien species, but anyway. So, no, but that apart, yes. The real outreach, if I may say so, department will do their own job, but the subject area, and this is something very important, the lesser known species. How do we to spread to expand this thing, to spread the gospel, as it were, of nature conservation? There are a couple of things here that I'd like to highlight. I know it's very late and I won't take too much time. One is the conflict of nature and development. We are not Luddites, we are not fools. We are not anti-development. Conservation, like life itself, is the art of the possible, like administration, like any job. It's the art of the possible. And you require commitment. And if you have commitment, you will get knowledge. We all, I'm not even a science student. I read history. But I did rest of my life because I was interested in it. So if you have interest, you can develop. But I think it is a wrong thing to say that nature, conservation and conservation cannot. But what is the outlook? I just want to highlight a few points as a take-off thing. We all know that the population is increasing, the life expectancy is increasing. The requirements of the society as we grow richer and more developed, and we must, will be greater, and therefore the demand on natural resources will be greater. But at the same time, can we not set aside certain areas where conservation of nature, of your national natural heritage, is sacrosanct? Are we going to protect nature? Are we going to protect only that which, to use the words of Mahatma Gandhi, remains after satisfying the need and the greed of everybody? Then I think we should wind up my own alma mater, the Ministry of Environment and Forests. We have to draw a line कि यहाँ ये priority है, यहाँ ये हो सकता. But as I said, it's the art of the possible. Very rarely have we had to say no. But here we say, ये मत करो, ये करो. Do it this way. You take your line through the thing, take it slightly this way. If you want to build a road, build it underground. If you can take, the metro over the hard rock of Delhi, 40 kilometers, can't you take 5 kilometers through a national park? The whole thing is, do you want to, if there is, I keep on saying this, if you find gold under the Taj Mahal or diamonds under Ajanta and oil under Ellora, will you dig and blast? Then if they are thinking, why not my Kana, Kaziranga and Kaibul Ramjao? Are they not the creations of God? And if you can do that, you can have the cake and eat it too. You spend that much little extra. ऐसे नहीं ऐसे करो. थोड़ा सा और ज़्यादा खर्चा कर लो. To cite one example, there are 100, and we won the case against, in the Great Indian Bustard. There are less than 100 left. They've gone from Madhya Pradesh. There is only 2.5 breeding areas left in the whole world. There are only 3 females in the Supreme Court order undergrounding. You know how much money is being made? 104 companies are working in the Bustard area. 16 countries, 16 companies only, 16 earned a profit after paying all taxes, 29,600 crores. 2% of that, which is required in the CSR, would be 600. That would be enough, 1 year's income of 16 companies to save the Great Indian Bustard from extinction, underground them, and save everything else. But if we are not prepared even to do that, तो फिर क्या है? then we are only talking in name. But let's that be over with. As I said, how do we go from here? And as far as this thing, I will just very briefly mention 2 or 3 points. Target outreach. Of course, the department will do their own thing, but what can SN do to spread the message? As I said, outreach. What would be the target? You can't do everywhere. I mean, you can publicize, but the 2 or 3 specific items or groups that you can target. One would be, of course, as was mentioned by the ladies, the Parthi communities. I mean, the exploiters of forest, as it were, the forest resources, the Parthis, the Sahariyas, and some of the tribals, and give them an alternative, make them stakeholders. It's a very challenging job, but it's a very rewarding job, and it's a long term. To make them partners, stakeholders in the act of conservation, so that they get a benefit and they conserve at the same time, and it's possible. Number 2, I would say, would be ladies, because sanskar to maa se milte hain. If you can reach out to the ladies, they will pass it on to their children. That's the investment for the future. And the third, the children themselves. Because the school children, more than the college students, are your greatest ambassadors. We were talking about trade. And we couldn't stop the trade. You know, when Americans stopped using the leopard and tiger skin coat was when children started throwing eggs at those people wearing fur coats, and when the children started telling the mothers, Mama, that leopard looked better on the leopard than it does on you.
Absolutely.
So that is your path. Why can't we, as a small thing, just an idea, apart from the education part of it, a drawing book, a color drawing book, outline, where you have the state animal in Madhya Pradesh, the state bird, the state tree, and these lesser known species.
That is a wonderful suggestion, sir.
Why can't you do that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's have a huge round of applause for the very graceful, for the very wonderful Dr. M.K. Ranjit Singh, the Tiger Prince. And please, sir, do not apologize. We apologize for this. And for the final vote of thanks, इस पूरी संगोष्ठी के लिए आभार प्रदर्शन के लिए मैं सम्मान के साथ मंच पर बुलाना चाहूँगी सहायक सदस्य सचिव मध्य प्रदेश राज्य जैव विविधता बोर्ड से डॉक्टर बकुल लाड जी। हम बहुत शुक्रगुजार हैं सभी डेलीगेट्स के यहाँ पर जो बड़े पेशेंस के साथ इस वैलिडेटरी सेरेमनी का हिस्सा हैं।
सम्मानीय मंच, सेकंड नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन लेसर नॉन स्पीसीज ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश के क्लोजिंग सेशन में उपस्थित सम्मानीय अतिथिगण, वाइल्ड लाइफ एक्सपर्ट्स एंड पार्टिसिपेंट्स, हम लोगों ने आज संडे का पूरा दिन बहुत सही उपयोग किया है और समर्पित किया है लेसर नॉन स्पीसीज के लिए। जैसा सर ने बताया कि लेसर नॉन स्पीसीज का गॉड फादर का सर ने एक टर्म्स दी थी, तो मेरे मन में कुछ ख्याल आया कि अपन कुछ पंक्तियां लिखते हैं, तो मैं कुछ पंक्तियां समर्पित करता हूं लेसर नॉन स्पीसीज के लिए, चूंकि अभी जस्ट मैंने लिखी यहाँ पर। फिजा में हम भी थे कभी अनगिनत, फिजा में कभी हम भी थे अनगिनत, आज कम हुए तो क्या हुआ, आज कम हुए तो क्या हुआ, आप सबके मेहनत से क्या होगा। यदि हम बच गए, यदि हम बच गए तो वो दिन भी याद दिला देंगे आपको।
वाह, बहुत खूब सर, बहुत खूब।
तो इस सेकंड कॉन्फ्रेंस की जो प्लानिंग थी वो 3-4 महीने पहले प्लानिंग चालू हुई थी। विकास जी आए थे, तो हमने मन में विचार आया था कि क्या इतने जल्दी और इतने 1 साल के फ्रिक्वेंटली इंटरवल से इतनी अच्छी कार्यशाला हो सकती है। तो विकास जी ने आश्वस्त किया था कि साहब ये कार्यशाला बहुत अच्छी होगी, सारे सब्जेक्ट, सारे टॉपिक्स और सारे स्पीकर सब नए आएंगे, जो पिछली बार छूट गए थे सबको बुलाया जाएगा। तो वास्तव में हम लोगों ने देखा इस कार्यशाला में काफ़ी इंटरेक्टिव रही, काफ़ी लर्निंग रही और सबके लिए सबको काफ़ी मज़ा भी इसके अंदर आया। और इस कार्यशाला के अंतर्गत हमारे अलग अलग कंट्री से अलग अलग एक्सपर्ट्स भी यहाँ पहुँचे हैं। तो मैं सबसे पहले सभी का यहाँ स्वागत और वंदन करता हूँ, धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ। चूँकि ये कॉन्फ्रेंस लेसर नॉन स्पीसीज पे थी, चूँकि अब लेसर नॉन स्पीसीज अब मेरे ख्याल से अब वेल नॉन स्पीसीज हो चुकी है, क्योंकि पहले इसका पहला दिन राज्यपाल, हमारे प्रदेश के राज्यपाल महामहिम के द्वारा यहाँ आना और इस साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी के बीच उनका उद्बोधन देना और हमको मार्गदर्शन प्रदान करना हमारे लिए सबके लिए काफ़ी प्रेरणास्पद रहा है। और इसकी न्यूज़ पूरी कम्युनिटी में, साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी में, पूरे कंट्री में गई हुई है। तो काफ़ी ये अब हमारी कार्यशाला काफ़ी वेल नोन हो चुकी है। तो बिग क्लैप फॉर ऑर्गेनाइजर SNHC। इस कार्यशाला में वाइल्ड लाइफ एक्सपर्ट्स के द्वारा काफ़ी अच्छा इनपुट्स दिया गया है और जैसे डॉक्टर एलिजाबेथ ने बताया कि इसका हम लोग आगे यूज़ भी करेंगे। तो वी आर थैंकफुल टू ऑल वाइल्ड लाइफ एक्सपर्ट्स those have contributed their inputs, especially respected Dr. M.K. Ranjit Singh sir, former Forest Secretary of Madhya Pradesh, Sri J.S. Chauhan, former PCCF Wildlife Madhya Pradesh, Sri Asim Srivastav, PCCF Wildlife MP Madhya Pradesh, Sri R. Srinivas Murthy, former member Secretary of Madhya Pradesh State Biodiversity Board, Sri Rakesh Yadav, PCCF, Sri Dr. Atul Kumar Srivastav, PCCF, Sri V.N. Ambade, Member Secretary, MP State Biodiversity Board, Professor R.J. Rao, former Vice Chancellor, बरकतुल्लाह यूनिवर्सिटी भोपाल। आप सभी के मार्गदर्शन में कॉन्फ्रेंस सफलतापूर्वक संपन्न हुई है। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार। We are also thankful to chairpersons of technical sessions of different session. Sri M.K. Raman, former APCCF Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Subranjan Sen, APCCF Wildlife Madhya Pradesh, Dr. Jagdish Chandra, former Director Van Vihar, Dr. Yogesh Dubey, Professor IIFM Bhopal. इसके साथ ही we are also thankful to the speakers, the honorable speakers जो टेक्निकल सेशंस में रहे हैं। मिस्टर आदित्य जोशी, वाइल्ड लाइफ कंजर्वेशन ट्रस्ट, अनम आशन, PhD कैंडिडेट, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ मिसौरी USA, डॉक्टर सेल्वाडोर लिंगदो, साइंटिस्ट WII देहरादून, मिस्टर परवीन शेख, साइंटिस्ट BNHS मुंबई, डॉक्टर देवादित्य सिन्हा, सीनियर रेसिडेंट फेलो, विधि लीगल न्यू दिल्ली, डॉक्टर रजत भार्गव, ग्रीन मुनिया सर।
सर ये हासिल है कॉन्फ्रेंस का।
सीनियर ऑर्निथोलॉजिस्ट एंड कोऑर्डिनेटर, ग्रीन मुनिया BNHS मुंबई, डॉक्टर अतुल बोड़के, प्रिंसिपल JD पाटिल कॉलेज अमरावती, डॉक्टर सुरजीत नरवड़े, असिस्टेंट डायरेक्टर BNHS मुंबई, मिस जलाब्दीन A, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर मद्रास क्रोकोडाइल बैंक ट्रस्ट, मिस ऐश्वर्या लिंगाटे, प्रोजेक्ट ऑफिसर WWF इंडिया भोपाल, डॉक्टर प्रत्युष महापात्रा, साइंटिस्ट ZSI कोलकाता, मिस भावना मेनन, कंसल्टेंट अर्थ फोकस कान्हा, मिस कौशिक मोडल, वाइल्ड लाइफ क्राइम ब्यूरो कंट्रोल ब्यूरो जबलपुर, एंड ऑल पार्टिसिपेंट्स, ऑल यू हैव गिवन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इनपुट्स रिगार्डिंग डिफरेंट लेसर नॉन स्पीसीज ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश। आपके द्वारा इंपॉर्टेंट इश्यूज को हाईलाइट किए गए हैं और जो कि MPSB भी या फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट द्वारा टेक ओवर किए जाएंगे इन फ्यूचर। और इस कंट्रीब्यूशन के लिए मैं आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के जो सपोर्टिंग पार्टनर्स हैं उनका भी काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट सपोर्ट रहा है इसके अंदर। इसमें MP फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट, वन विहार, WWF भोपाल, NMNH, एप्को भोपाल, WTI, MP टूर एंड ट्रेवल्स, सेंट्रल जियो अथॉरिटी और VNS कॉलेज। इसके साथ ही आई एम थैंकफुल टू स्टूडेंट्स, कॉलेज प्रोफेसर्स, मीडिया पर्सन्स, वॉलंटियर्स ऑफ एग्जीबिशन स्टॉल, पोस्टर प्रेजेंटर, फोटोग्राफर एंड वीडियोग्राफर, टीम मेंबर। अभी जो इस कार्यक्रम के आयोजन में जो टीम मेंबर्स यहाँ उपस्थित है भोपाल बर्ड्स के, SNHC के और MP स्टेट बोर्ड्स के, बायोडायवर्सिटी बोर्ड के, मैं चाहता हूँ कि एक बिग क्लिप हो जाए उनके लिए। पूरी टीम मेंबर्स ने लगातार पूरे 2 दिन बहुत ही अथक प्रयास किया है सफल बनाने के लिए इसको। थैंक यू टू ऑल ऑफ यू। इसके अलावा स्पेशल थैंक्स टू स्टाफ ऑफ राजभवन, स्पेशली श्री पुरोहित सर OSD गवर्नर साहब के OSD है और आपके सपोर्ट से ही राज्यपाल महोदय का यहाँ कार्यक्रम तय हुआ था। हम आपका बहुत आभारी है, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको। और इसके अलावा हमारे पूरे 2 दिन तक हमारा साथ दिया एंकर मिस मोलश्री, बिग क्लैप फॉर मोलश्री।
शुक्रिया सर।
आप सभी का आभार एवं धन्यवाद। एक अंत में एक और चाहूंगा आपसे तालियों की आवाज में, बिग क्लैप फॉर टीम लीडर ऑफ विकास बघेल, NSSC, मोहम्मद खालिद एंड संगीता राजगिरी मैडम। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू, आभार।
तो साथियों, ये थी मध्य प्रदेश की कम ज्ञात प्रजातियों पर 2 दिनी राष्ट्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस। इससे जुड़ने का आप सभी का बहुत शुक्रिया। मंचासीन सभी अतिथियों का बहुत आभार। उम्मीद है कि अगले साल हम फिर इस नए एडिशन के साथ आएंगे। बहुत शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद, शबा खैर। बाहर आप सभी लोग हाई टी के लिए आमंत्रित हैं। शुक्रिया।